Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. Today, we will begin with confirmation hearings for the State Workforce Board. For anyone listening, we will go in alphabetical order by last name first. But before we begin, I would like to do committee introductions, beginning with Senator Guerin.
Good morning. I'm Senator Stacey Guerin. I represent Senate District 10, which is Southern Penobscot County.
Representative Gear.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Tracy Gear. I represent House District 9, which is Kennebunkport, and the coastal parts of Biddeford and Kennebunk.
Representative Bradstreet.
Hello and good morning. I'm Representative Dick Bradstreet. I represent House District 80, which is Vassalboro, Windsor, Somerville, and part of Augusta.
Representative Drinkwater.
Representative Gary Drinkwater, District 121.
Senator Miramont.
Hello, Senator Dave Miramont, representing Senate District 12, which is Knox County. County seat is Rockland. Welcome, everyone.
Representative Morris.
Good morning. I'm Representative Joshua Morris. I represent House District 75, which is Turner, Leeds, and part of Livermore.
Representative Pebworth.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133 in the Blue Hill Peninsula. That includes Brooksville, Brooklyn, Blue Hill, Castine, Sedgwick, and Surrey. And we are experiencing issues with broadband this morning, so I may come and go.
Representative Prescott.
Hi, I'm Dwayne Prescott, House District 17, that's Waterboro and Lyman.
Representative Cuddy.
Good morning, I'm Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville.
Representative Rader.
Hi, my name is Representative Amy Rader. I represent House District 125, which is a portion of Bangor.
Representative Warren.
Good morning, I'm Representative Sophie Warren. I represent my hometown here in Scarborough Coastal District 29.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Representative Mike Sylvester. I represent District 39, which is the peninsula portion of Portland, Eastern Peninsula portion of Portland, of course, the best peninsula portion, and the islands of Casco Bay. I am the House Chair of this committee, and I will be timing when we get to hearings, and so you'll want to be in gallery view and looking for my phone coming up and down to cue you of your times.
And I'm Senator Craig Hickman from Senate District 14, representing 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County, including Winthrop, my hometown. I'm the Senate Chair. We have with us for these confirmation hearings our committee clerk, Alyssa Thompson. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Ms. Allison Combs of Brunswick for appointment to the State Workforce Board. Under the laws and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is muted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the motion has concluded.
Question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Are we expected to have the biographies of these people in front of us? Because I haven't seen any, and every other confirmation hearing I've ever been to, we've been able to have the biographies ahead of time to review. I'm just asking.
Alyssa, did we send those out to the entire committee? Is she here? Here's the spirit.
I do know we sent them with the posting, so I'm not sure why you don't have them.
Representative Bradstreet, I'm going to check my email to see that they went to everyone, and I'll tell you what the date of the email is as soon as I find it. They would have come from Casey Milligan.
Thank you.
And I'm going to put a pause in this for everyone. We'll just be at ease for 1 second while we make sure all the committee members have the information they need in front of them.
I apologize. I was on the phone with somebody in LIO. Are you guys looking for the testimony?
Yes, the information packets on the nominees so that all the committee members can have that in front of them as we go about our business today.
Okay. Is that the email that I forwarded you like a little bit ago?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'll forward it to the whole committee.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Mr. Chair,
Representative Drinkwater.
with all due respect, sir, I have not been able to do my due diligence because I have not had the material even up to 10:07 today. So therefore, I would, as much as it bothers me to have to put something off, I would like to request that we put these off until we can do our due diligence.
Your request is denied.
I will, sir, at what point will I object?
I have just ruled that your request is denied. These confirmation hearings are scheduled well in advance. They have a schedule that we have to adhere to. So we're going to go at ease for 5 minutes so that you have an opportunity to review the materials that Alyssa Thompson, our clerk, has just sent you. We apologize these did not get delivered in time for this meeting, but all of the information is there. You will be able to hear from the gubernatorial nominees themselves. You'll be able to review the material, and there is an opportunity for you to object to us going directly into a vote when we get to that point later in the confirmation hearing. So we're going to go at ease for 5 minutes. That is the ruling of the chair. We will return. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. We will continue with the confirmation hearings. I just want to give a friendly reminder to my committee members that we all have the schedule for the week. And I would ask for all of us to do our homework. And if we do not have the information that we need before we show up for work, that we make sure that we request that information before we go live. That is my request of the committee. Our clerk has apologized for not sending around the packet on time. But again, this is a public hearing. So we will all have an opportunity to review the materials and listen to the testimony as we go. So with that, I'm going to re-begin the public hearing on the confirmation. And I will pick up where I left off. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the main statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Sylvester for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was having technical difficulties opening up my thing. I just got them all going. Which nomination are we on?
We are Ms. Allison Combs of Brunswick.
Yes. Alyssa, okay. And then they just went away again. I'm sorry, what was the name again?
Ms. Allison Combs of Brunswick.
Mr. Speaker, I would nominate Ms. Allison Combs of Brunswick for the nomination. And I will promise I will get my packets, my technology working before the next one. Thank you.
Thank you. The Representative Sylvester of Portland has moved that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing recommend confirmation of Ms. Allison Combs of Brunswick for appointment to the State Workforce Board. A copy of the statutory requirements for this position is available. The chair now recognizes Mr. Joseph Bushy for the purposes of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome back to the Senate. Welcome to the Senate. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Joe Bushy, and I'm the Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of Allison Combs of Brunswick as a member of the State Workforce Board. The State Workforce Board is formerly known as the State Workforce Investment Board and is responsible for assisting the governor in performing the duties and responsibilities outlined by the Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act of 2014. Members of the board are appointed by the governor and represent the many facets of workforce development, including business, labor, public education, higher education, economic development, youth, employment and training, and also the legislature. Ms. Coombs got her bachelor's degree in business administration with a concentration in HR management from the University of Southern New Hampshire. She began her career with the Chimbro Corporation in 1999 as a construction laborer and moved on to several positions within the company, including HR generalist, project staffer, and concluding as human resource manager. In 2017, she moved to General Dynamics Bath Iron Works, where she currently works as their Director of Human Resource Services. On behalf of Governor Mills, I ask that you support the nomination of Allison Combs of Brunswick, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, sir. The chair would ask if any member of the committee has any questions for Mr. Bushy at this time. Seeing no hands. Thank you, sir. The chair now recognizes Ms. Allison Combs for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Senator Hickman, members of the Labor Housing Committee. I am truly honored to be nominated to serve on the State Workforce Board. I live in Brunswick, Maine. I'm born and raised in Maine. I grew up in Wiscasset. As Mr. Boucher stated, I am currently the Director of HR at Bath Iron Works. I've been here 4 years this month in this role for about a year. Prior to that, I was at Chimbro Corporation for 18 years. That's really where I grew up professionally in the world of HR. I've been in HR in Maine for over 20 years. I consider the bulk of my HR experience in operational HR. So really primarily focused on recruiting, staffing, training, organizational development, retention. So, workforce development at all levels is really near and dear to my heart. I absolutely love what I do. As crazy as that sounds, HR in 2021 is a kind of a crazy world, but I go home at night really tired most of the time, but it's an incredibly rewarding job to see employees grow and blossom in their careers. I want to keep people in Maine, in the state of Maine. I've got 2 kids. They're one's a senior in high school. The other is a freshman at Maine Maritime Academy. My daughter will be going there next year as well. I want them to stay in this state and raise their families here. So I want to see people have the ability to provide comfortable lives for their families while enjoying the greatness the state has to offer. I have construction and now manufacturing background. So I'm really well aware of how a well-designed plan executed with, passion and dedication and skill can really become something, remarkable. So I think I bring a really valuable HR perspective to the board. And again, I'm just really excited for the opportunity to be a part of this.
Thank you, Ms. Coombs, for your statement. The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions of the nominee at this time. Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Coombs. This is just an indulgent on my part. Can you tell us what drew you to your undergrad degree and on this career path?
Yeah, so kind of took a weird turn. When I first started my career at Chimbro, I started as a construction laborer, and I thought that I wanted to be an electrician. And as I got into, when I started my job there, I had prior to my life in my 20s, I was a travel agent. So I had really good experience on the computers, which back then were just starting to become a thing, emailing, things like that. And so they pulled me into the office. Chimbro was awarded the Calpine plant in Westbrook. And when they were awarded that plant, they had a huge hiring push at that time. They needed to hire 500 people. And so they pulled me into the recruiting scene because I had the experience with the computer and just being able to have kind of that business acumen that they needed for help. And I absolutely loved it. I started recruiting and I moved into actually staffing the projects. And it just, I don't know, HR is just, you love it. You have a passion for it. And it was just really exciting for me to work with people and help people. That's what HR is. That's what we do every day. We're there for the people. So it turned into a career. And, I've absolutely loved it all 20 years. So.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Coombs, thanks for being here with us today and congratulations on your nomination. My question is something that is surfaced for us on this committee a couple of times so far this session. And it has to do with, I think, something you might have an interesting perspective on as we encourage and invest in getting Mainers into some of the higher paying trades and job opportunities that exist. One of the concerns I have is to make sure that women are included in those opportunities and are able to take advantage of them as well. So I'm curious as to with your background, what you would foresee on the workforce board being important to do in the next couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. I love to see women, especially get into the trades and some of the jobs that aren't typically, considered, women would consider they could do. And I think one of the focuses is really, really making women aware that this is work, trade work and engineering and all that comes with kind of this side of the world for me, construction and manufacturing, is jobs that they can do and do really, really well. And I think it's education in that regard is most women tend to shy away from it because they don't know it. They don't understand it. It might be intimidating. And that's where, I do a little bit of a perspective of, I did it. I strapped on my steel-toed boots when I was, 27 and showed up on a construction site with no clue what I was walking into. And here I am today, the director of HR at Bath Iron Works. So I think it's just education and continuing to grab women by the arms and saying, come see what we do, come try it, put a hood on, try welding. And it's just constant kind of communication in that regard.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Ms. Coombs, thank you for being here. Congratulations on your nomination. Can you speak just a little bit to the challenge of being an HR director at Bath Iron Works in the middle of COVID?
Well, we've actually tried very, very hard to manage it. We are considered essential, so we have kept our operations running through the pandemic. I think the most challenging thing for everybody is just making sure and ensuring that our employees are safe. We have implemented, we have a lot of our employees working from home to try to help spread out, which is a very new concept for Bath Iron Works. But we've made it happen and it's working out really, really well. We continue to do all social distancing and the mask wearing and the virtual meetings. And the biggest challenge for us is the work that we do is primarily building trades. And so they have to be here. They have to work closely with one another. So we've really focused on how do we do that and make sure that they're doing that safely. And that's been the biggest challenge for us. And we will continue to focus on that. That's been a huge, one of my main focuses for this last year. It's between hiring, which has been fun in a pandemic, and making sure that our employees are safe.
Well, thank you very much. We rise to the challenge as it's presented to us. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we will now go to statements from the floor. The chair will take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement with the committee clerk prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. Those who wish to speak in person registered with the committee clerk prior to the start of this hearing will be called upon by the chairs, at which time they will be promoted to panelist status in Zoom and can be seen and heard. When it is your turn to speak, please observe the following. State your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. After you are done speaking and there are no more questions from the members, you will be returned to attendee status and the next person will be called. Alyssa, do we have anyone signed up willing to testify on this nominee?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Last call for an attendee who may wish to do so. Seeing none. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. Vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing for Ms. Allison Coombs of Brunswick for appointment to the State Workforce Board is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to taking this vote immediately.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that some people in our caucus would like to have a side caucus on this before. I hope you can understand our dilemma. We have had really very little time to review the applications and the statements. And to vote yes, which I think these people are all probably eminently qualified, I think we would not be doing our due diligence. And yet to vote no would be to deny someone, indicate our opposition, and where there may be no opposition. I would like to pose a possibility of maybe tabling the final votes until we have had a chance to review the all the paperwork that was sent to us, and to wait until the end to do that. I'm just offering that as a suggestion and do requesting that we have a chance to side caucus. Thank you.
So you object to taking the vote before 15 minutes? And in that case, we will have to be at ease for at least 15 minutes. And then we can come back and discuss what to do thereafter. So we're going to go at ease for 15 minutes. Allison, is this format allowable for the breakout rooms for us?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what I'm supposed
Oh,
to.
no, I'm sorry, Ms. Kuma, I wasn't talking to you.
Oh, okay. I was like, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing right now.
My fault. I'm talking to our committee clerk. Ms. Thompson, where are you? There she is.
No, I can't do the breakout rooms in this, and I can't close the meeting,
Correct.
obviously, so you guys will have to
Figure
either
out
get on another device or find your own means to
Correct.
join a call to caucus.
So Representative Bradstreet, we will be at ease for 15 minutes. It is now 10:33. And if you would like to caucus with your members, you can figure out a way to do that in the next 15 minutes. We will reconvene at 10:48. Thank you.
Senator Hickman, I believe we are ready to go whenever you are.
Thank you, Senator Garin. Thank you, everyone. The Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing is back. We apologize for the situation we have in front of us. It was an honest error that all of the confirmation packets did not get to all of the committee members. As I said earlier, I do urge our committee members to make sure that we have what we need before we go live. So we'll work that out. I will say now that what we intend to do is we're going to go at ease for another 15 minutes. What that means is that all committee members will have an opportunity to review the packets in their entirety. And if they have any questions that they would like to ask the nominees when they come later, they can prepare those questions. And so this way, we hope that we won't have to necessarily object to every nominee's vote for that 15 minutes going forward. So with that, if there are any questions from the committee about the process going forward, please let me know. Thank you. And so like I said, to everyone and the nominees in particular, we apologize for the delay. We know everyone has important work to do, but we are going to go on another at ease break for 15 minutes so that all of the committee members have an opportunity to read through all of the packets and be prepared. It is 10:50 now, and I'm going to say we're going to start at 11:07. Just we can have that extra 2 minutes. 11:07, we will reconvene. Thank you. It is 11:07 a.m. The Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing will reconvene. And I look to see if my colleagues would show their faces so that I know that we are all here and ready to go.
Hello.
Hello. I see people.
We see you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We have completed the first confirmation hearings, public hearing for Ms. Allison Coombs of Brunswick for appointment to the State Workforce Board. The committee is now ready for the vote. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Ms. Allison Coombs of Brunswick for appointment to the State Workforce Board be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Hickman, yay. Senator Guerin.
Yes.
Guerin, yes. Senator Miramont.
Yay.
Miramont, yay. Representative Sylvester.
Yay.
Sylvester, yay. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes.
Bradstreet, yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Cuddy, yes. Representative Drinkwater.
Nay.
Drinkwater, nay. Representative Gear.
Yes.
Gear, yes. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Morris, yes. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Pebworth, yes. Representative Prescott.
Yes.
Prescott, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Rader.
Yes.
Rader, yes. And Representative Warren.
Yes.
Warren, yes. That is 12 yeas to 1 nay.
12 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing that the nomination of Ms. Allison Coombs of Brunswick for appointment to the State Workforce Board be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We will now open the public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Ms. Adria O. Horn of Pittston for appointment to the State Workforce Board. Under the laws and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against this nomination. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Sylvester for the purposes of making such a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing recommend confirmation of Ms. Adria O. Horn of Pittston for appointment to the State Workforce Board.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Mr. Bushy for the purposes of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you once again, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Joe Bushy, and I'm the Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of Adria Horn of Pittston to the State Workforce Board. Ms. Horn is a United States Military Academy at West Point graduate with a degree in humanities and a concentration in nuclear engineering. While in the Army, she served as a platoon leader operations and logistics officer, and a detachment commander. In 2013, she received a master's in business administration from Northeastern University, and then began working for United States Senator Susan Collins, focusing her responsibilities on Veterans Affairs. In 2015, Ms. Horn began working as the director of Maine's Veteran Services and has also spent time at the United States Army Command and the General Staff Officer College. Ms. Horn remained with the Bureau of Veteran Services until 2018, when she transitioned to her current role as Vice President of Workforce Development at Tilson Technology Management. In addition to her work at Tilson, she's a member of the Wireless Infrastructure Association, the National Workforce Committee, and currently serves on the Maine Veterans Home Board of Trustees. On behalf of Governor Mills, I'd ask that you support the nomination of Adria Horn of Pittston, and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Bushy. Are there any questions for Mr. Bushy from the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing none. The chair now recognizes and welcomes Ms. Adria O'Horn for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Good morning, everyone. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Labor and Housing Committee. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Adria Horn. I do live in Pittston, and I'm here today to discuss with you my nomination to the State Workforce Board. I have two screens, and so I'm going to read this way. I'm not trying to not look at you, but I need to just avert my attention. It is with gratitude and humility that I seek your support for my nomination and appointment to the State Workforce Board. My own relationship with navigating the challenges of workforce advocacy in Maine begin with my own. In 2008, while serving on active duty in the United States Army at Fort Bragg in North Carolina, my husband and I decided to move to Maine. I still had 2 more deployments to go, but we set our sights north and did not look back. At the end of 2011, we made our initial move to Hollis Center in Maine. While obtaining my MBA at Northeastern and applying to more than 30 different jobs in my new state, I didn't get a single call back. It was both humbling and humiliating, and I was determined to be part of someone else's solution. For nearly 9 years now, since being in Maine, I've had the privilege of working in, around, for, and with the federal delegation, our state of Maine agencies, legislators like yourselves, partner organizations, nonprofits, lots of motivated people and volunteers, part of someone else's solution for working in Maine. While serving as the director of the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services, I work to integrate and reintegrate Bureau representation across the state with partners new and old, including a permanent member to the State Workforce Board Veteran Employment Committee. Our collective efforts to implement the Maine Hire Vet campaign began as an idea around a table and became a national best practice. While our purposeful design helped move the Maine veteran unemployment rate from one of the highest in the nation to the lowest at 1.7%, something I will always be very, very proud of. Now, as the Executive Vice President of Workforce for Tilson Technology Management, a high-growth national telecommunications and network services firm that is headquartered in our own Portland, Maine, I oversee all talent acquisition, human resources, safety, and marketing and communication. Tilson's mission of building America's information infrastructure is more in need and in demand than ever before. Organic growth requires a thoughtful pipeline of new talent, professional development of our own workforce, and we cannot do it alone. Tilson is a member of the Wireless Infrastructure Association, where I also serve as a member of the Workforce Development Committee. WIA has lauded our implementation and success with the Telecommunications Industry Registered Apprenticeship Program called TIRAP as one of the best in the country for our industry. We're especially grateful for the support of Southern Maine Community College for helping us create an online and educationally progressive apprenticeship training experience. As a founding partner employer with the Root Institute at Northeastern, our alignment and thought leadership pairs bringing new talent to Maine and cultivating existing talent for all Mainers, including our own Tilson employees. It is thrilling to work with creative partners willing to take risks and committed to the reality of bigger opportunities, which create even better solutions. There is so much to say and more on this topic, but with your support and nomination, I do hope my experiences, vision, and determination will best serve the interests and goals of the State Workforce Board and everyone in Maine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horn. Thank you for being willing to serve, and also thank you for your service to our nation. The chair would ask now if there are any members of the committee who have questions of the nominee. Seeing none.
No, I've had my hand up, Mr. Chair.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you. And I must say, what an impressive resume you have.
Thank you.
You have obviously a very insightfulness on our workforce in the state of Maine. What do you see on the horizon for improvements to our workforce?
Fundamentally, I appreciate the question, Representative Drinkwater. Fundamentally, one of the things that I have seen over the last 9 years that I've worked very hard to fix where I could have the ability to do so is that the intent of workforce development programs, grants, federal funding, even some of our state funding, are never actually met with the implementation or at the level that they were originally intended. And there's a lot of reasons for that. But so frequently over the past 5 years in particular, I have been speaking with people who are like, we have received a grant and this is the qualifications of the grant. We need to give it to this audience and they're the only ones that we can do. We can't find anybody. And now we're near term, the end of our grant period. We've got to really spend the money. I have seen this time and time again. And the failure is that the handoff from the original solution that the problem had been identified as and was funded to solve got lost in translation along the way and diluted so that the user, the person it was really intended for, is never really helped at the capacity or the intent that it was met. And I really feel that this is for any type of skills, reskilling, upskilling programs. I see this for IT training. I could probably go on and on. And I think that even in the State Workforce Board Veteran Employment Committee, we have tried to focus on how we make sure the user, the recipient of what was actually intended, gets what they need, because then everyone wins. Everyone is successful at that point. And I try very hard. So that's a broad answer that affects a lot of different potential increases. There's a lot of funding coming. I can see it right now in the telecommunications infrastructure space right now. We're about to get a ton of funding. There are so many bills in the federal government right now for telecommunications training to hire people across the country. That's a lot of people to build the internet that we all just went through even more of a year where we really needed broadband. Representative Pebworth, I think you even addressed it today. Like, this is front and center in conversations I'm having every day. And when big amounts of money get distributed all across, how does my company, for example, get to actually use the money to hire the right people to do the thing it was intended? So I feel like I personally see this. So I see it as a really big problem, and I see it as an opportunity. Hopefully, if you support my nomination to the State Workforce Board, I can bring that vision to ensure that we are able to receive the appropriate resources we get and implement them as intended.
Thank you for your insightfulness.
Thank you.
Are you all set, Representative Drinkwater?
I am for now, sir. Thank you.
I didn't see your hand there. My screen wasn't completely open. So, Senator Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome to our nominee. Thank you for your willingness to serve. My question is related to Maine small businesses. I noticed that most of the people that will be before us today are associated with large organizations, and I'm a small business owner, and I work with a lot of small business owners in the hospitality industry. And I know one thing that is really lacking in the workforce is a lack of entry-level workers, people that are on welfare or just not working at all or staying home on unemployment. And I wondered if you had any thoughts on how to engage those people and get them out into the workforce. And then hopefully, you know, as time goes on, they will advance in their companies or perhaps advance to larger companies, but just getting them in there in those initial jobs. Any thoughts on that?
I have a couple of thoughts. I don't have direct experience recruiting entry level for small businesses, so I don't want to be disingenuous about what my answer is. And I definitely have information and, you know, opportunities to learn. But I heard exactly what you said a couple weeks ago. I attended a Coastal Counties Workforce Development meeting. I just happened to get an email and they said, we'd love to have you. And I said, I'd love to hear what's going on. And it was small business owners talking about exactly what you were talking about. And oftentimes what they were referring to, so this is like answering a different question than what you clearly asked, but what they complained about the most, and by complain, I mean, you know, their biggest source of frustration was their inability to have a holistic marketing plan, like that the level of marketing to share jobs that they had available and connect the opportunities to those who are underemployed or on unemployment was the first hurdle. And then the second hurdle was the discussion about benefits. People make decisions whether regarding the benefits that they're going to get. So I like to say sometimes it's a wise statement, but it doesn't come across as an articulate one. I say the thing is never the thing. And what that means is the decision people ultimately make is actually not the topical reason that you're hearing. You know, it's underneath, it's really below the surface. And so I bet for a lot of those people, the reason they're not taking some of those jobs is reasons we're not even aware of. And I think it's really important to ask those questions and survey. We know everybody on unemployment. We have all of that information right now. We could survey a lot of people on unemployment and give them opportunities to tell us what's going on and learn about other things that are important to them as they come off of unemployment in an entry-level capacity looking for new work. Couple of thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sylvester has a question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Ms. Horn, fellow Portlander, and I appreciate you know, folks working in the high-tech sector. That's certainly an emerging industry in Maine. And I was wondering if you could just talk quickly about sort of the communication between businesses in Maine that are working in that sort of high-tech sector in terms of trying to coordinate your efforts. Because one of the things that I'm interested in is trying to, you know, to go back to Senator Guerin's point, is to try to figure out how other Maine businesses can interact better with folks in the high tech industry, supplying things that they might need that they now get elsewhere. So I was just curious if you could talk a little bit about the growth of that sector.
I mean, I think the sector in Maine is not something I would probably be able to talk specifically about. You know, Hilton itself is a national company, so we're headquartered in Maine. So a lot of what we're looking at in terms of Tilson's growth is not just in Maine. It's really outside of the country. So what is true outside of the country, I think, is also true in Maine, is that rural inaccessibility to the internet really is key to increasing any type of IT and innovation or anything in the sector at the root of it. It's really at the root. I will say the Rue Institute, if you are unfamiliar with the Rue Institute in particular, is just an amazing gift that we have been given here in the state of Maine. I can't say it any other way. I've had the opportunity to partner with the Rue Institute leadership from very early on, and we were Tilson. We helped Dave and Barb Rue and Margaret Angel and Chuck Hewitt really sort of sort of explain what the employer needs were in that area and what employers would like. So we started with 10 employers who were answering that question that you asked, and answering it in a way, how could additional education or professional development that does not exist in the state right now advance these businesses? So I think what you'll find is that other organizations are capable of doing this, but the Root Institute has a lot of energy around it right now. And what I'm seeing with them in particular is that they went from 10 founding employers in January of 2020, and they now have over 400. So by having that many employers together and that many current employees of those employers, new students coming from out of state, new entrepreneurs getting connected, we are all in an opportunity right now, I think, to leverage our connection. And one of the things I think on the connection piece that I think in Maine we're actually really, really bad at, we don't use LinkedIn the way the rest of the nation or the globe uses LinkedIn. I have sent a couple of you LinkedIn requests since we've been on this call. And since we don't have business cards, we're not in conferences anymore like we used to be. We may go back to that at some point, but things will change and undoubtedly. And so if I speak on panels or webinars or anything, I tell people, this is your chance right now. Take a screenshot of all of these names that are on these pictures and send LinkedIn requests to them. We are 3 degrees of separation in Maine. We're not 6 degrees like other places. If we do not leverage this network in a workforce platform that connects people who are open to work, who are hiring for work, who are posting for jobs, if we don't actually leverage that platform, we will miss a huge opportunity to double down on the connection we already have.
Thank you. I agree with you 100%. And I am the House representative on the State Workforce Board, so I look forward to serving with you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Ms. Horn today? Seeing none, thank you for your willingness to do this again, Ms. Horn. And it's good to see you. And I hope to serve you well as my new constituent.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Ms. Thompson, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this nomination?
No, we do not.
Thank you. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. Vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing for Ms. Adria O'Horn of Pittston for appointment to the State Workforce Board is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Seeing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Ms. Adria O'Horn of Pittston for appointment to the State Workforce Board be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislatures, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Hickman, yay. Senator Guerin.
Yay.
Guerin, yay. Senator Miramont.
Yay.
Miramont, yay. Representative Sylvester.
Yes.
Sylvester, yes. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes.
Bradstreet, yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Cuddy, yes. Representative Drinkwater.
Yay.
Drinkwater, yay. Representative Gear.
Yes.
Gear, yes. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Morris, yes. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Pebworth, yes. Representative Prescott.
Yes.
Prescott, yes. Representative Rader.
Yes.
Rader, yes. And Representative Warren.
Yes.
Warren, yes. That is unanimously yays.
13 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing that the nomination of Ms. Adria O'Horn of Pittston for appointment to the State Workforce Board be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate this and look forward to serving you.
Thank you. I will now open the public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of the Honorable John L. Patrick of Rumford for appointment to the State Workforce Board. Under the laws and rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. This meeting is being live streamed on committee's YouTube channel, and that means that if you are participating, you can be seen and heard if your microphone is unmuted. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the main statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Sylvester for the purposes of making such a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It gives me great pleasure to move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing recommend confirmation of the Honorable John L. Patrick of Rumford for appointment to the State Workforce Board.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Bushy for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you once again, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. Once again, my name is Joe Bushy, and I'm the Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here on behalf of the governor today to speak in support of the nomination of the Honorable John Patrick of Rumford as a member of the State Workforce Board. John Patrick is a graduate of Mexico High School and began his career as a welder at Bath Iron Works. He spent 4 years at BIW and left for New Page Corporation, where he spent more than 35 years. He was elected to the Maine House of Representatives in 2000. In 2012, he ran and was elected to represent Maine's 14th district, including parts of Oxford County, the town of Jay. And during his time in the legislature, he served as a member of this very committee. I believe he chaired it for a bit. And he's been a board member of the Maine AFL-CIO and the Western Maine Labor Council for many years. On behalf of Governor Mills, I'd ask that you support the nomination of the Honorable John Patrick of Rumford. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Bushy. The chair would ask if any members of the committee have any questions for him at this time. Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair now
I
recognizes.
believe Senator Miramont had his hand up, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Didn't catch that. Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome. Senator's not here. I do remember that when we were serving on the.
Senator Miramont.
Yes.
Please defer.
Yes.
Are you asking a question of Mr. Bushy or Mr. Patrick?
Mr. Patrick, am I ahead of myself?
You are ahead of yourself. Hold
Thank
that.
you.
We'll come back to you shortly. The
Good
chair
deal.
now recognizes the Honorable John L. Patrick for the purpose of making a statement concerning his nomination. Welcome, sir. You are muted. Please unmute yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Senate Chairman Hickman, House Chairman Sylvester, and the honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is John Patrick, and I am from Rumford. I grew up in Mexico, Maine, but got married, and my wife moved me to Rumford. And I thank you for the opportunity to address you for the consideration of my nomination for the Workforce Development Board. I retired 4 years ago with 50+ active years as an hourly paid worker. The last 37 years was spent as a unionized journeyman mechanic in the paper industry. I'm someone who believes that we must all be lifelong learners. My industry has had so many changes over the years that I don't even qualify for the job that I held for 37 years. I was fortunate to get hundreds of hours of training over the years to continually upgrade my skills. I also took adult education courses as well as community college courses to enhance my skills and my value to my employer. I believe that what I have learned during my working years will allow me to contribute to the State Workforce Board. With all the rapid changes happening constantly in the business community, I know I can be an asset to the board. I respectfully ask for your support for my nomination and happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for indulging me. Senator Patrick, serving with you on the Citizen Trade Policy Commission, as we have for a while, you brought a lot of information about the economic opportunities that Maine might share around the world. Has that also informed you about what qualifications people will need to take advantage of those and what you see for Maine with what you've been reading and learning? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Senator Miramont. One of the things I learned when I was in the legislature is I took an economic development tour to Taiwan. And the thing that I learned about Taiwan is probably one of the greatest democracies in the world, is that if you want a job in Taiwan, you're going to go to college. If you want to be someone in the entertainment industry, if you want to be someone that works in a hotel or anything, you go to college. You learn to learn your craft. And I was really amazed at that, the amount of education that they expect out of everything that they do. And that was one of the things that just blew my mind at how much is needed to get a simple, low-paying job in Taiwan.
Any other questions? Senator, you good? Thank you. Representative Drinkwater has a question.
Thank you. Mr. Patrick, I live right next to Old Town, which is a paper mill. As you know, paper mills have been the lifeblood of this state for many years, and we saw a huge decline in our paper mills. As a member of the workforce, what can you do to preserve those jobs and perhaps grow those jobs?
Well, one of the things I would say, Representative Drinkwater, is that as somebody who started in 1972, the first time in the paper mill, where we was then in relationship to now is like night and day. The environmental abilities of paper mills back then, they polluted like crazy, and through the legislation and stuff, they modernized that. And what I would say is every worker in the paper industry should be looking forward to learning how to do their job better. Like I said in my opening statement, I don't qualify for the job that I have anymore. The Old Town Mill is part of Nine Dragons, which I retired from. And their expectations are really high as well, and they're changing all the time. So anytime anyone, whether you're in production or maintenance, can take community college courses to enhance their ability, they're always looking for people to better themselves through their associates programs and stuff like that. I think that's what they can do. They can make suggestions to the company about how to change grade mix and maybe doing alternate things. When I was in Taiwan, I learned that they were doing different things with different materials. Hemp may be something in the future that they can utilize from the process. There's a lot of things that can be done, but the most important thing is taking the ability of oneself to say, hey, I want to better myself each and every day. I want to learn. If you don't learn something today, you've had a wasted day.
Representative Cuddy has a question.
Thank you, Chair Hickman. Thank you, Mr. Patrick, for being here. John, it's good to see you. I've known Mr. Patrick for quite some time. I've heard him referred to more than once as the legend during the introductions. And one of the things about Mr. Patrick that is legendary is his passion for his fellow workers. And so I just want to ask you, Mr. Patrick, if you're on the State Workforce Development Board, where they're trying to develop the workforce, do you intend to also continue your passion for protecting workers from that position?
Absolutely. Representative Cuddy, thank you for that question. I'm a firm believer. I spent 50 years working since I took my first job working in a drive-in in 1968. And out of those years working, I think out of my 50 years, I probably was unionized over probably at least 40, 45 of those years. I worked at Bath Iron Works. I worked at General Electric in South Portland. I worked at some small dowel mills and stuff like that. And I have a balance and understanding of what both sides bring to the table. And I've always had a benefit from my union. It's not the best for everyone, but the basic concept of unionism is trying to, and as a former union president, the one thing that I always said was, my job is only as secure as how I can help my company profitable. And a lot of people don't realize that there are a lot of union members that think that way, that you've got to do a real good job in order to make sure that your company's profitable in order for you to benefit. So I've always had a passion for that. I have no problem if the whole state of Maine goes union, because I think representation is great. But that doesn't necessarily have to drive me on all my decisions on the workforce board, because there's things that has to be looked at that may not be unionized. But I always have the approach in my background, and I don't mind bringing that forward as far as the questions and ideas that I may bring forward.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Patrick. How are you, sir?
Very good.
Good. I'm very interested. Thank you. I was very interested in your comments about the kids, getting to college. I grew up in Lewiston, in a dying mill town, where certainly the Frenchy kid of a bunch of mill workers wasn't expected to go to college. And I just wondered if you had any thoughts on how there's still a good portion of Maine, I think, that thinks that way, that's not accessible to them. And I wondered if you had any thoughts of how we put that in front of them, that there's this whole world out there of jobs that they might not have thought of.
Well, the funny thing of it is, thank you for the question, Representative Sylvester. One of the things I found in life and in politics and in life in general is sometimes you have to ask them, you have to talk to people, you have to open up their eyes. I listened to Adrienne Horn's comments and stuff, and I concur with everything she said. The opportunities that arise, I got laid off from the paper mill, and my father told me to go get a job down at Bath Iron Works, which was 2 hours away from me, which I didn't want to do. And I fought it tooth and nail. And finally, he coaxed me into it, actually saying, you got to get down there if you want to live here. So, but the thing that I noticed is when
John Patrick, you muted yourself by accident, I believe. There we go.
Sorry about that. What I was saying is, when I was working in the paper mill as a production worker in the 70s, I looked up and watched the guy welding on a chain that brought the logs up from the paper mill. And here I am pulling logs using arm strength. I'm looking up at this guy, and he works for 5 minutes, takes a 10-minute break, works for 5 minutes, takes a 10-minute break. The guy gets twice as much money as I did. I said to myself, well, wow, I'd like to have a job like that. How do I go about it? And someone says, well, why don't you go to the adult ed and take a course? I took a course in adult ed. That opened up my life. And then from there, I went down to Bath Iron Works, got on the job training, took a 9-month pipe fitting course when I was working construction, and have been around as a union member of the IBEW's apprenticeship programs, probably the best in the country, along with Bath Iron Works apprenticeship program. So the thing that I always look at is, if we go to schools, if you're a policeman, if you're a fireman, if you're a plumber, if you're an electrician, if you show the kids what your job is, what the money you can bring in for your family and stuff, there's always opportunities, and especially community colleges nowadays, with the expense of the full-time, full degree programs, that what they have to offer. And that's, I really believe you got to ask people, and you got to talk to kids, and you got to give them ideas in order to touch them. Kind of long-winded, but.
Thank you, sir. No, I appreciate it.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Patrick, for your comments. I appreciate those. Going back to your time in Taiwan and the type of education, you said college, I think there, was their type of college, as they progressed, was it more focused on particular crafts or trades, or was it just education in general?
They had everything. I remember going into the hotel that we were staying, the attention to detail that every single employee had. And I asked him, I says, well, how did you learn your craft? He says, I went to a school. One was basically to open the door for the people and bring them in, bring their luggage in and stuff like that. I said, well, what are you going to do? You're going to do this the rest of your life? I says, no, I can go and get more education to get to the next level, to be like a sub manager and then go up to management and stuff like that. So they have all kinds of levels of education opportunities for everyone.
Thank you.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for being here, Mr. Patrick. I think you're getting at a really interesting issue from my perspective in thinking about whether kids are coming out of our school system in a career-ready place. And I think, just as in your experience in working around the state, how do you see that? Do you feel like our students are graduating from high school with the skills they need to then move into careers? Or is there a missing piece that, as you're talking about sort of college in the Taiwan model? What are your thoughts on that? Are they ready when they come out of high school?
To be honest with you, thank you for the question. To be honest with you, I'd say no. When I was part of the Rumford Mill Improvement Team years ago, I was asked to give a presentation to the high school about trying to get a job in the mill that I was working in. And I went into the school and I explained to them, I'm a maintenance mechanic who had been there and who had been grandfathered. I actually got hired off from the street because I had 10 years experience in the maintenance field. But I went into the school system and I says to all the kids in the classroom, I says, you're going to need algebra, you're going to need algebra 2, you're going to need physics, you're going to need this, you're going to need that. And I says, how many of you, raise your hand, how many of you could qualify for a job in the mill now? And not one of them raised their hand. And one kid raised his hand. I says, yes. And he says, I'm going to go to high school for a 5th year to get 2 of those courses that you mentioned so I could get in. So depending on what the job you're looking for is, I don't believe our education system is really such that a lot of the jobs that are out there now, and especially the more modern ones, you're going to need more education and different education in order to make sure that you are ready.
Thank you for that. And I just have to say that this is one of the biggest gaps that I see in our system right now. There seems to be a fundamental misunderstanding of kids of what skills they're actually going to need to be successful in the workplace. So I would be absolutely happy to work with you on this moving forward. So thank you for that response. I appreciate it.
And I would also say part of the thing is you take a look at Bath Iron Works trying to hire 1,000 skilled workers in the state of Maine that work in the industry. They're not there. They have had one of the best apprenticeship programs over the years, but that wasn't even close enough to hire 1,000 people. In the workforce in general, we've got to constantly upgrade our skills. And that's something that I don't know if a lot of educators and a lot of business people really put their money where their mouth is when it comes to that.
Yep. Same with the shipyard down in Portsmouth. Yep. I hear you. Thank you.
Senator Garin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Senator Patrick. Nice to see you today. I'm not sure if you were listening earlier when I asked the question about small businesses looking for entry-level workers. And I thought your comment about your dad saying, you know, get off the couch and get down there whether you want to or not, was kind of insightful. And I wondered if you had any thoughts on how to get people off the couch and out there when they don't want to come off unemployment or or perhaps are not even seeking work and are not on unemployment. I think Lori LaChance has called it her lost boys. Any ideas?
Well, thank you, Senator Garin, and I hope your pansies get weathered out in the sunshine today.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, that question is something that's been going on for year after year after year. And part of that, when I was a legislator, I would get in trouble because sometimes I wouldn't support some of the big business endeavors. And I would actually get contacted by some of my small business people, and they were saying, we want you to support that issue. And I'm saying, well, wait a minute, that issue right there is going to help big business, but it's not actually going to help small business at all. So what we need is more legislation. And if it happens that if we have to have more tax cuts to actually pay a little bit more for some of the entry level workers and stuff like that, because one, small businesses really can't afford anymore. But if there was tax incentives that brought them over there, that would be one thing. But the idea of getting them off the couch, that has to come from the internal family. And I went 50 years working and I was laid off for 7 years. So I enjoy working. I always did. And getting someone to realize that work is good. The other thing is if you earn your money, you feel a lot better about yourself, whether you get it from unemployment or from welfare and stuff like that. So that's another thing where we've got to try to find ways to educate the nuclear family on the issue of wanting to try to get a job. And there are still a lot of job openings all around at maybe minimum wage, which isn't what it was when I was in the legislature, but you guys did a great job with that. But that it is a perplexing question and stuff, and I don't know whether it's getting more churches, getting more community service organizations, getting more people to try to get people to touch their lives. And I mean, we've all done doors. You've all done doors. You've heard it all and stuff like that. You've asked questions and you've answered questions and stuff like that. The other thing is getting that person to open their eyes to say, hey, did you ever think of trying that? McDonald's now pays, I think, $13 an hour. I wouldn't go work there for $7, but if they offered me a job for 13, I'd sure consider it. It's better than getting unemployment. But I don't know if that answers your question, but it is a tough question. And it's something that we've got to try to get everyone's eyes to open up, that it's better to work than to not work.
Well, thank you. And I'd love to have the board look at that after you're on there. So thank you, Senator Patrick.
Absolutely. Nice to see you again.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Senator Patrick today? Senator Garin, are you all set? Your hand is still raised.
I am all set. Sorry about that.
No problem. Just want to make sure. Senator Patrick, thank you for your years of public service and for your willingness to continue in this way. And we shall see what happens. I look forward to it.
Thank you and congratulations on your victory.
Thank you, sir. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Ms. Thompson, do you have anyone signed up? Seeing none, I do not believe we have anyone signed up. All public comments, therefore, having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee, vote on the nomination, and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. Therefore, the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing for the Honorable John L. Patrick of Rumford for appointment to the State Workforce Board is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Seeing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of the Honorable John L. Patrick of Rumford for appointment to the State Workforce Board be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. The vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Hickman, yay. Senator Guerin.
Yay.
Guerin, yay. Senator Miramont.
Yay.
Miramont, yay. Representative Sylvester.
Yay.
Sylvester, yay. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes.
Bradstreet, yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Cuddy, yes. Representative Drinkwater.
Yay.
Drinkwater, yay. Representative Gear.
Yes.
Gear, yes. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Morris, yes. Representative Pepworth.
Yes.
Pepworth, yes. Representative Prescott.
Yes.
Prescott, yes. Representative Rader.
Yes.
Rader, yes. And Representative Warren.
Yes.
Warren, yes. That is unanimously yes.
13 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing that the nomination of the Honorable John L. Patrick of Rumford for appointment to the State Workforce Board be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Great to see you. I will now open the public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Ms. Merrill Fogg Ryan of Falmouth for appointment to the State Workforce Board. Under the laws and rules of the joint legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the president of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. As you know, this meeting is being recorded and live streamed on YouTube. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Sylvester for the purposes of making such a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing recommend confirmation of Ms. Merrill Fogg Ryan of Falmouth for appointment to the State Workforce Board.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Mr. Bushy for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you once again. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Joe Bushy, and I'm the Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills. I'm here today to speak in support of the nomination of Merrill Fogg Ryan, known professionally as Merrill Fogg, of Falmouth as a member of the State Workforce Board. She has a degree in history from Davidson College and has done postgraduate work in international business. She's worked with UBS as an associate director for global collateral and margin management. And when she left UPS, went to work for JP Morgan in Chicago as a director. In 2016, she began working with Grand Rounds as a vice president. On behalf of Governor Mills, I ask that you support the nomination of Merrill Fogg Ryan of Falmouth for appointment to the State Workforce Board, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Bushy. The chair would ask if any member of the committee has any questions for him. Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Ms. Merrill Fogg Ryan for the purpose of making a statement concerning her nomination.
Thank you all. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I'm very honored to be here today as my name is Merrill Fogg or Merrill Fogg Ryan. I've been born and raised in Maine. My family has lived in Maine as long as we can trace back. And it's really just been such a privilege living and working in the state. I grew up in Yarmouth. and live in Falmouth now. And in 2016, was able to relocate from Chicago to Maine to join Grand Rounds. Grand Rounds is a healthcare technology company that's based out of San Francisco. But throughout the 4 years that I've been there, our presence in Maine has grown from 30 people to now over 250 employees, all serving out of our office in Lewiston. It has just been such an incredible joy to not only expose myself to a different field being healthcare technology, but also really bringing a really diverse set of jobs to Androscoggin County and working with partners from community colleges to staffing agencies to recruiting agencies for veteran affairs to really build and grow that talent in Maine. Through that experience and through that growth, I definitely have a really good understanding of the challenges in sourcing and training talent. We've spent a bunch of time talking about, how we get, kids, high school graduates, college graduates ready for the job market, and, certainly have a firsthand view and perspective there. I also feel like I have a pretty strong view on how to retain and keep an engaged workforce. We have incredible retention numbers across the team, but specifically in our main site. And that's something that I'm incredibly proud of. I also do feel, I started my career in financial services, and now I'm working primarily with hiring and bringing on entry-level workers. And so I have a really wide breadth of experience, both in hiring and recruiting what I would call professional talent, as well as entry-level workers, and the different needs for both of those populations. And with that, I just thank you for consideration of my nomination, and I would be really honored to not only partner with some of the folks we've heard through, from already today, but also with all of you.
Thank you very much for being here, for being willing to serve in this role. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Fogg, for being here. Can you just give me a brief description of what Grand Rounds is? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, sure. So Grand Rounds is a healthcare technology. It's actually a benefit that's available. So usually large employers, or in the case of the state of Maine, provide it for their employees. And we help people with a couple different things, but we help people who have really serious health concerns, like a cancer diagnosis, receive a second opinion from the foremost expert in that area across the country. So we partner with institutions like Mass General, Dana-Farber, UCSF in California, to really help give people, guidance and clarity on their next steps. We also help people locate local providers in their area. Access to healthcare is one of the greatest inequities across the country. And so really making sure that everyone is set up with a primary care provider, or knows where that, can receive those services is one of the foremost values of our mission. So we help people find high quality providers in their local area. And then we also help people fight, sort of the healthcare costs. So we know that healthcare costs can be crippling and is a huge source of bankruptcy. And so I have a whole team of basically what we call claims advocates who just, fight tirelessly on behalf of our members to either, get unfair charges or errors written off, or work through basically options for reduced payment and payment plans. Oh, and then lastly, we do provide telemedicine services, which has also been a huge thing, especially with COVID, and for serving folks in remote areas.
You're set, Representative. Looks like it. Representative Petworth has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Fogg. I believe as part of the Policy Leaders Academy, MDF took us on a tour, and I'm curious if, let's see, there was a location in a mill that seemed like part of the company. Can you tell us sort of about that collaboration and where else you might be located in Maine?
Yeah, so actually, you're right. We were located in Mill 6, which is one of the abandoned mills in Lewiston. And in 2016 and 2017, we partnered with a local builder and really kind of recreated that space. In 2020, so actually we just basically when COVID had hit, we had moved into an even larger space within that mill complex in Mill 1, a 42,000 square foot space that is our new home. And again, was able to partner with the same group of people to make that happen. And it's been such an amazing experience watching these old spaces come back to life, restoring them and really sort of repurposing them in incredible ways. And it's actually one of the things that our team, our employees value the most, is just being in these beautiful open spaces. So many of the folks that work for us are I think Representative Sylvester mentioned this, either children or were former mill workers themselves. And so to come back into these spaces where their relatives may have worked has been really special. And, just some really, really fun stories there. So yeah, the continued growth and expansion of those mills is certainly a priority, and something, we even have rights to another 40,000 square feet above our current space. So, our continued growth and commitment to Maine is something that that is very important to our strategy.
Thank you very much.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Fogg, for being here. My question has to do with Grand Rounds. I'm curious as to your perspectives on what are the areas where you're growing the most in terms of staff and people, and then what are the biggest challenges that you're finding in filling roles at the company?
Yes, so we have been growing the most in our entry-level roles, which is what we call our care coordinator. So these are, people we hire for their high empathy, strong communication skills, people who are, have a deep connection to our mission of raising the standard of healthcare for everyone, everywhere. For the most part, these are, some people certainly are college grads, but many times these are high school graduates who maybe have had a few years experience working in a doctor's office or have, experience either in hospitality or customer service. And, but really what we're looking for are folks who are willing to learn something new. So we definitely take on a lot of that training ourselves, but our self-starters are, enthusiastic and really want to grow and develop. In terms of the challenges that we've had in sort of filling those roles, they've been twofold. And I've partnered with our community college system to think about how, we can start thinking about like badge systems, especially for those high school graduates who need some experience before being able to really join the workforce. But I think it's the greatest challenge we've had actually is finding people who have problem solving skills and can approach a problem from a systemic way and use kind of the facts in front of them to make a decision. But frankly, it's also been just like the speed of our growth. We've needed to hire so many people. So we had to hire, I think my team size across the country grew by almost 250 to 300 people in 2020. And frankly, the main talent pool couldn't keep up with that. Even from like a temp resource perspective, our partners at ProShares and Bonnie Staffing just could not provide the talent. And I think certainly 2020 brought many complicating factors, childcare, the fact that there were some incentives for folks that weren't in the workforce, I think certainly made it tricky for us to fill some roles quickly. But really it's sometimes the volume of hiring that we have to do and really, unlocking that pool of resources in Maine has been a challenge at times.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Ms. Fogg, I noticed that you have a degree in history. I'm a lover of history. I wondered if you could talk to me a little bit about if you had a specialty within that, and then moving on to speak a little bit about your education in Cambridge.
Sure. Yeah. So I actually had a specialization in British history. So when I graduated college in Davidson, which is in North Carolina, it's a small liberal arts school. I accepted an internship, which sent me to London for a year upon graduation. And so as part of that, there was a education component where we were, took courses through Cambridge and received our certificate in international business. And then it also introduced me to a career in financial services, which as a history major had never been something that I considered. And so, and, that's where I remained for 10 years and had a, just an amazing opportunity to grow and to learn within those organizations. I certainly don't miss working in financial services. I feel like my true calling is where I am right now, but the investment that they were able to make in me and in both leadership training and development, as well as just, general skills was unbelievable. And I'm so grateful for that. But really living abroad for a year when I was so young, I was, just 22, was this amazing moment for me, learning so much, not only about how, how business operated over there and how the, cultural melting pot that is London in the UK influenced business there was so interesting, but also really getting a perspective of how other countries perceived the United States was fascinating, and certainly has stuck with me. And I had the privilege of being able to return over the years, both with UBS and JP Morgan. I had a large team that was based in London that I would travel back and forth and, think of it as a home away from home. It's really such a special place. But I feel incredibly privileged with my education. And I know we've spent a little bit of time talking about college and the importance there. I will say working at Grand Rounds, especially working with this incredible group of people in Lewiston, I would say it has opened my mind because, I truly did see college as like the one track. But in meeting a different set of the workforce, I think community colleges have such an important role to play. And I think, I think there's just so much that can be, that we can train our workforce on in community colleges. So, outside of this traditional 4-year college, that I really feel like is a huge opportunity that we have in front of us within the state. So, yeah. And I think there's a tremendous opportunity to partner with businesses in terms of shaping some of those curriculums too.
Thank you for that. I cannot say I disagree. Community colleges are an essential part of workforce development in our state. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Fogg? Seeing none, thank you. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Ms. Thompson, I don't believe we have anyone signed up. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Therefore, all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee, vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing for Ms. Meryl Fogg Ryan of Falmouth for appointment to the State Workforce Board is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take this vote immediately. Seeing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Ms. Meryl Fogg Ryan of Falmouth for appointing to the State Workforce Board be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Hickman, yay. Senator Guerin.
Yay.
Guerin, yay. Senator Miramont.
Yay.
Miramont, yay. Representative Sylvester.
Yay.
Sylvester, yay. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes.
Bradstreet, yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Cuddy, yes. Representative Drinkwater.
Yay.
Drinkwater, yay. Representative Gear.
Yes.
Gear, yes. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Morris, yes. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Pebworth, yes. Representative Prescott.
Yes.
Prescott, yes. Representative Rader.
Yes.
Rader, yes. And Representative Warren.
Yes.
Warren, yes. And that is unanimously yes.
13 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing that the nomination of Ms. Meryl Fogg Ryan of Falmouth for appointment to the State Workforce Board be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your willingness to serve. We will have one more confirmation hearing, which we will do momentarily. I want to let those who are here for the public hearings we have that we will begin public hearings at 1 o'clock. We will begin public hearings on the bills that we have at 1 o'clock because we will break for lunch when this public hearing on this confirmation is over. So with that, I will open the public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Vaughn Woodruff of Pittsfield for appointment to the State Workforce Board. Under the laws and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. A reminder, this is being recorded and live streamed. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine Statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Sylvester for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing recommend confirmation of Mr. Vaughn J. Woodruff of Pittsfield for appointment to the State Workforce Board.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Mr. Bushy once again for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you once again, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Joe Bushy, Deputy Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Mills, and I'm here for the final time today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of Vaughn Woodruff of Pittsfield as a member of the State Workforce Board. Mr. Woodruff is a graduate of the University of Maine with a degree in civil engineering and also has a master's degree in education from Prescott College. He's currently the director of the Revision Energy Training Center and is the former CEO and founder of InSource Renewables, a position he held until the two companies merged under the Revision Energy banner. Previously, Mr. Woodruff also worked as a solar thermal instructor for the United States Department of Energy's Solar Instructor Training Network at Kennebec Community College. And outside of his work, he's engaged in many civic organizations, including the Western Mountains Committee. He co-founded the Heart of Pittsfield and is a former member of the Pittsfield Planning Board. On behalf of Governor Mills, I ask that you support the nomination of Vaughn Woodruff of Pittsfield. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. And I thank you for considering all of our nominees today.
Thank you, Mr. Bushy. The chair inquires if the committee has any questions. Seeing none.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Mr. Vaughn J. Woodruff for the purpose of making a statement concerning his nomination. Welcome, Mr. Woodruff.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Thank you, Representative Sylvester and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Vaughn Woodruff, and I'm humbled and honored to be under consideration for selection to the Workforce Board. Thank you, Mr. Bushy, for presenting a portion of my professional history and for your office's trust in my ability to serve the state in this role. Nearly 200 years ago, my great-great-great-grandfather left Senator Hickman's hometown of Winthrop, I don't know why, and built a farm on a hill in Ripley, Maine. Since that time, my family's identity has been largely shaped by the rocky hills of central Maine. Our family's vocation shifted away from farming about 100 years ago when my grandfather was kicked off the farm and sent to become a veterinarian. My grandfather, Dr. John Woodcock, would become the first of 3 generations of boomerangs in our family when he returned to Maine with my grandmother and made Pittsfield his home. He served as state veterinarian. He stayed very connected to his Ripley homestead, which still remains in our family, and was one of the most influential people in my life. He served as my elder in understanding the character needed to survive this area and instilled in me a commitment to our communities. During the last years of his life, I'd accompany him on drives from Pittsfield to Ripley and hear the stories of the farms that used to line the various routes between the two towns. Having grown up in Pittsfield during the 80s and now as a parent here, I deeply understand the context of workforce development and economic development in rural Maine. I know many of my childhood friends who left and didn't return. I know the challenges of running a business here, and I recognize the broad economic challenges of our rural communities and the consequences of decades of economic downturn. I was also fortunate to have some rich experiences outside of Maine. Working with inspiring communities in the Northern Cheyenne Nation, in Hopi Land, in Oakland, California, and in Denver, Colorado, I was provided with a shocking glimpse into the barriers that exist for individuals whose own people have been historically disenfranchised. In my professional career, I've worked within the private, public, and nonprofit sectors in a variety of capacities in an effort to extend to others the opportunities I was fortunate to receive. This work focused largely on education, environmental stewardship, and housing before I entered the solar industry 13 years ago. During the past decade plus, I served in various capacities within our national industry to build a strong foundation for workforce development and quality. I also founded and worked with a number of other talented trades professionals to build InSource Renewables, a solar construction company that was based here in Pittsfield. We became only the 10th solar company in North America to earn company accreditation. And we were recognized in 2019 as being among the top 10% of B Corps in the world based on our activities related to workers. A big part of that recognition was due to our conversion of InSource Renewables to a worker cooperative, which formally democratized our workplace and provided employees with the opportunity to own the company. Earlier this year, the membership of InSource Renewables decided to join forces with another employee-owned B Corp, Revision Energy. I'm now transitioning into the role of directing Revision's workforce development efforts, which includes oversight of what is believed to be the country's first solar in-house apprenticeship program that allows entry-level professionals to earn experience on the job and an electrical license through their employer, a company which the apprentices also own. My work will also involve active efforts to increase opportunities for women and first-generation Mainers to bring their talents to our industry and to Maine's workforce. As the COVID pandemic is made readily apparent, we are highly dependent upon the labor of frontline workers and blue-collar professionals. The state's recently released economic development and climate plans also highlight how dependent our collective economic future as a state relies on a strong and qualified workforce to implement. This is particularly true for the trades in a state that has an aging population such as ours. As a former employee, former employer, as the CEO of InSource, and as a former employee of the Maine Community College system, I've been fortunate to see what works well and areas where we can improve our commitment to workforce development to support both individual Mainers and small businesses. I hope that my personal and professional experience and my commitment to our collective home state can be a valuable service. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Woodruff. I turned my camera off because I'm having a very bad connection. Can you all hear me? Great. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Woodruff? Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Woodruff, thank you very much. I live just north of Pittsfield. My concern is we're losing young people rapidly, better economic opportunities out of state. With your experience, what can we do in this state to get our young people to come back?
That's a great question. It's a concern I share as well, Representative. One of the things that I think fails to serve us in the ability that we would have as a state is our mismatch between the trades and opportunity. I think if all of us here close our eyes and envision a trades professional, we have an implicit bias of what that looks like. It's probably a white guy of a certain age with a certain educational background and a certain economic position that doesn't really match reality. A lot of times we take learners who enter the schools that have really strong tactile learning style, and they're difficult to sit in a classroom, and we tend to marginalize them as learners from the time they enter our school system until they get into high school, where a lot of our vocational programs, even with the hard work of the people that are in them, often are seen as safety nets for something for a kid to do before they drop out of school. And we really need to re-envision what the trades are. We need to change that narrative within our schools. We need to demonstrate the opportunities that are there so that those types of learners are feeling part of our system, because ultimately, as we've seen in our goals with the climate plan and the economic plan, it takes people to do that work. These are people we're going to be asking to roll up their sleeves and help us rebuild, in some cases, our communities. And we need to elevate that work and elevate that learning in order to do so.
Thank you.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Mr. Woodruff. I was really interested to hear your presentation and the variety of experiences you would bring to the board. I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in the 70s and 80s when we lost an entire industry. And since then, I think anybody who's visited Pittsburgh recently will know that we've had quite a comeback over the years in that particular area. And it took so many different parts and pieces coming together to make that happen. And I see Maine, right now really being in a similar place. I'm just curious from your perspective, what you see as, when you think about the workforce board, what would be the most immediate and most important challenge to address to help us move forward towards that new economy and new industry?
Certainly. That's a big question. And I'll give a few pieces because we could talk about that quite a bit. I mean, I think probably as you saw in Pittsburgh and we see in a lot of our mill towns, there's an economic trauma that exists where powers that feel like we had no control over have impacted our view of what's possible within our economy. That's a long-term gain. I think in the near term, the support of small businesses is important. The state of Maine has some incredible support for small businesses, for workers, but they're housed into various different places. And so, we have a lot of businesses that are working tooth and nail to get by, and these programs could help support them, but finding the time to actually navigate that bureaucratic system to fully leverage that, both for the workers and the employers, is difficult. And that's going to be a big part of my perspective coming into this, is how do we streamline that so that we can allow the employers to do what they're best at. We can empower the workers to work their way into positions that empower them and their families. And really take full advantage of the programs that do exist in the state. Things like Opportunity Maine and the apprenticeship programs and things along those lines could all be pulled together in a more seamless way to support small businesses so they can go do what they do best.
Thank you.
Representative Pedworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Woodruff, for being here today. I have to admit, I don't have a question. I maybe have an answer. When we think about how to bring people back to Maine, I really want to commend the governor and Mr. Bushy for this slate of recommendations. The people that we've been hearing from today, yourself included, Mr. Woodruff, are amazing. And it's so inspiring to hear what is happening in Maine right now and to know that this group of people is being pulled onto a board. It's really exciting and hopeful. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. I hope I take at least more than a few weeks to disappoint you. But thank you very much. I agree.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Woodruff, thanks for being here. We overlapped in front of the Energy Committee where I found that you had a vast knowledge of that industry and how it was developing and taking off. And so in your new role, how many jobs do you anticipate that you'll need at Revision over, say, the next 5 years, if you can do that? And do you have any minimum wage jobs? Do you need to have people that are trained? And are there programs that are helping to train that part of the economy? And I also just note that when it comes to the technology trades, that even the most basic worker seems to have a knowledge way beyond what anyone would expect, and we need to be providing that for them. I think that's a statement more than the question, but the first part's the questions about hiring and need and qualifications and minimum wage or beyond. Please, thank you.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Senator. So as far as jobs coming down the line, I mean, I served as in front of your committee, I served as also the representative of our industry trade group. And I will say right now, there are thousands and thousands of jobs that are needed in order to meet the demand of our industry. And if you broaden our industry into energy efficiency, et cetera, heat pump installers, builders, you're getting above 10,000 easily. The types, as you said, the trades have changed significantly. They're becoming ever more technical. Especially in the renewable energy and energy efficiency realm, where we're either dealing with new technologies or retrofitting existing housing. They're very highly technical jobs. So we do have entry-level positions when our companies go to hire. it's very rare that we find somebody who is worked, you know, in a legacy position with another solar company who's coming into ours. So we're consistently in the workforce development train, just working on helping folks transfer their skills from where they came into ours. Our industry is a well-paid industry, like many of the construction trades. We have everything from, you know, entry-level helpers to electricians to engineers to service professionals, marketing, you know, you name it, we have it. And, you know, the ability for this industry to provide a pathway to good paying jobs is quite overwhelming at times, actually, in terms of the potential that's there, and trying to deal with the barriers that limit our ability to do that.
Thank you.
Representative Rader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Mr. Woodruff. I appreciate you speaking to apprenticeships. That's not something we talk about a lot, and in this culture of unpaid internships that we currently have in the world, I appreciate someone with their focus on a paid intern or apprenticeship, sorry. And being that you have experience in the solar industry, what role do you see the Workforce Board playing in the cultivation and training for green energy jobs?
That's a great question. I think there's a shift that needs to happen a bit in terms of back towards the apprenticeship model, both as a result of what works educationally as well as what our workforce demands. Like right now, our industry can't wait for somebody to go through a 2-year program to hire them. We need them now. And so the ability, you know, it's one of those pieces that has arisen, and the union's done a good job through the apprenticeship programs as well of getting folks leveraged into positions where, you know, they can provide strong wages, et cetera. But I think we generally need to look, and I think COVID's providing some unique opportunities for that in the shift of our educational models. To, you know, I used to teach in the classroom, and we used to try and create this world that mimicked the outside world as a way of teaching, and then maybe go on a couple field trips. In reality, authentic learning is much more rich when we're actually engaged in that and supplementing that through the academic pieces in some trades, and ours is definitely one of those. So yeah, I look forward to working with the Maine Community College system, with other apprenticeship programs, with the Department of Labor, seeing how we can bring these things together so that we can, I mean, ultimately we want to serve our learners and our workers, right? And so finding the best way to really leverage their talents so that they have hope and opportunity is going to have a tremendous amount of transformational opportunity for us here in the state.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Woodruff, for being here. I appreciate your presence here and your input. I'm wondering, I think you mentioned you have been involved in maybe not workforce development, but it may be something in other states where you could view them, what they do there. I wonder if you had a chance to compare how Maine does compared to other states, and as far as their efforts in workforce development and the assets that they put towards it.
Certainly. I wish I could give you an answer there. My role outside of the state was not as an employer, so it's a little bit different for me to take a look at there. I mean, I definitely, looking at the programs that Maine has in place, especially our goal is to try and attract young people who are just getting out of degree programs or trades, et cetera, to come here and have loans forgiven, et cetera. The states I had been in, I had seen nothing of the like, and had lived in 4 other states. You know, I think Maine has unique issues with unique solutions, and I've been impressed by some of the pieces that are there, certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Woodruff, it's an honor to have you here today. Your reputation precedes you. Your wealth of knowledge and experience is unparalleled. And I would like to thank you for sharing your family history with me. I enjoy that story. Do you presently grow any food on your property in Pittsfield?
A little bit. My wife is doing some hugelculture out back. I don't do any real work anymore. I sit in front of computers and at a desk most of the time. I hope there'll be a day when I get to grow again. I appreciate all the work that you're doing, helping bring local foods to the area.
Thank you. We just got to get you outside to get some vitamin D, okay?
Certainly.
All right. It doesn't seem like there are any other questions from the committee at this time. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Ms. Thompson, do we have anyone signed up?
No, we don't.
Thank you. Therefore, all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. Vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA, Section 157, and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing for Mr. Vaughn J. Woodruff of Pittsfield for the appointment to the State Workforce Board is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Seeing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Vaughn J. Woodruff of Pittsfield for appointment to the State Workforce Board be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA, Chapter 6, Section 157, and the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Hickman, yay. Senator Guerin.
Yay.
Guerin, yay. Senator Miramont.
Yay.
Miramont, yay. Representative Sylvester is absent. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes.
Bradstreet, yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Cuddy, yes. Representative Drinkwater.
Yay.
Drinkwater, yay. Representative Gear.
Yes.
Gear, yes. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Morris, yes. Representative Pepworth.
Yes.
Pepworth. Representative Prescott.
Yes.
Prescott, yes. Representative Rader.
Yes.
Rader, yes. And Representative Warren.
Yes.
Warren, yes. And that is unanimous of those present, one absent.
12 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative with 1 member absent. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing that the nomination of Mr. Vaughn J. Woodruff of Pittsfield for appointment to the State Workforce Board be confirmed. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Congratulations.
Look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bushy, before you leave, may I just ask you a quick question about the
Sure.
entire process? Are we, does that mean that the entire State Workforce Board has seats confirmed?
No, we had nominated 2 other folks who actually withdrew after their nominations were posted. They were both business representatives, Tim Template of Puritan and Michael Bennett of Chinbro. So there are at least 2 more that we are actively working on and hope to address this session at least.
Thank you very much for that information.
Yep.
With that committee, I'm going to amend my previous comment since it is already 12:40. We will break until 1:15. For lunch, we will return to do 5 public hearings in numerical order. See you at 1:15. Please mute and turn off your videos. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is Good Friday. It is Passover. I hope that this weekend everyone will enjoy themselves. It is 1:15. To the extent possible, I like to begin again on time. We are going to have here at the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing 5 public hearings, beginning with LD 773 and ending with LD 839. We intend to take them in order. I believe I have all that I need to begin. Once again, welcome to everyone who is attending. We will be hearing from people who are testifying in favor first of these bills, then opposed to the bills, and then neither for nor against the bills. I apologize for my phone ringing in the background. I can't do anything about that at the moment. If you can hear it, I apologize. This is being live streamed on both YouTube and on our audio site on the Maine Legislature's webpage. So if you are attending, please keep your mic on mute when you come into the room so that we can't hear you until you are called upon. With that, I am going to open up the public hearing on LD 773, an act to assist public school students and families who are homeless, presented by Representative Michael Brennan of Portland. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Good to see you and congratulations. It's always a pleasure to come back to the Labor and Housing Committee. And I think I see more of Representative Sylvester on Zoom than I do in the city of Portland. So thank you very much to the two of you and to members of the committee. I am Representative Michael Brennan, and I represent District 36, which is part of Portland. And I'm very pleased and also somewhat disturbed to bring you LD 773 today, an act to assist homeless students who are homeless. The genesis of this bill in 2019, there was a fairly lengthy article in the Maine Sunday Telegram detailing homeless students that were in the state of Maine. As a result of that article, the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee drafted a letter to the Department of Education asking them to look into this situation more closely and to provide some details to us. In February of last year, they provided a report to the Education Committee. And before the committee was able to take up the report in any depth, we obviously adjourned. But the report, and I can make the report available to you, gave a fairly disturbing account of what's happening across the state of Maine with students who are in our K through 12 system who are all also homeless. And it's roughly estimated, if you look at my testimony, there's a graph attached to the testimony that shows that we have between 2,500 and 3,000 students in our K through 12 system in the state of Maine that are considered homeless by the definition identified by the McKinty-Vento Act, federal legislation of 2015. Surprisingly, our overall population of K through 12 students in the state has dropped from 2014 to today from 184,000 students to 180,000 students, but the number of students who are homeless has actually increased. And again, if you look at the graph in my testimony, it will show that there were approximately 1,986 students who are homeless in 2013-14, and that number grew to 2,449 in 2017 and 18. And we estimate that with COVID-19 and the recent disruptions across the state, that number is 2,500 to 3,000. Equally disturbing with that increase, there's been a significant increase in the number of students with special needs who have become homeless, as well as students who are English language learners. And in 2014, there were 599 students with special needs that were homeless. By 2018, that had grown to 906, almost a 51% increase. The number of English learners who are homeless in 2014 was 146. That grew to 396 by 2019, And that represented 171% increase in that population and homelessness. We have reports, and it's documented that close to 60% of the students that, again, in the report, that are homeless are, quote, doubled up. They're living with another family. Another 10 to 20% are living in hotels, homeless shelters, or transitional living. But an estimated 3 to 5% are students who are living in cars with their family or in a situation that is particularly vulnerable. So what this bill is an attempt, it doesn't totally resolve the problem of homelessness among students. But as I mentioned, there's federal legislation in 2015, the McKinney-Vento Act, requires the state to identify a homeless liaison in the Department of Education. And it also requires every school district to identify a homeless coordinator in that school district. That's why we have pretty good numbers about how many people or students are homeless within the school districts. But those liaisons, it's very, it's not a uniform system across the state. Sometimes you have CTE coordinators are identified as the homeless liaison, sometimes the social workers, sometimes people who have 2 or 3 other jobs. What this bill attempts to do is to say that when a McKinney-Vento liaison homeless coordinator in a school district identifies a student who is homeless, the student or the family, there would be a referral that would be made to Maine State Housing Authority. Maine State Housing Authority would work with that referral to determine within current resources that are available at Maine State Housing Authority, that student and or family would immediately qualify for a housing voucher or some other type of housing assistance. The second part of the bill, after the referral process and looking at current resources, would create a separate program fund using a combination of general fund and federal money to assist those students that don't qualify under existing Section 8 or other programs within Maine State Housing Authority to provide for a housing voucher. It would also direct Maine State Housing Authority to administer the fund and to determine eligibility and oversee the award. So I'm trying to utilize existing resources to provide immediate housing for students that are homeless. And I also would like to identify general fund money along with federal money that could be used to assist those students that, again, may not qualify for existing resources. I think that you would all agree, everybody on this committee would agree, that a student who is 8, 9, or 10 years old, if they are homeless along with their family, that compromises their educational situation. And it's very, very difficult, if not almost impossible, to continue to have high academic performance if you have a child that's in a situation that they're homeless or their living situation is extraordinarily unstable. I think it's unfortunate that we haven't paid attention to this issue in previous years. I am thankful that finally the department did produce a report that gave us a little bit better understanding of the dimensions of the problem. And I would ask this committee to work with me to identify existing resources and other resources so that we can start to address this problem in a uniform way. So thank you very much. And I would be more than happy to answer any questions that the committee might have at this point. I also, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, want to thank your staff person who did a very good job in helping me draft an amendment to make it look far better than the first draft that I gave to him. So I want to express my appreciation for his help and support. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Representative. We have excellent analysts who do a great job for us, as well as everyone in the Office of the Reviser of Statutes. Are there any questions for Representative Brennan? Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for being here. I'm looking at the title you've evolved. I'm not sure if the title is going to be replaced or not, but it's an act to assist public school students and families who are homeless. Would a student have to be enrolled in a public school and a public school only to qualify for this?
I hadn't thought, that's a good question, because I know we have private schools and students that are attending private schools. The numbers that I have at this point, I believe, only reflect public school students. I'm not sure that it does reflect students who may be homeless who are attending private schools or in other institutions, but I'd be more than happy to talk to you and talk to the committee if we want to be more expansive in terms of how this program, I similar to you, Representative Bradstreet, I'd be concerned about any student that would be homeless, and that we'd want to do as best we can to put them in a position that they would be successful in school. So I'd be more than happy to have that discussion. It's just at this point, the numbers that I have in the report tend to reflect public schools.
You said, thank you. And Representative Brennan, can you please ensure that before the work session, we do have a copy of that report that you speak of?
I can make sure that everybody on the committee has a copy of the report for a work session. Yes.
Thank you. Representative Drinkwater has a question.
Thank you. Representative Brennan. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, Representative Drinkwater.
We
miss you on the Education Committee.
Yeah, I miss you too. And I really am intrigued by your bills, because you always have part 1, part 2, sometimes it's part 5 and 6. But anyway, my question is this. This committee likes data from people, and you're saying 2,500 to 3,000 students are currently homeless.
Yep.
Did I hear you correct to say that came from the Maine Sunday Times?
No, there was an article in the Maine Sunday Telegram that did have that data. But again, if you look at the graph that I gave you in my testimony, it shows that in 2017 and 18, data gathered by the Department of Education shows there were 2,449. And if you updated that data in 2019-20, it would clearly be over 2,500. And we estimate, just in my conversation with the Department of Education, we think that number is higher just because of COVID-19. But you can read the 2,449, which is pretty close to 2,500, was the number that we had from the department as of 2018.
And if I may have a quick follow-up, sir?
You may.
You talk about English learners. Yes. I'm curious what that definition applies to.
Well, again, I can cite the report, but typically that's, I know from the city of Portland, those are students that are engaged in a program or I have identified to be in a program to assist with learning English, and that English is not necessarily their first language.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. I'll see you soon over there in education.
Okay, great. Look forward to it.
Representative Sylvester. You're on mute, sir.
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. I know this is a bill that's really close to your heart. And like all your bills, you dig in. You mentioned, working with us on existing sources of financing. I'm wondering whether or not you know of any of those existing resources that you found in your research, or if you have directions to point us in.
Yes, I know the committee has spent a lot of time talking about housing issues, but as you know, Maine State Housing Authority administers the Section 8 program, and those parts of the state do not have public housing authorities. So Portland, South Portland, Westbrook, which have housing authority, administer their own Section 8 programs. So I'm assuming that there would be students outside of those existing local housing authorities that would qualify for a housing voucher through Maine State Housing Authority. So that's one source of funding that I suspect would be available through Maine State Housing Authority. Secondly, in my discussions with Peter Merrill and Eric Jorgensen, they identified 2 or 3 other potential programs in Maine State Housing Authority, which used a combination of state and federal funds that might be helpful to assist students who are homeless. I know you've had a lot of discussions about the home program, and what I tried to do with this program was not to encroach on the home program because that's dedicated for a number of other sources. And that's why I've also tried to look at general fund and also potentially federal money that would augment those programs that are available through Maine State Housing Authority, but somebody might not be eligible for a variety of different reasons. Not to, again, to get into all the details, but the McKinney-Vento definition of homelessness, I understand, is a little bit more general than the Maine State Housing Authority definition of homeless in terms of how it might apply to a Section 8 voucher. So that's why I've tried to structure the program to look at existing resources, but also to create some flexibility. Now, at the same time, you've probably also heard the General Assistance Program. That program is about 80% housing in terms of people that it assists, and it would seem likely that somebody who was homeless, their family was homeless, or a student, that they would qualify for general assistance. One of the problems, though, with general assistance is it has workfare requirements, and it has a number of other reporting requirements, and it's also not mobile. So if you had a student that was in one place and they had to move to another place to find housing, the Section 8 certificate is mobile, but general assistance is not. So hopefully that answered your question in part.
Yes, thank you very much. And I looked at your amendment, but I didn't have the opportunity to study it in depth. And I wondered, are you giving latitude to seek federal waivers?
Absolutely. And again, I know I know this is a little unusual, but I've been assured that it's permissible. That what I'm trying to do is to designate or earmark federal money that may be coming to the state that could be used for this purpose if in fact general funds are not available. So typically we would look to general fund money, but given the fact that there will be an infusion of federal funds, and if those federal funds are available, I think earmarking those for this program and for the students that we're talking about would be appropriate.
Thank you very much.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Brennan, for bringing this bill to address this really, I think, increasingly dire issue. I don't see how a child can go to school when they are sleeping in their car at night and study and be effective in that setting. So one of the things that we have heard a lot about on this committee is not only the lack of available vouchers and things for people to get access to housing, but also the lack of available housing once they have a voucher of some kind. I'm wondering if you had any discussions about prioritizing this group or something within a Maine housing system.
Yes, I have. Again, I've talked to Eric Jorgensen and to Peter Merrill about some type of prioritization. And I think they're open to the discussion, but obviously there are any number of other groups that are competing for housing money and for that type of priority. And quite frankly, Representative, that's why I've tried to create a separate program and say, again, how can we maximize and use existing resources, but we also need to give special consideration and some urgency, I would say, to students and families that are in the circumstances, because as you pointed out, when we start to compromise somebody's educational performance and achievement when they're 7, 8, and 9 years old, it's extraordinarily difficult to try to catch up. And so I'm trying to have a program that's flexible, uses existing resources, but has a sense of urgency in the sense that we can access resources fairly quickly and be able to address the situation very quickly without putting somebody on a Section 8 waiting list that could be for 2 years. Or there are other housing programs in the greater Portland area that do have subsidized housing, but the waiting lists are extensive. So I agree with you. There is a shortage of affordable housing and rental units. But at the same time, the first step to accessing any housing that's available is having that financial resource.
And can I have a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair?
You may.
And then with my understanding is that within the home fund,
yep,
there is a pretty good degree of flexibility
mm-hmm.
Within that fund. So in your conversations with Maine Housing, is there a sense that this is a doable thing within the fund?
I believe it would be, Representative Gear, but as I mentioned, I've spent a lot of time working with Maine State Housing Authority on the home fund, and that's had some issues with other administrations that have tried to take money out of the home fund. It then has compromised our ability to address some of the issues around affordable housing and creating some of the long-term solutions that we might have. So at this point, I'd like not to wander into the home fund because I'd like to have as much resources available as we can to address affordable housing issues. But at the same time, if we come to some collective agreement that going to the home fund is the best way and the most flexible way and addresses the urgency, I would like to have that discussion. But I'd like first to look at other resources in the general fund or federal funding before encroaching on the home fund.
Great, thank you.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you again. Looking at your the amendment, which is the bill, you reference the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 for possible funding.
Yep.
And I'm not sure if you want to answer this, or maybe we have some from Maine Housing coming after this, as to whether or not it's been worked out enough, whether those funds, this program is eligible for those funds. And we won't know how much to go into the general fund until we find out what might be available through this particular act. So just a comment, or maybe somebody from Maine Housing could answer. Thank you.
Well, Representative, that's a good question. And right now we have a lot of moving parts between federal money and between the general fund and between existing resources. And what I've tried to do is put all of those on the table and at some point take advantage of which one of those moving parts makes the most sense within this bill. I can't give you any assurance at this point that federal funds could be used for that. I can give a pretty high degree of certainty to say there are existing resources of Maine State Housing Authority that could be used. And I could give very high degree of certainty in saying that general fund money with the appropriate program around that could be used for this purpose. But right now, we're over in education, we're looking at $411 million of federal money that's coming to state for education, and we still don't have federal guidance yet on how that money might be used. And I think we'll all be learning going forward. But I wanted to take a shot at earmarking some of that money if possible.
Good point about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions for Representative Brennan? Seeing none, thank you for presenting the bill and the amendment.
And Senator, thank you very much. And it was good to see all of you. And thank you, Representative Sylvester. And I look forward to the work session. And if anybody has any questions in between, I'd be more than happy to answer them. And I will make sure that everybody gets a copy of the report.
Yes, great. Thank you very much. We look forward to working with you on this.
Okay.
I have two people who signed up to testify in favor of the bill, Anna Brewer of Preble Street and Eric Jorgensen from Maine State Housing. Ms. Thompson, if you could promote them to the room. And we will begin with testimony from Anna Brewer of Preble Street.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I wrote good morning because it's supposed to be at 10 a.m., but here we are. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Anna Brewer, and I'm the Homeless Voices for Justice team leader at Preble Street. I am here today to testify on behalf of Preble Street in support of the amended version of LD 773, which would provide essential housing support for students experiencing homelessness in Maine. Preble Street is a human services organization that operates programs throughout the state of Maine. We provide low barrier services that empower people experiencing problems with homelessness, housing, hunger, and poverty, and we advocate for solutions to these problems. Preble Street's Teen Services program offers a full spectrum of care for homeless and runaway youth between the ages of 12 and 21. Our program offerings include a drop-in teen center, a 24-bed licensed youth shelter, the largest youth shelter in the state, a street outreach program, and a transitional living housing program. Teen Services empowers youth to plan healthy, hopeful futures by connecting them to basic needs, supportive services, such as education and counseling, case management, and housing. Teen Services provides 24/7 year-round safety and support to over 200 youth and young adults each year. And in 2020, despite the COVID-19 pandemic, we supported 45 youth in securing permanent or supportive housing. We see firsthand on a daily basis the challenges that youth experiencing homelessness face in obtaining housing. Housing assistance programs can be incredibly hard to access for youth and families experiencing homelessness. One, because these programs are underfunded and unable to meet the immense need. And two, because these students and families are balancing an incredible amount of stressors and needs while experiencing homelessness. At Preble Street, we have strong supports in place to assist the young people who stay in our shelter with getting their education. However, homelessness creates an inherent lack of stability that is necessary for academic success. This leads to a cycle that continues to repeat. We know that youth with less than a high school diploma or GED have a 346% higher risk of experiencing homelessness than youth with at least a high school degree. In other words, youth who start their educational careers as homeless or unstably housed are more likely to be unstably housed or homeless as an adult because of the impact of their childhood houselessness on their educational journey. This is unacceptable and entirely preventable. McKinney-Vento liaisons are a key link to housing supports for homeless youth. As our Director of Teen Services attests, McKinney-Vento liaisons in this state are nothing short of superheroes who work tirelessly to support students experiencing homelessness in their districts. But we see every day that these supports are simply not enough. Students and their families need housing in order to be successful. LD 773 and its proposed Homeless Student Assistance Program and Homeless Student Assistance Fund would provide essential support to homeless youth, connecting them to the housing that they need to complete their education and build the foundation for a successful adulthood. This bill would make an enormous difference for homeless students in Maine. Preble Street urges you to vote ought to pass on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Warren.
Very much. I've been hearing a little bit of reverb from Senator Hickman. Am I sounding okay? It's probably on my side.
Yeah, Representative Warren, you are very broken up. And what I am going to ask you to do, if you don't mind, is can you write your question in the comment? And then I can direct it to the person. So just give us, we'll go to another legislator with a question, and then Representative Warren, just put your question in the comment. We'll make sure that she gets it. Thank you. Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Preble Street, you do a wonderful job. No questions about it. This is really kind of a two-part question. One, do you folks also do the navigation to help people secure housing? And if so, would you agree with me that there's a real lack of housing?
Yeah, so in Teen Services, our Teen Services caseworkers are working with the teens that we see who are often just individuals experiencing homelessness, not with their families at that point. We work to place them in housing or other transitional programs. And yes, I think anyone would agree with you that there is a real lack of housing that is financially accessible to people experiencing homelessness.
Thank you.
Representative Warren, did you want to try to ask your question without your camera on, just in case that helps? She may have dropped off. Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Brewer. It's always good to have you here. I was surprised that Preble Street is a statewide organization, not just focused in Portland. Can you tell me a little bit more about the services offered in other areas?
Yeah, we have satellite offices in Lewiston and Bangor, and the programs operating out of those offices are our veterans housing services and our anti-trafficking services. So you're correct to think that a lot of the services are concentrated in Portland and the greater Portland area, but we do extend further north into the state for some of our programs.
The focus in Southern Maine, excuse me, Mr. Chair, the focus in Southern Maine is more on housing than the two programs that you mentioned that are in Bangor and Lewiston.
I would maybe turn that and say the focus in Southern Maine is more on housing, hunger, and emergency shelter. And then the focus upstate, I don't know if it's called upstate, but upstate is on housing and case management for veterans and people experiencing trafficking.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. Representative Warren.
Thank you so much, Senator Hickman. And is this any better?
Yes.
That's great. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry, I don't know what my issue is. So thank you so much, Anna, for your testimony. I'm wondering if I could frame this question from a perspective of assuming that if we all know there's a certain amount of youth homelessness that happens in the state of Maine, and it's sort of maybe a choice that we're making not to do something about it, if maybe that's how someone could see it, then maybe what are the consequences of that choice in the longer term, if you could indulge me, like we're then making a choice instead of housing youth and their families today, are there maybe ways that you connect long-term health service consequences or the lack of ability to have folks be part of our strengthening our economy with if there's any ways that you can connect those things, if that makes sense. So if we're paying, we either pay for it now and limit a certain amount of suffering, or we kind of pay for it in the longer term in other ways.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And a lot of our questions around paying for services for people experiencing homelessness come down to paying for services now or paying for services later. We know that youth experiencing homelessness are more likely to experience homelessness as adults, and that homelessness creates a cycle of trauma. You know, people experiencing homelessness are using emergency services at higher rates than people not experiencing homelessness, and that ends up being a burden on the taxpayer as well. And so I don't have specifics that I can offer you, but I would definitely say that yes, not investing now creates a cycle of trauma, a lack of access to resources, and just further marginalizes and makes vulnerable these youth who are often put in situations that have to do with the cards that they've been dealt and not their own personal choices.
That's just a general statement. You have a follow-up, Representative? Or are you good?
I do, if it's okay, a brief one.
Yep, go for it.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask as well, maybe if you, not too specific, but if you think that we lose out in any way, like thinking about that these are young people where maybe the majority of Mainers have a home, like I was fortunate to growing up, then almost like they're great and they're doing well, and then because of the consequences of policy decisions, they have been maybe denied certain opportunities. So I'm wondering how you think about it in your profession from both the ways that they are further marginalized, but then also just how much they have to offer us, and maybe what we're losing out, if you think about it that way as well.
Yeah, well, well, we all talk about how Maine is the oldest state in the country. and so, or maybe not the oldest state in the country, but a pretty old state. And so the youth in Maine are such an important part of our future and of building the future of Maine. And if we're not investing in them, and then we, if we're not investing in their ability to be housed, then we're not investing in their futures. I think, so I guess maybe that's what the state of Maine loses out on. But in terms of what the youth lose out on, I think growing up housed, I never had to think about where my next meal, where my next bed, whether or not I was going to go to class tomorrow. Like, I was fortunate to grow up in a household where it was assumed that I was going to go to college, and all of those things just wouldn't have been true had I not had a home. And so I can't think about thinking about where I would be today had I not had stable housing. I don't think I would be afforded half of the opportunities.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Brewer from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Eric Jorgensen from Maine State Housing.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right? Everything's good? Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, distinguished members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Eric Jorgensen. I'm Director of Government Relations at the Maine State Housing Authority. And we're speaking today in favor of this bill. We are always in support of chipping away at the problem of homelessness, and homeless students with their families are a population whose needs, I think, have been said so well by Representative Brennan and Ms. Brewer. They have special urgency. So we support this bill very much. We do think there are some issues that need to be thought through relating to it. As you know, I think there are many different bills before the legislature this year dealing with various aspects of homelessness. And we would note that the committee, I think, needs to really think about how these, if they're all passed, might interact on a policy level. Just how do you prioritize different parts of the problem? 2 days ago, we received Representative Brennan's amendment, which replaced the original language of the bill, and my comments are really directed at the bill as amended. I think it's much better. So first, I thought it would be useful to review how homeless students are currently managed. Under the current policy, unaccompanied students should be referred to DHHS, while those who are part of families should be referred to local public housing authorities, or in places where those don't exist, to the Maine State Housing Authority. Each local housing authority has established priorities for issuing housing vouchers. And Maine Housing, for example, prioritizes homeless people above all others. Other organizations prioritize local residents or other groups in need. So a major issue is one that's familiar to everybody on this committee, and it's been mentioned today. Providing a voucher is one thing, but finding a unit is something entirely different. We currently have a larger affordable housing construction pipeline than we've probably ever had in the history of our state, which is very exciting, but the supply deficit's not going to be overcome soon. So there's not much we can do about the supply in the short term, at least. That said, I think the other part of the problem is always funding. And as is the case in every state, the federal government doesn't offer enough funds for vouchers. So adding new funds would make a positive difference. The bill refers these families to the Maine State Housing Authority. We would ask that the language be amended so that these referrals are broadened to go to DHHS, Maine Housing, or local housing authorities, depending on the case or the jurisdiction. That just makes it consistent. So as for financing, this bill proposes to fund the program with $2 million from the general fund, as well as $2 million from the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act. And while the general fund money would be welcome and straightforward, and we would create a short-term voucher program with that, the American Rescue Plan resources would be from a grant that we haven't yet received and for which we haven't received Treasury guidance yet. So we're sort of out there a little bit on that. This is going to be one-time funding that may need to be directly COVID related. We don't really know what that nexus is going to be, but it's something to think about. We do know that it's going to include a certain amount of funding to support housing vouchers for people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. So it will help this population. And we're a little uncomfortable about specifying a dollar value from this future grant for this particular program. I think if we restrict $2 million for this particular population, that means there'll be $2 million less for other needs as identified by the statewide homeless council for other groups of homeless people. So, you know, that's not to say this wouldn't be a good use of the funds at all. And it's not to say this isn't an urgent need, but it's just that I think it's important to be deliberate in why this one group should be funded ahead of others. Finally, I'll just say a small request in 4763 sub 4, as outlined in the sponsor's amendment, the bill specifies that the Maine State Housing Authority shall adopt rules to implement this section. We would simply ask that the shall be changed to may, as we believe we probably already have the rules in place that would cover this sort of a program. Certainly the issue of homeless students in our public schools is important and pressing. We fully agree with the aim of this legislation, and thank you for listening. I also want to thank Representative Brennan for not wanting to go into the home fund, because that really is critical. Every dollar that comes out of the home fund is a dollar that doesn't get used for housing production. And no matter how good the other reasons are, that's a dollar. It takes away from the larger scale need to solve these problems. So thank you so much. I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. Bradstreet has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. Again, actually, you've already touched on one of the concerns or questions that I had is, you know, given all the requests we've had for Maine State Housing to be involved in all these different programs, are we maybe not better off to have concentrate on the funding rather than develop a new program and let Maine State Housing use its administrative abilities to administer the funds in maybe a most efficient way, as opposed to establishing a new program which may indeed even require more people to administer. And I also understand your situation with how do you administer funds throughout the state, this program throughout the state, when maybe locals are already better equipped to do it.
Well, I would just say thank you very much for that. It's not as much that locals are better equipped to do it, but I mean, in areas where there are local housing authorities, you have to go through those housing authorities. That's just how the law works. And I think those organizations all have they have different priorities, but they're all generally consistent. I mean, if you're a homeless person, you're going to be right near the top of. If you're actively homeless, you're going to be right near the top of the list for whatever's available. It's just that whatever's available isn't always very much. And that's really that's a big problem. That's just, as we all know, it's a tough nut to crack. But as for just getting money and administering it, we can certainly, you know, we would be very happy to do that. I think that would be very good. I would see this as fitting sort of an overlay onto one of our existing voucher programs. And I should also say, Representative Drinkwater asked me at one of our earlier hearings to put together a listing of all the vouchers. And I've been working on that, and I've got it like 95% ready to go. And I was going to send it out to the committee, actually, because that might be helpful too, to sort of see the other kinds of programs that are out there.
Well,
I haven't forgotten that.
Story is, if you can think of a more efficient way to administer the funds so they get to the final destination with as little overhead as possible, I think that's the goal. Thank you. And I know Maine State Housing could do it.
Thank you.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Jorgensen. You know, I think that to piggyback on Representative Bradstreet, I think the coordination between all these different levels are important, and as you noted, and that one might be able in a circumstance to do something different. And the 128th, we did pass legislation that allowed for agreements for Maine State Housing to work in areas where on specific programs. So I just point that out. But what I'm wondering is who should be the front person for this? So when requests come in, and which department should it be? Maine State Housing deciding that the local authority in Portland or in Sanford could do this best, or that you know, this is an HHS problem?
Well, I think it's sort of, I don't know exactly. I think it really just depends on where you're coming from. And if you're, say, there's factors like if you're an unaccompanied minor, for example, that's a different equation that goes to HHS. And if you're a family, it goes somewhere else. And if you're in a town that has a housing authority, it goes somewhere else. So I sort of think that I think these things get sorted out. That's my impression, but I can find out more about that if you want.
I would. And a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
You may.
Since we're dealing with homelessness and school-age children in particular, would the DOE also be somebody we'd want to bring in on this, since many of these will be reported at the school level?
Right. Well, these are certainly coming out of the McKinney-Vento coordinators who are at the school level. And so I would think the DOE is baked into the bill. But yeah, I think that's important. I mean, they're obviously the referring agency, and they would have other, there may be value in putting some of the other services that might go with this. Or I don't really know, but I think that's right. They're definitely part of the equation. They have to be.
And Mr. Chair, I might indulge, but Steve, for the work session, if we could know a little bit more about McKinney-Vento, that'd be great. And as teachers are trying to be the ones, calling on this, I want them to have one place to call and not try to figure out where I live, I should call this person. So Mr. Jorgensen, if you have any thoughts on that matter for the work session, that I would be interested in hearing that.
Thank you. I'll do that.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jurgensen, always good to see you. Again, yes, very interested in seeing how many different voucher programs we offer. Also would like to see how much total money there is for these voucher programs. And I just quickly did some rough figures here. Representative Brennan says between 2,500 to 3,000 homeless kids. I took his low number, 2,500. Figuring about $1,000 a month for rent times 12 months. My estimation is $30 million is needed just to get to his low number. And again, I'd like to hit the point that I think it's a lack of housing that we have a problem with. And I talked to my local housing authority here in Old Town, and what they're willing to pay for rent is behind what fair market is bringing. I don't know if there's anything Maine Housing can do to say to these housing agencies, hey, you need to update what you're willing to pay. So that's more of a statement, Mr. Chair, than it is a question, but thank you for indulging me.
I would be more than happy to just give you I will get you some information. I actually, after you actually asked a similar question earlier, and I don't think we've had the work session for that bill yet, but I need to find out about that, because I think we do. I did ask about how often we update the rent standards, and it's a process, and it does get done, I think, quite often. But I'll make sure I'll find out more about that for you particularly.
Senator Mirmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Jorgensen, new on the committee, relatively. I mean, we've been here a little while, but the bills keep having the same theme that everybody has a need. We can't meet the need. And even the previous question by Representative Drinkwater about raising what the voucher will pay for, which still will fall behind because the people living in the market, working in the market, can't afford the housing. And it may have been a Portland problem for a while, but now it's a Rockland problem. Now it's always been a Camden problem because of the cost of our rents. But I have several friends who are builders. They're having to cut off the number of houses they're going to build, multi-million-dollar houses, and they can only do 6 a year at their company. But there's nobody talking about building low-income housing. I'm not saying nobody, but the comparison to the demand is so far out of whack that how are we going to get closer if we don't come up with some kind of statewide rent control or something that brings or keeps the prices in line with what people can actually earn at a job? And we're beyond where it's 2 people working at minimum wage in most of the areas that need housing. So is there something at Maine Housing that is looking into it that way? The bigger picture, and I know that you are because you're all forward thinkers, how are we going to do more than just keep piecemealing bills that may or may not get funded? How are we going to get people on long waiting lists? And I get at least an email a week. I don't know what else to do. I'm trying to finish college. I'm trying to do this, and I have no place to live. And the other is when I was working on the homeless issues last year or before COVID,
it also seemed that there were so many rules about where any kind of project could be built so that it was walking distance to a grocery store, because there's an expectation you can't keep a car running if you're going to use that type of housing. Some of this is baffling. So I want to put all that out. You don't have to answer it all, but it might be good if you have this information to send to the committee some primer about how you're going to actually deal with the problem at Maine Housing or not, and we need to form something else to deal with it. Thank you.
Well, let me, if I might just take a couple of things. I'm not going to wade into the idea of statewide rent control. That sounds like that's outside of our range. But I think you're absolutely correct on the problem. We are right now, though, we're at a very interesting place. I mean, we've been suffering with very, very long and increasing backlogs and the availability of units. Our production pipeline, as I said, is bigger than it's ever been before. We're going to probably bring on about 700 units this year, and we're working up toward over 1,000 in the next few years, each year coming on. Largely, that's the result of the state affordable housing tax credit that was passed last year. Is a very, very big thing that happened. We've had a change in the federal affordable housing tax credit. Those are both things. Those are both essential items to make housing work in terms of make the numbers work if you're doing development. So that's a huge issue. I think also there's the issue of local zoning and that kind of stuff. There's a project I was familiar with. There's a project that's going in, I think I guess it's not Rockland, I was thinking of it's Belfast. But I mean, there's a lot of problem, people object to having new construction being put in, and that's really an issue that has to be figured out. We better go from NIMBYism up to YIMBYism, as they say around here. So I think that's a real issue. And then you get down to the voucher problem. And the voucher problem is really huge. I mean, I think as Representative Drinkwater mentioned, I mean, he was calculating this out at 10 or $20 million. And I think that's not a unlikely number. That's why one of the reasons why states don't typically fund vouchers. The numbers are too big. The federal government's the only place that can produce large numbers of vouchers and have them be, at a sustainable level, because people get onto these programs and they stay on them for a long time. I mean, most people who have housing vouchers are elderly, and so they're not going to be getting a fancy new job and suddenly doubling their income, or they're people who are disabled. Again, they're not likely to be getting off these programs. So as a consequence, we only have maybe 45 or 50 new vouchers available every month because of the turnover. And just the cost of starting new ones is very, very expensive. One of the reasons we've been so adamant about not going into the home fund for this, for vouchers, for things like vouchers, is because what ends up happening is that every year the cost of a program goes up. And every year rent goes up, every year the cost of the program will increase. So either you start serving fewer people, and when you've got people who are on long-term vouchers, like elderly people and disabled people and others, you don't want to end up throwing them off the program. So then you're forced into like short-term vouchers, which actually have a very good value, which I think these would be more likely to be. But it's a real issue. And I'm just sort of rambling on here, but it's not an easy nut to crack. And I think that, we're really trying to figure this out, but it's a multi-pronged process and it's going to take time. And we've just had some very exciting developments, though, in the last couple of years. And I think the more we can do some of that to stimulate growth and building, that'll be very helpful.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Jorgensen? Seeing none, thank you. And if I understand it correctly, Ms. Thompson, those are the only people signed up to testify on LD 773?
Yeah, that's correct.
In that case, I will close the public hearing on LD 773. Is there anything else the committee needs for the work session? Seeing nothing. We will now move to LD 775. I will open the public hearing on an act to include within the definitions of public employee and judicial employee those who have been employed for less than 6 months, presented by Representative Michael Sylvester of Portland, our House Chair. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Hickman and esteemed colleagues of the Joint Committee on Labor and Housing, my name is Representative Mike Sylvester. I'm here today to introduce LD 775 and LD 1559, an act to include within the definitions of public employee and judicial employee those who have been employed for less than 6 months. What this bill does is to remove a hole within the status of public employees and create an employment situation which aligns Maine's public and judicial employees with public workers in other states and with their union counterparts in the private sector. In most public sector venues and in the private sector, an employee is hired and they have all the same rights and responsibilities of any other employees, except one. They're likely on a probation of some sort. Now, being on probation means that union or non-union, the employee can be fired for any reason if the employer feels the new hire is not working out. Now, other than their probation status, however, most new hires are considered employees with the same full rights and responsibilities as every other employee. Now, in the non-union sector, these rights are contained in an employee handbook or a policy manual. In a union setting, these rules are delineated in the union contract. And that is where Maine law becomes odd. Now, in Maine, during that probation period, the new public employee has no status. That is not normal in public sector labor relations in other states. New hires in Maine are not public employees under the law. They are not covered under the union contract, and they have none of the rights set forth in that contract. If, for example, an employer asks someone to complete an unsafe task, harass the employee as a protected class, or unilaterally change the terms of their employment, this worker has no right to grieve these things any more than any other worker in the state who was not covered by a contract. The union doesn't even have the right to ask a question about it, as we'll talk about later. So, for example, a worker who was harassed by coworkers would have to individually bring a complaint to his or her supervisors while in a probationary status when they get to be let go for any reason, as we discussed during the at-will bill. Now, they do not have the support of their union shop steward at that point, or the union itself, or even the right for the union to advocate on issues that might involve other employees. Now, what LD 1959 does is to give newly hired employees all the rights of the regular public employees, things like to have their schedules posted, to be provided safe working conditions, etc., while not having what is termed just cause or the right to grieve their termination. Now, all the other rights in the contract would apply, but if they didn't work out, they could still be let go without having the employer have to prove that they had a just cause to fire them. Now, why is this important? All public employers, like all private employers, are struggling to find good workers. For the law to create an undesirable work status for the first 6 months of employment seems counterproductive to hiring and retaining the best employees, and this state has a distinct problem in keeping people more than 6 months. People turn to the public sector for surety and predictability. Saying that for your first 6 months, you're on your own doesn't seem in line with attracting and retaining employees. Second, whatever your thoughts about unions, the grievance process allows predictability for employers and employees. In these litigious times, to say that I have been told when discussing this bill that workers can go to the Department of Labor or go to the Human Rights Commission seems somewhat disingenuous. Is that the best that we can do for our state and municipal workers, is to ask them to stand in line with everyone else? Now, LD 1959 is a bill about equity, but perhaps as importantly, it is a bill about the state and other public sector employees having the same predictable dispute resolution for new employees as they do for their non-probationary employees. It is a bill about retaining and attracting the best people available and abolishing this quasi-limbo status in our employment laws. Now, the bill that you see in front of you is the same exact bill that was passed out of this committee in the 129th. It was the result of much compromise and hard work. You might wonder whether the governor's office was involved. In fact, the governor's office and their staff held several stakeholder groups to carve out language which was supported on all sides in the 129th. You might wonder if the judicial branch was involved. In fact, I had phone conversations with Julia Finn Esquire from the judicial branch, And there were long discussions between myself, Ms. Smith, and the analyst at the time over several email chains and discussions to land on this language. This would meet the requirement under Title 26 MRS 1294, which is part of the Judicial Employees Labor Relations Act, and states that, quote, "This act shall not be amended without first consulting the Supreme Judicial Court." The language determined as a result of the work from the governor's office, as well as the language consulted upon but with Ms. Finn Esquire, the same exact language that I am submitting today would seem to be language that would be brought from compromise to solve a particular problem. Now, since this morning, I've learned that the governor's office is, or that we will have a representative from the state who will speak against this bill, which was negotiated out of the governor's office in the 129th, on the basis of what seems to be a single human resources complaint. And what that complaint was the fact that someone was let go during their probation period, and the union asked why. The union inquired for information about why they were let go. And what I was told was that human resources doesn't have the capability to answer the sort of questions that they answer every day for every other state that is out there. And it would seem, as I said, that since we have a real problem with holding on to folks more than 6 months, that you would want as many people advocating for those folks in order to keep their long-term employment, particularly given the cost of training employees in these very particular jobs. And with that, I thank you for your time and listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chairman Sylvester. Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions, if I may. So the outcome of this bill would be to essentially eliminate a probationary status of employees. Is that right?
That is absolutely.
In all effects.
Nope, absolutely incorrect. So the probationary status would still be in place. Most union contracts have a probationary status, which waives just cause. So during the period, some of them, it can be a year, it can be 90 days, it can be 6 months, as it is in the state and in most public employers. And so the employer still has the right to see whether this employee works out. But for other types of things that are in the contract, like you're going to get paid on time, you're going to get your schedule, won't change without, you won't be transferred from one department to the other. All the other kinds of things that are in a contract for wages, working conditions, and benefits, right? All of those things would still apply to this employee. Right now, until an employee hits the 6 months, the union has no right to even talk to them. They have no right to advocate on their behalf on any issue. And they have no right to inquire on work situations that are brought up to them. All the rights that they have for every other state worker. And so what this bill seeks to do is just to give them the other avenues to make sure that they are being protected as state workers in the same way that we protect everyone else.
Thank you. The other question I have is public employer would apply to more than just the state of Maine. Is that right?
That is correct. It would this law that carves out this 6 months applies to every public employee in every sector. And so again, it would give just cause to all of those folks, but it would enforce in schools, for example, in municipalities, the right to have a union representation during that 6 months.
Okay, so have any of their representatives been part of the negotiations with the governor, to your knowledge?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Have any of those organizations, for instance, the State School Boards Association, been in contact with the governor's office or been part of the negotiations? That's what I'm asking. Maybe somebody can come on and testify afterwards. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, no, see, this is the interesting problem. That would be a great question for the state representative because it was out of the governor's office that led these negotiations and wanted to do it that way. And so I actually was not a part of it. I said that whatever they came up with would work for me. So it's a good question, and maybe Mr. McCabe would know the answer to that question as well.
Very good, thank you.
Are there any other questions for the sponsor? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Chair. We will now move to testimony in favor of LD 775. I have Adam Good, Jeff McCabe, and John Krasinski, who will be testifying in favor. And if Ms. Thompson can let them all in, that'd be great. Welcome, Mr. Good. You are on.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Adam Good, Legislative and Political Director for the Maine AFL-CIO. Under current law, public sector workers that fall under the Maine Municipal Employees Labor Relations Law, the State Employees Labor Relation Act, and the Judicial Employees Labor Relation Act, and have been employed for less than 6 months are excluded from the definition of public employee. LD 775 includes these workers as public employees. This is important because the current law prevents employees who are in their first 6 months of employment from receiving benefits or protections, including the right to file a prohibited practice charge, to vote on choosing a bargaining agent, or to vote on decertification, and the right to union representation. What this means is that an employee in their first 6 months of work who is terminated shortly after raising concerns about gender, age, or racial discrimination can have their employer refuse to acknowledge the grievance filed by the union on behalf of the employee. Why should the fact that an employee is new provide a loophole that allows employers to cover up discriminatory behavior? To Representative Bradstreet's question, we want to be very clear that we are not talking about a bargain probationary period. It's confusing. It was confusing for me to learn about this, but an employee's initial probationary period can overlap with this 6-month window addressed in this bill. Issues related to just cause, which non-probationary employees are protected by, are not related to the 6-month window. A newly hired teacher may be under a collectively bargained 2 or 3 year probationary period, but this 6-month provision is not related in any way to that probationary period. A good way to understand this is that you can be in the bargaining unit voting on a bargaining agent or decertification vote during your probationary period. In the 6-month window, an employee is not even in the bargaining unit. The 6-month exception is not in the University of Maine System Labor Relations Act, the National Labor Relations Act, or in private sector contracts. Employees in those workplaces have the same rights, responsibilities, and union representation as their coworkers and are likely to be in a probationary period. The Human Rights Act and the Maine Whistleblower Protection Act also do not have similar provisions. The lack of representation resulting from the current law has consequences for workers. While new hires in the 6-month time frame enjoy the same benefits as their coworkers, employers can deny such benefits by arguing that the union representing the employee is not allowed to enforce the contract. In practice, there is no 2-tier system where an employee in their 5th month of employment works under different terms than an employee under their 7th month employment. But despite this practice, the lack of protection resulting from the exclusion of workers in the first 6 months of employment means an employer could deny a benefit like parental leave and argue that the employee's union cannot enforce the contract through the grievance process.
Mr. Good, I'm afraid that is the end of your
Excellent.
time.
That was my last point, unless you want to ask any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Good. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chair, I believe my
Representative Bradstreet.
And now, I see it now. Sorry about that. Representative.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Sometimes when I look at when somebody's trying to change something, I'd like to find out, get some knowledge about why it was instituted in the first place. Do you know why the 6-month probation or this 6-month period where they're not considered a public employee was installed and instituted in the first place?
I have no clue about that. It's a great question. We think about that too, because we don't want to change something and then have it come back and bite us for not having done it. I will say that in the last legislature, you have made a change where unions can have access to new hires and communicate with them about the contract and the benefits, and the employer is required to provide some information about how to contact them. And we think that removing the 6-month exclusion makes it so that opportunity makes a little bit more sense. Right now, a union can meet with a new hire and provide them information for the contract, but if they wind up filing a grievance or trying to enforce the contract, the employer can ignore it because they're not classified as a public employee.
Well said there. Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Good, good seeing you again. Isn't this something that could be negotiated during union contract negotiations?
It's a great question. My understanding is that the contract does not apply to these 6-month hires. So if you were in your probationary period, the contract would apply to you. And because the folks in this category are not quote unquote public employees, the employer can ignore a grievance or ignore the enforcement of the contract. So you could negotiate anything into the contract. You could negotiate the moon into a contract. You give everybody a horse. But when it comes to enforcing that contract, I think that the need for this change is to make it so somebody in their first 6 months can have the contract enforced if something happens. Right now, if somebody has a situation where there's a person in management or supervisor that's doing discriminatory practices and you file a grievance or try to enforce the contract, I think the only recourse for the person is to go to the Maine Human Rights Act and file something privately, which is time consuming and difficult. So that's our understanding of it.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Good from the committee? Going once. Thank you, Mr. Good. I see Mr. McCabe is not present at this time, so we'll move on to testimony from Mr. Kuczynski. Welcome.
Hello, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and other esteemed members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is John Kuczynski, here on behalf of the Maine Education Association to testify in support of LD 775. I have submitted written testimony. I'm just going to highlight a few key points and try to respond to some of the questions I've heard here today. This bill, as Representative Sylvester said, is identical to a bill last year that came together after negotiations with the governor's office, MSCA, and Representative Sylvester left this out. Maine School Management Association was also very involved in those discussions. And this bill represents the compromise that was reached last year. That bill died only after the legislative session was adjourned due to COVID. I have included in my testimony the specific definition that's at stake here. And to Representative Bradstreet's point earlier, I just want to flag the reason that we're asking for this change actually because of a 2010 Supreme Court case where they ruled on a Maine Labor Relations Board finding, and that's included in my testimony, which just further highlighted the need to have clarity on this issue because that Supreme Court case leaves the parties in limbo currently as to what the ramifications are for this 6-month exclusion on law and its application to contract language. So removing this language actually clarifies that based on the Supreme Court case, which I've included in my testimony. For MEA, the key issue here as well is that under the current law and under the current interpretation, you've heard some of the things that employees in their first 6 months are prohibited from. They're also prohibited from participating in union elections, voting on union contracts, all those kinds of things. And I just need to reiterate that this is super important, especially for teachers, because MEA does a lot of work around peer support and helping new entrants to the classroom. And there are districts now where some districts will say, don't talk to the union, you're not allowed to talk to them for your first 6 months. This would just eliminate that entirely. I also need to point out that this bill before you would actually bring conformity among the other labor relations statutes. This 6-month provision is not found in the University of Maine System Labor Relations Act, nor is it found in the National Labor Relations Act, NLRA. So it's only a few places where we have this exception, and this bill will address that. I've also addressed the issue in my testimony of the probationary period, which I think has been well discussed so far at this point. I just need to point out as well one inconsistency currently. If this remains, then an employer could argue that in your first 6 months, you're not an employee, you're not a public employee. And this is why it doesn't jive with probationary periods, because currently in Maine, teachers have 2-year probationary period. But if you were to actually apply this law, that would actually mean the probationary period for teachers is 2 years and 6 months, because you're not officially an employee until after that first 6 months. So again, this would bring contracts and standards and what is currently done in the overwhelming number of school districts just in compliance with the law and what should be happening in terms of the 6-month period. I want to just respond to Representative Drinkwater asked a question. Can you just negotiate this? We can't. This is state law. This would preempt the contract. So we could have a contract that says this doesn't apply, but if the state law says there's a 6-month provision, then we would have to abide by that. I think this is a weird section of law. I think it's strange to define a public employee as someone who hasn't worked, who you must work more than 6 months in order to be a public employee. And I just need to reiterate for MEA, those first 6 months of a teacher in the classroom are when that person needs the most support. We try to do that. And unfortunately, this law is preventing that from happening in all cases. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Kaczynski. Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kaczynski, it's always good to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
I actually miss seeing you in person because you're very entertaining. So you're saying
I'm not as loud. You'll find I'm not as loud on Zoom as I am in person. So
true, but you type loud. That I do know. You said in your testimony that state law doesn't allow that. So what we're trying to do here is overturn state law?
No, what you're trying to do, sir, as I mentioned, the 2010 state Supreme Court case added to this confusion. There was a new interpretation out of that case around what this law meant. And so the proposal before you, like all other bills, are designed to change the law. And the change being proposed here is to make this section of law, whether it's municipal, state, or judicial, the same as currently happens under the National Labor Relations Act or under the Higher Ed Labor Relations Act, which includes the University of Maine and community colleges. So we're asking to make the law synchronous and throughout all sections of labor law. That'll certainly help all of us.
I would like, if you could, at some point in time, cite the case from 2010. I would actually like to look that up.
Sure, it's in my testimony. If you look at my written testimony, the case is City of Bangor versus AFSCME and MLRB.
In the footnote. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I always include footnotes in my testimony.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good to see you, Mr. Kaczynski.
Good to see you, Representative.
Thank you. For my edification here, because I'm just, I'm not a labor law person. It just seems to me like the way the definition is creates a situation where you're an employee, but you're not an employee. And that seems to me completely just nonsensical. How can you be working somewhere for 6 months? Again, knowing I'm very clear, I think, on the fact that this is not a probationary thing. It's just, you're not being called an employee. So just making sure I understand that correctly. Is that basically what it's saying?
Absolutely, Representative Gear. I think it's archaic. I think it is baffling when you read it. And if someone with nefarious purposes here, you could very well bring someone in for their first 5 months and 30 days, hire them at minimum wage, not apply the union contract, terminate them on that last day, rehire them a day later, and they're never a public employee. They will never have the benefits of the union contract. They would never be in MEPERS. I'm not saying that's happening, Representative Gear, but used for its most nefarious purpose, you could see that occur.
Thanks.
I believe it's archaic.
Thank you, Mr. Kaczynski. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. McCabe was here as video 3. He is now here as Jeff McCabe. You may proceed, sir, with your testimony.
Thank you. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I am Jeff McCabe, the Director of Legislation and Politics for Maine Service Employees Association. We urge your strong support today of LD 775. This legislation provides that for the purposes of the public employee law relations, a person who has been an employee of the state of Maine or another public employer for less than 6 months may be considered a public employee. The purpose of Maine public sector collective bargaining laws is to promote the improvement of relations between the public employers and their employees by recognizing their right as public employees to join together in union to bargain for better pay, benefits, and terms and conditions of employment. At the outset, it is important to note what this legislation leaves in place currently. A person who has been an employee of the state of Maine or another public employer for less than 6 months may be dismissed, suspended, or otherwise disciplined without cause during the probationary period, and such disciplinary actions during the employee's first 6 months of employment are not subject to the grievance or arbitration provision of the collective bargaining agreement. This bill does not eliminate such probationary periods or otherwise entitle employees to just cause protections during their first 6 months of employment. Rather, this bill eliminates an arbitrary distinction between employees that has allowed public employers, including Maine's executive branch, to argue that new employees have no rights under the contract. This means public employees can deny new employees the contractual right to the workplace free of unlawful discrimination. We have numerous examples of employees in their first 6 months who have raised significant concerns about disability, age, gender discrimination, sexual harassment, and other discriminations. We've been told that their performances are subpar and they are unceremoniously terminated. We have an additional example from just this year where an employee was terminated immediately after raising concerns around COVID-19 in the workplace. Because these employees are excluded under state labor law, the state of Maine denies employees union representation at the time of their dismissal, and the state refuses to acknowledge any grievance filed by the union on the employee's behalf. Moreover, the state refuses to provide the union with any information about the employee's complaint or alleged performance issues that led to their termination. The sole recourse for these circumstances for individual employee to retain outside counsel to bring human rights complaints, which is often cost prohibitive for a brand new employee who may have just lost their job. Notably, there is no exclusion under private sector labor law where employees are regularly subjected to contractual probationary periods where they may be terminated without just cause. But they are.
I'm afraid that's the end of your time. If you could summarize your thoughts.
Absolutely. I did just want to hit on a point. There was some questions earlier today in regards to last session. I think that, you know, for us, we brought a bill forward last session with other labor allies and through work with folks on this committee that are still on this committee, as well as work with the governor's office and a lot of other stakeholders, folks that oppose the bill. We thought we landed in a good compromise, a good spot, and we're surprised to hear that there'll be opposition to this bill today. And I will just say, you know, I'm happy to take questions. You know, we have some other examples we could talk through, and then we would also make for the work session, see about getting one of our legal staff available for the work session if folks would like to ask them direct questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Representative Bradstreet has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions, if I may. Other than the possible union protections, is there any other thing in state law, such as the Maine Human Rights Act, that may protect an employee in the first days of their employment?
You know, Representative Bradstreet, I think that, you know, you've heard other bills associated with, you know, what may be out there for protections for workers. I would say that while there might be a belief that there are protections for workers out there, I would say those are inadequate. They don't sort of address people's concerns. You know, they take a bit of time. And also, unless somebody's actually able to hire their own labor attorney, I feel like we're just sort of setting them in a you know, a life raft or a piece of driftwood and pushing them out in the ocean and say, figure this out yourself. So while we might have some protections, I would argue that they're not adequate. I think this committee's heard testimony to that fact. I think you'll hear some bills in the coming weeks that we don't have adequate protections for workers here in the state of Maine.
Another question, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
As a former employer and a person who sat on boards of different companies, I know that not every applicant for a job necessarily has all the stellar attributes you'd be looking for. And there's sometimes people who are maybe marginal, but somebody's willing to give them a try. Would the implementation of this new law maybe discourage an employer from hiring someone who may be a little bit marginal because they think that the cost of any possible termination within the first 6 months would be taken away?
I would answer no. We're not looking at changing the aspects around performance and performance standards. Those are still in place. One of the things that some of the positions within state government have a longer than 6 months period for probational employment, having to do with sort of specialized skills and things where people might have to, be in a probational period longer. You could ask the state about some of those, but there is, performance standards that folks have to meet within those first 6 months. There's times where those are extended on individual cases. I can't fathom in some of these cases right now, or just sort of in the pandemic that we're living through, when there are new hires, that those folks are always getting the needed guidance or necessary sort of mentoring that might be necessary. I think you heard from John Kaczynski from the MEA in regards to sort of that the peer support. And I will say that, there's a lot of mentoring that goes on for folks in the education field. But I think that one of the things that we pride ourselves on is that opportunity for folks to interact with fellow MSCA members. And those interactions are so vital in the first 6 months. That's something that I think would be improved if individuals felt like they were actual public sector employees within those first 6 months. They probably would feel more engaged with their fellow workers, part of the workforce. We'll continue to reach out to folks within their first 6 months of employment, because we realize what a vital part that peer mentoring is, as well as just the membership is for recruitment and retention aspects.
Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McCabe, in your testimony, you highlighted an individual who was released not long after being hired over concerns around COVID in the workplace. And it sounded like you had other, you might have had other examples in your testimony. Was there more in your testimony that you had wanted to get to? Have you, because it sounded like there were some significant examples.
Yeah. Thank you, Representative Cuddy, for that question. I did put in the testimony, there's a great deal of length. In 2019, MSCA and the executive branch negotiated the first paid parental leave provision in the contract. And that was for the 4 executive branch bargaining units. The language in the provision, was quite straightforward. It provided, just a minimal amount of 2 weeks of paid parental leave, beginning or following the birth or adoption of a child in the fall of 2019. After those contracts were ratified, we began to hear from multiple people within the bargaining unit that had been told they would not be eligible for this parental leave because they were within their first 6 months of employment. When we raised questions with the state about this, we were told that while some benefits like sick vacation leave and other things provided within the first 6 months by civil service laws and benefits negotiated by the contracts, such as bereavement leave and parental leave, were not. This was very disturbing to us. This was something that the chief executive had sort of highlighted as something that was negotiated in the contract. It was actually something that also was a great recruitment and retention tool. And we started to hear from a number of folks that were affected by this, and we're just sort of shocked when we found this out. Also, we know for a fact that these interpretations are not consistent when it comes to issues of bereavement leave or parental leave. And I think to the questions earlier, you know, it'd be great if we could, through contract bargaining, sort of negotiate, you know, this archaic sort of law and statute, you know, out of the contract, but we don't have that. You know, this requires the committee and the legislature to act. But I think that, you know, for us in the year, you know, looking at 2019, 2020, to think, you know, that was not going to be honored for new parents, we just found that quite staggering and, you know, complete shock to us. And, you know, was yet another reason to bring this forward. And I've talked to this committee before. You know, we've have instances where someone was walked off of a job, you know, before their 6 months, after making accusations of sexual harassment or discrimination. And then we're not allowed to represent those folks. We're not allowed to find out any information about that from the state. And I just, I have a personal problem with that. I have a professional problem with that. And I feel like the state of Maine is better than that. And, you know, a simple change, you know, to address that. And I think that the concern that continues to come up and has come up so far from the committee too, is this question around, you know, performance. And, you know, we're not talking about people's performance. We're talking about other issues. And those are the issues we'd like to focus on.
Thank you. Representative Rader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for being here, Mr. McCabe. You mentioned that legal staff might be available for the work session if we requested. I just want to formally make that request at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Petworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just will admit being a bit baffled by this, especially frustrated if points of this have been negotiated in the past, and here we are again revisiting it. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. McCabe?
Yeah, thank you, Representative, for the question. You know, I think, and I should say this, you know, publicly, that I imagine, like for many of us, the last year has been overwhelming. It's been exhausting. You know, and I say that to recognize that you know, that's probably been the case for the state's HR and for the administration, and I understand that. I feel like we have spelled out sort of our concerns in a very clear fashion. You know, we were, you know, willing to negotiate some of the aspects of the bill that came up last year. And I thought we landed in a good spot. So, you know, I'm surprised as I'm going through this testimony. You know, it's frustrating. It's, you know, getting me a little bit angry. I think we can do better. Hopefully we can sort of get back to where we were last session in that compromise. And I also think too, you know, there's a lot of questions probably this committee should be asking the folks that come behind us, you know, and just asking, you know, those folks who are opposing the bill, you know, what should these folks do who are claiming harassment, you know, who are, you know, claiming discrimination if these issues can't be handled by, you know, the employee representatives, in this case, the unions. You know, what is that path? And also, I also am curious what the folks do in those cases to make sure that those, you know, those cases are actually investigated. So
I'm sure we'll ask tons of questions. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Senator.
Representative Bradstreet.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, not a question. I just, it's been noted a couple of times that we're going to have legal representation there at the work session. Are we leaving the precedent where anybody who is active in the work session is just department people, or are we bringing in other parties for their input as well?
With the discretion of the chairs, anyone can be invited to a work session to be present in case we need to ask them any clarification questions or receive information. Whoever is invited will not be speaking unless we ask. And if we know that we've invited someone, then we should be prepared with those questions, and they don't have to be approved by anyone. We just need to know that there will be actual questions so that if a person is invited, they're not just sitting here waiting for nothing. So that is the best way to go about that. We're not trying to set a precedent or change anything. Whoever you think could provide information for us to make an informed choice about how we vote is who you can ask to come. And if you have any questions for that person, you submit them through the chair and we'll make sure to call on you when that person is at the public work session being asked to answer those questions, if I'm clear on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. You were breaking up there for a minute, but I think I got the gist of it. So is any individual member entitled to invite anybody there, and that would be
individual
respected?
member is entitled to invite anyone who you believe can answer a question that you will propose to them during the work session that will allow us the ability to make the most informed vote.
Okay, good, thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any questions for Mr. McCabe at this time? Seeing none, we will move to testimony in opposition to LD 775. We have Brianna Bissell. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing that correctly, and Victoria Wallach. They will be promoted to panelists and then they can begin their testimony with Brianna going first. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, thank you. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. I am Brina Bissell, Director of Maine's Bureau of Human Resources. I'm here today on behalf of the administration to testify in opposition to LD 775. Under current law, new public employees are excluded from the collective bargaining laws until they have attained 6 months of employment. LD 775 would remove that exemption, providing employees covered by the collective bargaining agreement to be covered by the agreements on their first day of employment, but provides that during the probationary period, the employee can be dismissed or disciplined without cause, and that such dismissal or discipline is not subject to the grievance and arbitration provisions of the collective bargaining agreement. The current exclusion of those with less than 6 months of employment from the definition of employee generally coincides with the initial probationary period, which is required by civil service law. We regard the initial probationary period as an integral part of the selection process, along with interviews and reference and background checks. The existing exclusion provides management with the discretion to hire, train, evaluate, and manage the performance of new employees in their first 6 months, without the possibility of having such actions challenged in the grievance and arbitration process. Although LD 775 attempts to reduce its negative impact by purporting to make discipline and discharge not subject to the grievance process, nevertheless, the grievance process can and will be used to allege violations of contract articles other than the discipline article, as the employer evaluates and manages the performance of new employees to determine if they are a good fit. For example, new employees whose employment is being scrutinized can file a grievance alleging they are being treated unfairly in violation of several contract articles other than the discipline article. When these employees fail to pass probation and are terminated from their position, they can use the grievance process to allege, for example, discrimination, retaliation, or a hostile work environment. We suggest that this will run counter to the intended use of the initial probationary period as the final phase of the hiring process, and will make it more difficult for management to effectively use this initial period as a screening tool for employees paid by public funds. We would also suggest that these new employees are already protected from illegal discrimination and retaliation by numerous laws, including the Maine Human Rights Act. We believe it is essential that public employers continue to have these 6 months to evaluate new employees without the statutory probationary period being challenged and scrutinized through the grievance and arbitration process. Sometimes a new hire simply is not a good match with a job, and public employers, as good stewards of public funds, should have 6 months to find that out without any costly and time-consuming grievance or arbitration process. If it became more difficult for hiring managers to fail the probation of new employees who are not a good match, there could be the unintended consequence of hiring managers being less willing to offer employment to non-traditional job applicants. For all these reasons, I urge you to give LD 775 an ought not to pass report out of committee. I'm happy to respond to any questions you might have and will be available at the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Brina Bissell. Did I correct the pronunciation?
You did.
Wonderful. I appreciate the patience. Representative Bradstreet has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I guess I'm just confused. I thought that this was all worked out ahead of time and there was a tentative agreement. And now I hear that perhaps there isn't. So maybe someone could illuminate me on that. Thank you.
I'm happy to. So last year I did testify in opposition to LD 1959, which was very similar. And it is true that parties met and conversed and tried to work out something that might be more palatable for those of us that were opposed to that bill. But our position is still the same and we still have the same concerns. And frankly, a lot has changed in the past year. Everything is different. The world as we knew it is not the same world. And one of the things that's very clear to me as the director of HR for the executive branch is that the human resources staff, and Jeff McCabe mentioned this, are stretched very thin already. The demands are incredible, and I have employees, many of whom have not had a vacation at all in the past year plus during this emergency. The manpower it takes to address even more scrutiny over these first 6 months of employment and to be available for the managers and supervisors who are trying to manage real performance issues. It's overwhelming to think about. And I'm very concerned that we will have an impact on managers and supervisors in state government. It's no secret that the most costly mistake you can make as an employer is not firing someone that should be, the second most costly, is not firing someone that should be fired. And the very most costly mistake you can make as an employer is hiring the wrong person. We have to take it seriously. These are public funds. We need to make sure we have the right people serving the public of Maine and be good stewards of that public money. And we do not take lightly termination of state employees. There's not a lot of termination of state employees. One of the things we encounter training managers in the executive branch is they feel like they don't have the power to terminate a state employee. That's a myth we have to work through with them and guide them and train them and assist them on how to properly manage performance and take the action when someone does need to be dismissed. That first 6 months are crucial for us to really making sure someone is a good fit.
Representative, you all set, Mr. Bradstreet? Thank you. Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Bissell. I am just trying to walk myself through a scenario here. So say there's an employee and they're in their 4th month and there is some performance issue that's identified by the supervisor. And in the course of that discussion, it's revealed by the employee that they feel they've been sexually harassed on the job, for example. Is the only recourse then available to that employee under the scenario you described is to go to the Maine Human Rights Commission, or basically they can't rely on what's in the contract or what other things that would protect them as an employee? In that scenario, there is a scenario where that could actually be happening, correct?
I'm not aware of scenarios where that's happened, but the Maine Human Rights Commission is available to all of the employees in the executive branch, whether they're in the first 6 months or beyond. And that's usually the venue that people even beyond their first 6 months will utilize if their concern is sexual harassment.
And if I could, a quick follow on there, Mr. Chair, if I might.
You may proceed.
And why shouldn't that be covered under if they're an employee and they're working in a department, why shouldn't that be covered under the contract that covers that job category? I guess
I don't know if I understand the question. I'm sorry, Representative.
The case that you're making, as I understand it, is that in a scenario like that, the recourse that employee would have would be not to go to the contract that employs the people in their job category, that covers the people in their job category, but to go to the Maine Human Rights Commission. Wouldn't another employee in that scenario go to the terms of their contract? And why is the distinction being made between those two employees?
So the exclusion of the first 6 months of employment has been there since the beginning of the State Employees Labor Relations Act. So this is how we've acted since the 1970s. And we do use that period for part of the hiring process. And yes, during those first 6 months, if someone thought there was sexual harassment, then they could utilize the Maine Human Rights Commission. Someone beyond their 6 months, even if they are on probation still, because they have a requirement for a longer probation or they have an extended probation, which is allowed under the contracts. Once you hit that first 6 months, then the employees, after 6 months, they can utilize the union if that's where they want to go for representation. But the union often directs them to the Human Rights Commission as well for sexual harassment claims, if that's the claim.
I think I was just using that as an example. It could be any other issue. The way I was reading your testimony was that it seems like there's an assumption that if an employee has another issue during that time frame, that it's somehow trumped up or designed to cover up what the performance issue is. And it seems like it could actually be happening and it should be covered. So that's my confusion.
Representative Rader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bissell. I had a question specifically based on an example that Mr. McCabe mentioned, a case in which an employee was terminated over raising concerns over COVID-19. What policies does the Bureau have in place to sort of keep people safe? If people are raising concerns about COVID-19 and there's the chance of being fired because of it and having no recourse to that, what plans does the Bureau have in place to prevent that? And also to sort of piggyback off of something that Representative Gear mentioned, she mentioned that in the case of of sexual harassment, that employee could appeal to the Human Rights Commission, but knowing that COVID fear or COVID concern is not a protected class, I would assume then that employee's only recourse would be to get outside counsel. So it's kind of a two-parter. I apologize. Thank you.
Okay.
And Representative Rader, I'm not familiar with anyone being terminated for raising a concern about COVID-19. I understand that they may have expressed that thought that they perceived that to be the case perhaps, but I am certainly not aware of anyone in the executive branch being terminated for raising a concern for COVID-19. We have work rules in place throughout the executive branch to protect our workers, and we've done a really great job in keeping it as safe as possible as we can during this difficult time. And that is not an acceptable reason for terminating someone, in my opinion. So I have to believe that there's more going on than what you might have heard today. State employees do have other resources besides the Maine Human Rights Commission. They have a lot of federal and health safety laws that apply to them, state and federal wage and hour laws, workers' compensation, and then all the federal anti-discrimination laws, whistleblower laws, and those are probably the most important ones that I can think of off the top of my head, but they do have other recourse. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a quick question that goes back to John Kaczynski's testimony. And he says, this would also bring conformity among labor relations statutes. The University of Maine System Labor Relations Act and the National Labor Relations Act do not include the 6-month exception. So he was arguing for synchronicity. Can you speak to that, please?
Well, right now, the State Employees Labor Relations Act, the Judicial Employees Labor Relations Act, and the Municipal Employees Labor Relations Act are all consistent with the 6 months. And that's under Maine state law.
Representative Pebworth, are you set? Are there any other questions? Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you. So just to go back to that scenario about sexual harassment, if I'm on probation because you've just hired me and somebody is harassing me, I still have protection by going to my supervisor and making a complaint against the person who's harassing me. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And also to their human resources office. And any complaint of harassment would be investigated.
But I'm not immediately terminated because I make a complaint.
No, certainly not. And whether someone's in the first 6 months or not, we're going to look at any allegation of harassment.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for asking that question.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Bissell. I do have one, and it just is about actually the COVID-19 scenario. You said that you would have to believe that a person's termination could not have come from them simply complaining about working conditions regarding COVID and safety. Why would you have to believe that?
Because terminations in the agencies that are represented in the executive branch go through their human resources office. And I haven't heard of this happening. Our human resource professionals know that that's not a valid reason for terminating someone from employment. So I really do believe there must be more to that story. And I will try to find out what I can. I have no knowledge of what Mr. McCabe mentioned. I'm not aware of anything.
And so because of this, what I'll call a loophole in the law, it would also mean, though, that if that person is determined to try to prove that, the only recourse they would have would be to us as their employer, but they could not then call upon their union representative to ask you for any more details about that. Is that correct?
Well, as a matter of fact, recently the union did ask for details on someone's termination, and the lawyers for both the union and the state worked out that the employee could give a release because we actually don't have the ability under other statute 7070 to release that confidential information, but we got a release from the employee so that the union could have information. So the unions that we work with in the executive branch, we have a really good relationship with them, and they are invited to talk to new employees when they're hired as part of the new hire process. We certainly don't prohibit those communications in the executive branch. If employees want to join the union when they're first hired, that is not a problematic for us at all. We will take their dues out of their paychecks for them if they sign up to do that. They understand that they don't have that representation in the 6 months, but we support them if they still want to pay the union. Last year when I testified, I remembered hearing that's not the same thing for the MEA group, I believe. They had a lot of different issues than we have in the executive branch. And that may be one reason why we look at this very differently. We don't have a 2.5-year probation. We have a 6-month probation, except in very limited circumstances. So this 6 months exclusion really coincides with the 6-month probation in the executive branch for us. And employees can join the union. They can talk to the union. The union sometimes does reach out to us on behalf of probationary employees, but under the law, they aren't entitled to represent them in those first 6 months. And it does, it's very helpful in that process for us in making sure we have the very best public servants working in Maine state government. And we don't want to hinder or supervisors from offering positions to people that may be non-traditional. We don't want them to fear that they'll have something, they'll have a concern later on that chills them from trying again. We really want to have the best workforce, and we want to best support our managers and supervisors in state government.
So I appreciate that. And I just have 2 more questions that came up from your answer. The one is the employee who you provided the release for so that their information could be discussed with their union representatives. Was that person outside of this 6-month period?
No, they were within the 6-month period.
So you're saying that within the 6-month period, a person was able to have their union representative provide some form of representation for that employee to get information from the state about why they were terminated?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sticking with the COVID situation because, like you said, a lot has happened in the last year. I'm at least encouraged to know that you testified against this bill last year and still the committee was able to work out a compromise that everyone agreed to. So I suppose the same may be true again. I don't know. We shall see. But as you know, I represent a lot of state employees, and I don't want to get into any sort of controversial statements, but I do recall having a lot of state employees call me up when COVID began who were extremely concerned about their work conditions. And some of them became satisfied with the safety mechanisms that were put in play, and some of them did not. And it was a very, very stressful situation for everyone, employers and employees alike. In the case, though, of someone who might be concerned about COVID, who maybe has performance issues, and then says that I'm also concerned that I can't work safely, and maybe that's why I'm not performing as well as I can because of COVID, and they're terminated, who do they go to other than just their supervisor if they can't access their union representative in this first 6 months? Because they can't take that to the Maine Human Rights Commission. They would have to hire a private attorney, I suppose, if they wanted to make some claim against the state for unsafe working conditions. Where would they turn?
Well, they can certainly turn to their human resources, and we have been working very closely with employees through this whole health emergency to accommodate as much as we can the concerns that employees have. And it's been a very difficult year. There's no question it's been a difficult year. And people were scared in the beginning. I think we've done a tremendous job of keeping the workplace safe and trying to meet the needs of all of our employees. Are we going to ever make everyone happy? It's impossible. I think you all know that in your role too. It's a challenge that we strive for. I would love to make everyone happy, but it is difficult. So I appreciate that people reach out to you. They reach out to us in Human Resources too, and we do everything we can to address the issues as we're able to. Yes.
Has your office ever been requested to provide information to anyone regarding, say, by department, the number of employees who have had to take a leave because of possible COVID infection or exposure?
We provided some details of leave that was used for 2020 to MSEA per an information request that they asked for data.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Garin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here from the Executive Department today. My question is, do you think if this bill passed, it would be limiting to a job candidate who had less than a stellar background? Would you be more hesitant to hire them if this passed?
Thank you for the question, Senator Garin. It's the supervisors and managers in the hiring roles that may feel a chilling effect of any time they run up against a difficulty dealing with performance issues. It has an effect on them, and they shy away from any, they shy away. So yes, I think they would shy away from hiring someone that may have had something in their background that looks unusual, or any non-traditional applicants. I think it could have an effect on them, a chilling effect.
Thank you.
Is it possible to provide a scenario, a list of scenarios where you know you have hiring managers who have actually hired people with less than stellar backgrounds and who might be considered non-traditional? I'm just actually curious about how often that happens in state government.
I think it might be difficult to pull that data from every supervisor in state government, but I can certainly see what we can find out.
Yeah, it'd be nice, because if the argument is that they might be discouraged from doing that, I would like to know what encourages them to do it. And if so, how many of them do they believe they are giving that chance, that second chance or that third chance? This isn't really necessarily about the merits of this legislation, but because it has come up in the line of questioning as maybe an argument against it, because there could be a chilling effect. I guess I would just like to know what kinds of hiring practices and how are managers encouraged to look for those folks who may be considered non-traditional or have a challenging employment background because of something that they've done in their life that might seem to disqualify them from the work. Those are questions that are bigger to me than this bill, but I would like to know what we do to find those folks and who hires them and who takes that risk.
Well, I can tell you that we have a lot of initiatives for Hire a Vet campaign every year, and we've had initiatives over the years to take away criminal information from hiring processes, so that we're very careful to keep the information limited to only if there's a nexus to the job. And we have DEI initiatives underway where we're working with managers and supervisors to really help them expand their look at all applicants for positions. So those are initiatives that are important to us.
Thank you. I would like to learn about that as we go. Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just following on from what our chair just asked, the other piece of that of that data, and we do love data on our committee, would be how many instances have you seen of termination of an employee within that first 6 months when there is some other issue raised by the employee as a complicating factor, and to see if you have a record of the nature of those terminations.
I'm on for the next two, so.
And Representative Gear, I'll do my best to see if I can find that information. I can tell you that in 2019, and I had this data last year as well, there were 60 employees who were dismissed within their first 6 months for misconduct, poor job performance, or poor job match. There were 40 others that left without notice. So I don't know if they left because they understood that they weren't a good match for the position or not. I don't know, because I have the coding in the system of the reason that was entered why they left. I'm not sure if there's any way for me to know if they had something else, if they had raised anything else. Sometimes they raise it outside of our employee, so I'm not sure, but I will do my best to see what I can find out.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for being here today, as always. I don't think I see any more questions from the committee for you unless Representative Gear has a follow-up. Your hand is still raised. You're good, Representative Gear? Yes. With that, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Wallach,
Hello.
you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I am Victoria Wallach, Communications and Government Relations Director for Maine School Management, representing the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in opposition to LD 775. We testified in opposition to the bill last year, and that opposition remains. This bill takes away a longstanding provision that gives public employees and their employers a 6-month period to determine if a position in our schools is a good fit. That transition period allows the employee to get to know us and we to know them. It also gets them through the training aspects associated with the job. We understand their union would like to have them as due-paying members from day one. I also believe their union would help them out if there was a concern regardless. So I think the scenarios being raised should not be the reason to vote for this bill. The reason to vote against the bill is to help assure public school employees are the best possible fit for the job, and the district is a good fit for the new hire, a goal we believe both employer and employee share. And while the updated version of the bill pretends to not allow grievances to be filed in the first 6 months, we would like stronger assurances. Our concerns would be the same as the previous speaker, that these things will be raised through a grievance. The waiting period is designated to mitigate any issues that arise because of the newness of the job. It is truly on-the-job training and a grace period. It is a win-win, and we are opposed to tipping the scale in favor of the union as an organization when doing so could be bad for the public employer and the employee. And I'd also like to clarify statements made by a previous speaker. If a new employer, if a new employee raised an issue around, like we were discussing, race or gender or other protections in the Human Rights Act, it would be a violation of that law, and it could be pursued regardless of how long they've been with us. And I'm not talking about them having to go to the Human Rights Commission. They would report that to a supervisor. They would report it to their principal. If they were in a high school, they could report it to a department chair. That would not go unheard. I can promise you that. And school boards, as you know, are likely to hear about it through community members. So I wanted to make that very clear. And we did attend that planning meeting, and we were happy to be there. That was referenced, where public employers were brought together by the governor's office to talk about the bill, because it was clear it was going to pass. So we were looking to make a problematic bill a bit better, but we were still opposed to the bill. But we want to work together if it does pass, as you mentioned, because we want to make it work for everybody. And I see my time is running out. I want to thank the previous speakers, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wallach. Are there any questions? Representative Drinkwater, followed by Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard in the previous testimony that this could make it more difficult for employers to take a chance on somebody, because the situation would dictate that they may have to keep them. So I would assume that would be the same scenario with the main schools. Is that a correct assumption?
Yeah, it depends on the position. I mean, you have a 2-year probationary period under certification, as was mentioned earlier. So if it was a teacher, there's a different set of things that happen. But I suppose that's true. Yes.
Yes, I was thinking more of janitors and ed techs and the kitchen staff.
Well, and there's something, we also have requirements of anyone who's going to be near children. So we do background checks on them. You understand what I'm saying? We have to do more thorough checks than some other employers, because we have children and we have adults with children. So we need to make sure we are looking at them carefully.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony today, Ms. Wallach. You referenced that if harassment were to take place in the school, that it would be reported to the supervisor, and the supervisor or principal would be able to handle it and take care of it. But what if the harasser is the supervisor or the principal in that instance? What would they be able to do in that instance?
You go to the next level up, or as I mentioned, the school board would hear about it, or you could make sure someone heard about it. I think there are guidance counselors. There are other people in the building a person can go to, and we would encourage that. I mean, this is not something we want happening in our schools. It hurts us, and it is unfair. And I don't believe we have this widespread. You will occasionally hear of issues that are raised, but this is not what we want happening. So we want to know about it. And when I say we, I mean our superintendents and our school boards.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Wallach. Are there any other questions? I'm going to try to delicately frame this one.
Okay. All right.
You said that this would tip the scale to the unions. And I would humbly say that it would tip the scale to the employee who feels like they have no voice against a very powerful institution called a state government employer. So imagine if you were a janitor, to go with Representative Drinkwater's classification of an employee who was hired and was fired within 6 months by obviously someone who was a manager for our government. And that person was harassed sexually and said so and was fired. And the supervisor said that they were fired because they didn't show up to work on time or some other reason that would be allowable for them to be removed on the spot because they're under probation. Are you suggesting that something like that could never happen just because you've never heard of it?
I'm suggesting other people would hear about it, including, as I mentioned, eventually the school board would hear about it.
And if the Me Too movement has proved anything else to us, it has proved to us that no matter who hears about it, sexual harassment is always a very difficult thing for people to admit that they have done. And I'm wondering if this loophole in the law is being used to cover up all sorts of things that we just don't see because we're not the ones who are victim to it. That's a rhetorical question. I don't actually have another question you can answer directly, but I just wanted to put that into the record because, you know, I'm on another committee and I've dealt with other issues that are controversial and a little difficult to discuss. And I hear a lot that, for instance, racial profiling doesn't exist in Maine. When my experience says it does. And so I guess I'm always interested in making sure that we don't assume that nothing could possibly happen because no one has heard about it. And that came from the director of human resources as well. And so I just want to make sure that we are clear. I'm wanting to put out that we are not here only to say that this bill tips the scale to unions. I think that it's more about protecting our vulnerable employees from power. And Representative Cuddy has a question. Unless he doesn't.
No, Representative Cuddy just doesn't know how to put his hand down.
If I could respond, I think
absolutely
we are doing a lot of work in schools, certainly around racial profiling, and we have been doing a lot of work around any sexual harassment because we do not want it happening in our schools. So we have discussions, we have programs, our association runs programs, and we train superintendents and we train school boards. So these issues come up, we talk about them. It's not something we want happening in our schools.
Thank you.
So
Representative Rader has a question.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Ms. Wallach. And this is off Senator Hickman's question. You mentioned that you have programs in place. Is there a process of evaluation for the efficacy of those programs? Thank you.
Teachers need to are evaluated, and other employees are evaluated. What do you mean by efficacy? Meaning, have we seen a drop in complaints or?
Yes. Do you have any method by which you evaluate the programs regarding sexual assault or racial harassment, or any of the programs that you've implemented to hopefully eliminate these behaviors? Have you seen is there any method by which you can measure the efficacy of that?
What I'd like to do, since I'm not in all districts, is bring that back for the work session, because I know that it is top of mind. So I would like to bring back a more thorough answer for you to the work session.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Wallach before we finish? Seeing none, thank you for indulging us. And we will see you at the work session. Do we have any other questions or concerns that we would like to see for the work session on this bill? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on LD 775. It is 3:27 p.m. We have 2 more bills. We will not take a break. So I would ask members, if you need to take a break, please do so. We are going to open up the public hearing on LD 824, an act to extend the protections provided to state employees upon the expiration of labor contracts to other public sector employees, sponsored by Senator Ned Claxton of Androscoggin. Thank you for your patience, Senator. I know I saw you in the, there you are. Thank you for your patience today on this Friday. And as soon as you unmute your mic and turn your video on, we will take your testimony.
Thank you for the invitation, Chair Hickman and Representative Sylvester, and esteemed members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. I am Ned Claxton, and I represent Senate District 20, which includes Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce LD 824, an act to extend to other public sector employees the same protections provided to state employees upon the expiration of contracts. This bill would extend to other public workers the same protections that state employees have currently. At the expiration of a labor contract and until a new collective bargaining agreement is in place, municipal, judicial, and public education employees would be eligible for merit increases in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in the expired collective bargaining agreement. This protection was extended to state employees 2 years ago with LD 1546, an act to protect state employees when their contracts have expired, either through oversight or in the hurried close of the 129th legislature. The description of employees to be protected narrowed from public employees to state employees. This bill would amend statute to provide all public employees with the same protection that state employees currently have. The 129th legislature considered this bill as LD 2019. It was passed out of committee on a divided report in August 2020, but it was never further considered because of the pandemic. In those instances when collective bargaining is not completed in time to replace an expiring contract, already negotiated and existing merit pay raises would continue. With this bill in place, the employees would not be distracted by merit pay concerns at the same time they're trying to concentrate on their jobs. These are the people we depend on every day to provide crucial services for all of us. They will be better able to do their jobs if not subjected to this distraction. Just as you want teachers focused on the students and their growth and not distracted by financial issues, you want municipal workers to focus on their responsibilities. This legislation is a logical extension of existing statute, one that protects key employees in our society. Because contracts are so infrequently expiring without replacement, there was no fiscal note for the judicial portion of the earlier bill, and the fiscal note for municipal and public higher education employees will depend on the details of new contracts as they are negotiated. Thank you for your consideration, and I would be glad to try and answer any questions, although I'm likely to defer to the experts who follow.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. Are there any questions? Representative Bradstreet.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for being here. I'm just wondering, maybe someone behind you is the one to ask, but how many instances we've had of this actually occurring? I'm just wondering what the incidence is, that's all.
I will defer to the folks who've been in the trenches longer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Enjoy your weekends. Testifying now, will open up testimony in favor of LD 18824. I have Adam Good, Jeff McCabe, John Kaczynski, Julie Taylor, and Robert Taylor, all testifying in favor of the bill. First up, Mr. Good.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Adam Good. I work at the Maine AFL-CIO as a legislative and political director. We represent 40,000 working men and women in the state of Maine, work to improve their lives and working conditions and the lives and working conditions of all working people. We testify in support of LD 824. This legislation provides an opportunity to improve retirement security to municipal, judicial, and public higher education employees. Current law requires that the interim between the end of a state employee collective bargaining agreement and the effective date of the following collective bargaining agreement is a time when employees covered by the expired agreement remain eligible for and must receive merit increases in accordance with the expired agreement. There are many reasons why there could be a gap in between collective bargaining agreements. No clear process exists for these workers for scenarios where one contract ends and a new agreement has not been reached. A gap in between collective bargaining agreements can cause municipal, judicial, or higher education employees to miss a step increase. We think that is fundamentally unfair for working people who struggle to make ends meet. Having a clear roadmap for things like health insurance and wages during this potential gap will allow parties to focus on settling the contract agreement. When you are in this interim period, you should not have to worry about basic necessities. To Representative Bradstreet's question, I think this could cut both ways. There might be a cost at some point, but there could also be an incentive to settle things sooner because of it. So I think it could go either way. The 129th legislature fixed this issue for state employees. This bill provides that same fix to municipal, judicial, public higher education employees, providing parity for working people in public services. We know there are many public positions that municipalities and public employers have struggled to fill. Modest changes that improve working conditions will assist in recruitment and retention issues for municipal, judicial, and higher education workplaces. And having an interim period between two agreements makes for complications that are hard to address after the fact. This bill would bring clarity to a confusing time, protecting everyone from having to address step increases retroactively and allowing parties involved in a contract agreement to focus on issues at hand without worrying about what happens in the interim. So we ask that you support LD 824 and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Are there any questions from the committee? Let me check my screen for hands up. I see no hands up. I need to take a quick break. I'm going to turn the gavel over to my very competent co-chair, Representative Sylvester. I'll be back shortly. You're in great hands.
Thank you very much. I see that there are no questions for Mr. Good. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
And Alyssa, who's up next?
Jeff McCabe.
Mr. McCabe, you have the podium.
Good afternoon, Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I am Jeff McCabe, the Director of Politics and Legislation for Maine Service Employees Association, here in strong support of LD 824. Back in April of 2019, we spoke in support of LD 1546, which covered this issue for the executive branch employees and is now in law. As you heard from the bill sponsor, this was an issue that was taken up for those others affected or not covered by 1546. And today, LD 824 expands those protections to all public sector workers. Standardizing policies for workers in the public sector will help in addressing recruitment and retention issues. Maine is constantly struggling to fill jobs statewide, especially in the public sector, which is not an exempt to those issues as well. The retention of public sector workers should be a priority of the legislature, a priority of all of us here in the state of Maine, and standardizing certain aspects of public sector employment should be a goal and will actually save money. LD 824 is a proactive bill which provides during an interim between the expiration of a public employee collective bargaining agreement and before the effective date of any subsequent collective bargaining agreement, public employees covered by expired collective bargaining agreements remain eligible for and must receive merit increases in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in the expired collective bargaining agreement. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions, and I will take Representative Bradstreet's question of the previous testifier to start off. There is a little bit of confusion sometimes around this issue, and I do want to draw your attention to what happened in 2011 and 2013 were actually not due to expired contracts, but rather frozen merits. So that was sort of a different circumstance. And I know this committee hears about that time period of 2011 and 2013, but that was actually not due to the contracts, but rather was a cost-saving measure that froze those merits. Back in 2015, there was a contract within the executive branch that was not settled in time. So those folks in that contract actually lost out on those merit increases, which actually in many cases puts folks at a deficit, causing, complications in future bargaining, but also sets those positions behind. And what I should have done today is actually provided this committee information from the compensation and wage study that was done by the state, was delivered, I believe, about 2 months ago to the state and local government committee, but might actually provide some information to this committee just so that you can see how far behind those employees in the executive branch are in wages in many cases to their private sector counterparts and their public sector brothers, sisters, and siblings in other
And
states.
Mr. McCabe, that is the end of your time. I applaud your new technique of using your time to answer questions we have asked previously or that you suppose we might ask. But we will open now for questions from the committee, and Representative Bradstreet is in with another one. So
fantastic.
Thank you. And this, perhaps you or Mr. Kaczynski, I think, is coming behind you. I'm wondering if we know how many contracts in the state of Maine maybe lack this in their contracts, because I think it's something that could be contractually arrived at through negotiation if they wanted to continue the merit increases during this gap period that we're talking about between contracts. Is that something that could be negotiated?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. I don't know necessarily across all contracts, if that's the possibility. I know that sometimes in closing contracts, things can be done to sort of make up sort of those steps or those merits possibly. But I think you'll hear, it definitely might be harder for others. And then also, I think this is to the point that Mr. Good made, this could be an incentive on both sides to, settle a contract as well, which could be beneficial in that case. But I will also figure out, just to make sure before I speak, that might be the case for all contracts or what some of the prohibiting factors there might be. I will say within the executive branch, one of the things that's very interesting is that the steps are also something that have become very outdated. So what you're seeing in the executive branch is that often step 1 and 2 are not used. And it'd be interesting. I think even in DOT now they're hiring folks in it, step 3 and 4. So there's add a step and drop a step is a big thing now within the executive branch, contract negotiations. And I think overall it has to do with wages just not being competitive, but I'll find out more information for you.
are there any other questions for Mr. McCabe? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to bring up Rob and Julie Taylor, who have listed themselves separately, but perhaps are testifying as a duo. And we appreciate your patience. We know you've been here all day and you're school teachers, so we want to bump you right to the front. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'll let Julie go first and then I'll go after.
Perfect. Thank you. You'll each have 3 minutes.
Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and esteemed members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Julie Taylor. I live in Jay, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 824, an act to extend the protection provided to state employees upon the expiration of labor contracts to other public sector employees. I'm a teacher for RSU 73, and this is my 32nd year teaching. I've been the chief negotiator for our Teachers Association for approximately 25 of those years. I'm here today in support of LD 824 for some very important reasons. I was chief negotiator when my former school, the Jay School District, consolidated with SAD 36 to form RSU 73. The consolidation occurred in September 2011. At that time, teachers from both associations combined to negotiate what would be the first contract for the new RSU 73 EA. Unfortunately, the parties did not reach an agreement on the contract for 3 years, and the process led to mediation and fact-finding. It also led to there not being a contract for the approximately 140 teachers until 2014. During that time, both the J contract and the SAD 36 contract had evergreen clauses, language that produced dynamic status quo, which provided that all employees still received their step increases and maintained their benefits. Unfortunately, within the extended and very adversarial negotiations process, the board decided that they wanted to remove any evergreen clause from a new consolidated contract. And because this clause is a permissive form of bargaining, our struggle as an association began to keep our evergreen and protect the rights of our members to move up the pay scale step based on their year's experience. MEA supported us through this precarious time and helped us to address many controversial items during the negotiation process. However, the board was determined to remove our evergreen clause and eventually to settle a contract after 3 years of our teachers being without one. The MEA proposed a language change in duration of contract that both parties agreed to, but that both parties also knew might be something that could be challenged down the road in arbitration. What this meant for the teachers of our RSU was that by accepting the new duration language, we might have a superintendent and board in the future try to implement static status quo if for some reason in a future contract negotiations, we did not settle a contract on time. This would mean that our teachers would not get their salary step based on experience if a contract had not been negotiated. In 2017, this happened. Our language was challenged and we were denied salary increases based on our steps, being denied even though each teacher returning to work would be on a New Year's experience. As a negotiator for many years, I can tell you that there's only one reason that a board and superintendent does this. They're trying to pressure the association to settle the contract by preventing the teaching staff from getting any pay increases from that step. They know negotiators are also teachers and care deeply that our colleagues and ourselves are not receiving the pay we should be. The lack of respect felt deeply, and the lack of respect is felt deeply, and morale in the school falls quickly. There's an unfair advantage.
Taylor, unfortunately, we're at the end of your time. I'm wondering if you could summarize your thoughts, and we'll definitely have your written testimony.
I sure can. Basically, what it comes down to is when you have an extension, when you don't settle a contract, if you don't have that dynamic status quo in your contract, then the board is able to freeze your wages. They're able to freeze you on the step that you're at, and you don't move up a step. And just so you know, in that 2010-11, when we became consolidated, we didn't settle until that 2014. And we ended up, when we did finally settle, we had to go back to all of those years that were not settled. And you don't necessarily get that money back. 2 of those years we had to consider rollover years, and we're not able to get the money back for people for their step.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure there's going to be folks who have questions. In fact, I see Representative Cuddy has one right now.
Okay. Sorry.
Ms. Taylor, thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for being here and for waiting for quite a long day in order to get your chance to testify. So I'm a union electrician, and I have negotiated on behalf of my union brothers and sisters, but I also sat on the school board, and I was a negotiator with RSU 22 and EA 22, but for the board side. And it was an understood part of the process by both sides that if we were to go beyond the next contract, so that there was no contract, that in our particular case, steps wouldn't happen, and it would be up to the next contract to decide as to whether or not the teachers would get their steps. That sounds similar to what you're talking about here. And do you think that it could be a strategy that would be used by a board or a superintendent during negotiations?
I think that what you're talking about in your school district that may have occurred is that the language that's in that contract governs that. So the evergreen clause in the duration language of the contract, it really does establish whether you have static status quo or dynamic status quo. So if you have static status quo in that contract, then you may have an understanding with the teachers association that you're working with the group that you're working with, that if it is static status quo, that would mean, yeah, you do not have any language that supports that you will keep those, move up the step. However, if you have dynamic status quo, so if you have an evergreen that does provide that dynamic status quo, then that's a given. It's really not something that you can challenge. It's in there. It says you are going to get those steps. So it's not really, I don't know that it's an understanding. I think it is a language piece. Just to give you some background, when I worked as the chief negotiator for the J school contract, the J school district, prior to our consolidated contract, we did have an evergreen that did have dynamic status quo. At the beginning, we had a numerous, unfortunately, numerous contracts that did not get settled on time. And we did have a superintendent who, at the very first day of school, with a contract that we hadn't settled yet, he announced to the entire staff that the teachers would not be getting their step that year. That was day one. That was a welcome back. You're not getting your step. And a number of people, I was in the back, and a number of people turned and looked at me. And at that point, I knew that that was not true, that he couldn't do that, because at the time at J, we did have an evergreen that said that we did have dynamic status quo, and he had to give us our step. So we had to, I had to talk to him. I didn't holler it out to the people, but I did have to go talk to him and say, you can't do that. That's not true. So I think it has to do with the language. And I would really, the reason I'm here to support this is I think this needs to be something that's pulled out of the negotiations process. I think it needs to be something, the people that are affected by it, we had 140 teachers that did not get their pay for 3 years. They still had to pay their insurance for 3 years, and those costs still went up. And every cost of living piece still went up. So.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Taylor? Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Taylor, for being here. Having been on the school board in part of negotiations, and we did go beyond the expiration date of the contract. But when we finally settled, we had to go write some sizable checks retroactively to make them whole. So the only thing we're talking about here is a step may not have been added to that check. Am I understanding this whole issue correctly?
I believe so. I think that what you're talking about is that, so remember that, I know you've been on the board, so you know that the way that they pay the teachers is that as you move up your step, that's how you get your increase for that year. So when you have to go back retroactively, it works fine. I guess it works fine when the established contract is in place. However, when we were negotiating 2 contracts coming together to consolidate, that became a stickier issue because you have to have steps that have been established by both contracts. And so some of our rollover year, we had some people who did not receive steps. Even when we went back, their check that they had to cut, that check that had to get cut, some of them lost money. They moved up to their newest step once we settled, but they did not necessarily get all the money back. And we never had an opportunity to negotiate any increases.
How many steps do you have in your contract? We plateau out at, I think, 25.
We currently, because of the newest contract we currently have 18, I believe.
Wow, that's low, actually.
Yes, we actually just so that you know, I know it was in the back. I know you all have my testimony, but we have been lucky enough to have a board that has been very supportive in this last session, and they actually removed the status quo language.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Ms. Taylor? And we will swap her out for Rob Taylor.
Hello.
Good morning, good afternoon, and luckily not good night.
It's been a day watching you folks. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and other esteemed members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Rob Taylor. I'm from Jay, a teacher in RSU 73, and I'm here to testify regarding Act 824. I've served in a number of capacities in the RSU 73 Education Association, and my current role is as the grievance chair. I'm going to take a little different tack than Julie did, and hopefully give you some other information. I hope to not just reiterate what she said. But in the spring of 2017, salary agreements were issued to teachers that did not recognize a year of experience. So that reference that Julie made when we had our consolidated contract finally negotiated, and the evergreen language in our contract had a little phrase in it that said, according to law and case law. And that was the piece that created this discord between do teachers need to get paid step or do they not get paid step? And so what ended up happening was, it wasn't just simply teachers were denied pay, they were literally denied a year of experience in teaching. The document you were handed, if you had 18 years of teaching experience, it said you only had, and you were going to 19, so you expected to see a 19 on that document. It said 18 for the second year in a row. And that had more effects than just declining pay. We had teachers that were moving from the bachelor's scale to the master's scale. And that was denied them because that wasn't included on their new agreement. If they were said they had a bachelor's degree, it said they had a bachelor's degree, which is completely untrue. The person had already provided all the documentation to the administration saying, I have a master's degree. And when they get this agreement that says you have a bachelor's degree, that's what they were stuck with. It also became a problem with teachers that were in probationary status going to professional contracts. If you were a probationary teacher that year and you were on your final year of probationary contract, you were denied being on a professional contract. Therefore, you didn't get any of the protections of due process that were provided you for being a continuing contract teacher. So it created a lot more difficulties than just pay. It wasn't just a money issue. There were a whole number of contractual issues because our administration viewed it as you are basically didn't get that year of experience that you had in fact earned and deserved. Also, just going back to Representative Broadstreet's question, one other issue with this, if you're just going to say that we can simply negotiate that into contracts, that's not true. As I understand this process,
Mr. Taylor, unfortunately, that's the end of your 3 minutes. I wonder if you could summarize your thoughts, and then I'm sure we'll have questions for you.
Sure. So just that last idea to finish it up and summarize it. The evergreen clause in a contract is what we call a permissive form of bargaining. And what that means is if the board chooses not to negotiate it with you, they don't have to. Both sides have to agree that it's allowable in the contract. So boards have the ability to not negotiate evergreen clauses with districts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Taylor? I have a quick one, Mr. Taylor. Sure. It's very disturbing. I think it's something, labor law is often tricky. That idea of a year falling off the books and all of the things that you qualify for during that time period, that's a decision that a school district can just make to wipe that off. You feel like this law would fix that for folks so that ongoing it would create a situation where the school board wouldn't have the option to do such a thing.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, thank you to the Taylors. We appreciate you waiting all day, and we shall turn to Mr. Kaczynski.
Hello, Representative Sylvester, Senator Hickman, if he's here, other esteemed members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is John Kaczynski, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Education Association to testify in support of LD 824. I've submitted written testimony. I'm just going to hit some of the key points here. This bill would bring alignment again among the different sections of state labor relations law. As Jeff McCabe mentioned, there was a bill 1546 that extended this same provision to state employees. That was passed in 2019. And then in 2020, last year, there was a bill, LD 2019, just to confuse you a little bit, that was heard by this committee that would have extended these same provisions to the other 3 sections of labor law. That bill was voted ought to pass majority out of this committee. And then the legislature didn't take action before adjourning due to COVID. I believe this bill is identical to that same bill. As you've heard, Rob and Julie sort of explained this already. You know, currently our system of our public employees don't have a lot of leverage to exert when it comes to salaries and wages. They're not subject to binding arbitration, or public employees do not have the right to strike. And so we feel like this proposal, absent those other things, will help just level the playing field and provide a little relief for those districts that delay and elongate negotiations rather than finding a reasonable settlement. It used to be the norm in education contracts that step increases would be given even if a contract expired. The rationale given was that the employer was going to pay the step increases in the end, so why not get the money into the employees' pockets now? This makes sense. Step increases are not a cost of living increase. A properly designed scale should increase an employee's wages or salary for the number of years needed to reasonably master their job, and then a professional rate should be attained. However, the employer's position almost universally now is to not pay step increases post expiration. And as you heard Rob and Julie say, this essentially serves to starve newer employees out as they get hit with increased health insurance premiums and inflation. And this creates leverage for the employer to reach reduced overall settlements in order for the union to maintain the step increases in a timely fashion for members. I just want to point out, just to preempt maybe a question from Representative Bradstreet or Representative Drinkwater, the reason this change is also necessary is it used to be the norm. This used to be the norm in school contracts of dynamic status quo. There were a series of MLRB decisions, Auburn administrators, Easton Teachers Association, Axum, which all affirmed dynamic status quo for these employees. Unfortunately, a Supreme Court case, I believe it was 1992, on the Axum case, the Supreme Court ruled 4-3 that dynamic status quo was not the standard. And so since then, we've started to see more issues like what you've heard from Rob and Julie, where this is not being extended. So this bill before you would both extend those provisions to the other 3 sections of labor law, as I described, but also sort of correct the Supreme Court interpretation on what should currently be happening with school contracts. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
3 minutes. Thank you. I'm not sure what happened there for a second.
Sorry.
All right, Representative Drinkwater has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Long time no see, Mr. Kaczynski.
I can't see you. I just see your hand and your name.
Oh, let me show you my smiling face.
Okay.
So we are a local control state.
Yes.
And contracts are negotiated locally at the school. So is this bill taking away or interjecting the state into a local control issue?
No, I wouldn't say that, obviously. I would not perceive it that way. As I said, it wasn't in my written testimony, but as I articulated, it was the norm prior to the Supreme Court case that dynamic status quo applied. And I rattled off some cases there, Auburn, Easton, and then Axum. So I think this was the standard. And then I think the Axum case was challenged, and we ended up with a new standard, in which case the districts are not doing this. And we are seeing this. It just hurts the employees when this happens. Like you described, most situations, there's some kind of retroactivity or something. We just want to remove this subject because it creates such frustration and such anger. And we'd rather see good resolutions of contracts, interest-based bargaining, and conflict resolution, not adding to conflict in local school districts.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Cuddy and then Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kaczynski. Bargaining in the public sector, particularly in schools, has an interesting element that bargaining in the private sector doesn't. I did not ask, I believe it was Ms. Taylor, about this earlier. she had mentioned permissive bargaining, that certain things were permissive. Can you discuss that just a little bit for me?
Yeah, I think it's a great point. Thank you for bringing that up. Because I know Representative Bradstreet, I meant to preempt maybe a question from him as well. Can't you just bargain this? I think Rob Taylor hit the nail on the head. You could bargain an evergreen clause, but that is a permissive subject of bargaining. There are mandatory subjects of bargaining. There are permissive subjects of bargaining. There are illegal subjects of bargaining. And so mandatory means no matter what, if either party brings it up, you've got to negotiate over that matter. Permissive means both parties have to agree to negotiate over it. So in the situation where you heard Julie and Rob discuss, where with this evergreen clause, where they had it trying to, that's a permissive subject of bargaining. That is subject to both parties agreeing to discuss it. And if either party doesn't want to discuss it, you can't compel the other party to discuss it. Does that help, Representative Cuddy?
It does.
Thank you. Representative Bradstreet, if we could have your unpreempted question. That would...
I'm sorry.
Actually, this is a pretty easy one. Mr. Kaczynski, you look familiar.
Yes, sir.
I'm just, are you able to provide us with that court case? I think you said
yes,
you
sir.
thought you know what it was, but if you could email that to us ahead of time, I'd certainly appreciate it.
Yes, sir, I can do that. It's in my, yep, I should have included that part in my testimony, but I will write that up and send that around.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate your explanation that you just gave about those three different types of negotiating or what's allowed.
Yep.
Thank you, Representative Bradstreet. Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a fairly complicated structure, the mandatory, permissive, illegal. Was that set up at the federal level? Is that set up at the state level?
Well, there are components of that under the National Labor Relations Act as well. I would say specifically here in Maine, as it relates to public schools, it's both a creation of the law and of court cases throughout the years, which have deemed certain matters certain. For example, we talk a lot in education about educational policy, policies that are supposed to be established by the school boards. Those are illegal subjects of negotiation, the court has ruled. So even if you negotiate over an ed policy issue, it's not worth the paper it's printed on because the courts have ruled that's an illegal subject of negotiation. Does that help? Is that what you were? So I think, but I can only speak for public school employees. Under public school employees, I'd say it's creation both of our law and interpretation of the law over the years.
And just to clarify, the idea of educational policies in statute and then sort of how it got activated, that was through court cases, because in statute, it actually wasn't spelled out what educational policy was. And so it just ended up being court fight after court fight that sort of got it there. Is that correct? That
is correct. And so there have been court cases for about 40 years now on what is ed policy, on specific issues where the courts, the labor board, others have determined what is or is not educational policy, and therefore what is and is not available for negotiation.
Thank you, Representative Cuddy. And I just remind members to keep our questions targeted at the bill in front of us, as it is 4:07. Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, hi again, Mr. Kaczynski.
Hello.
My question is, can we get the data on the number of teachers' contracts in Maine that include the dynamic status quo provision versus the static status quo provision?
Yes, but I just want to clarify. I can definitely get for you the number of teacher contracts. However, you won't see anywhere in contracts where they have dynamic status quo. Instead, what you will see is an evergreen clause. And I would imagine they are very, very few because, as we just discussed, it's a permissive subject of bargaining. So any place the school board says we don't want to talk about that, they can't be compelled to negotiate over that matter. I can look to see how many of our contracts have evergreen clauses. I would just guess it's very few.
Thank you. That'd be great.
The evergreen clause, it's important, Representative Gear, applies more than just to this question. It applies to the entire contract being maintained post expiration.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Kaczynski? I have one quick one.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there you are. Okay, I have one quick one, which is, as Representative Bradstreet said earlier, I'm also interested in how things came from one direction and ended up in another. Evergreens used to be the standard in most contracts. I'm wondering if the change from having, a principal, the teacher become a principal who'd negotiate the contract, or a member of the school board who'd negotiate the contract, to having a professional attorneys who represent most of the school boards and the school principals. Did that have any effect on suddenly, some of these permissive pieces going away?
It's hard to argue that it hasn't had an effect. I've certainly made that point in my testimony. I thought pretty pointedly that sometimes it does feel like there are delays for the sake of delays in terms of reaching resolution on contracts. We, in many cases, the MEA is advocating for interest-based bargaining, which hopefully avoids the need for legal expertise when you're really focused on the goals and how you work together as a school community to achieve those goals. But there's certainly, yes, it's hard not to argue that the cottage industry, particularly of attorneys who work in this field, have a tendency sometimes to delay resolution. And so I take no joy in saying that, but it does.
Thank you, though. I appreciate you answering the question. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Kaczynski? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have two more speakers. We are moving to against. We will have Stephen Bailey and Robert Nadeau speaking in opposition of the bill. And we will start with Mr. Bailey. If you could let both of them into the room, Alyssa, that'd be great. And Mr. Bailey, whenever you're ready to go.
Thank you very much. I am providing testimony from my car. I'm not driving, so I am here with you.
We won't call the cops.
That's very good. Thanks very much. So Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee, I am Steve Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association. And yes, we are in opposition to LD 824. Our associations oppose this bill because the school districts are run very differently from state government and rely on funding from local property taxpayers, not state appropriations decided in Augusta. In districts, and there are more than 200 in Maine, I would say more than 250 in Maine, school boards have multiple stakeholders, including staff, parents, community members, property taxpayers, and above all, students. Boards negotiate unique contracts for their employees based on what is best for their teachers and other employees, and what will be supported by local taxpayers, who ultimately can reject the school budget if it is deemed too high. Negotiations must reflect the economic conditions at the time, which can be affected by the overall economy in the state or changes in local conditions. Certainly, COVID has had an effect on our small business owners and those who work in the hospitality and retail industry. If the local mill rate for education is going up substantially, the school budget can be a tough sell. The bill also mentions merit raises, and while some are given, technically we are on salary schedules that take into account years in the position and education levels. This bill would take away the flexibility to react to local conditions when it comes to pay and insurance rate increases, and diminishes the authority of the school board to adopt a local budget. It also takes away incentives for teachers and other bargaining units to settle a contract. Current practice is teachers do not move on to the next step increase until there is an agreement. And I would add there that the expiration of the contract, and as has become the case, and it was talked about by a couple of previous speakers, that is the end of the contract. That's when it expires. And so at the end of that contract, there really are no other provisions there other than what's agreed upon as to be in place as to what had been in place prior to that. For those reasons, and in the support of locally elected school boards to be the arbiters of local budgets, we urge you to reject this bill, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Bailey? Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Mr. Bailey, even though you're doing 60 miles an hour.
No, it's only 25.
Okay. So you can negotiate the best contract locally, and then it goes to town meeting, the school budget, and the town rejects the school budget. How many times have we seen that happen? And they have to wait to get their step increases until the town ratifies the new budget? Is that true?
Actually, that's not true. The budget is independent of the contract. The contract would be settled, and if those increases were determined, and if there were increases that would be there, that's part of the developed,
And thank you for the answer.
We seem to have lost Mr. Bailey.
No, I am here.
Okay, all right. All right, well, thank you very much for that answer. Are there any other questions from the committee?
Yeah, I am still here.
Okay, perfect. I'm just asking if there's any more questions for you. It's looking like no. So I can see by the trees moving above you that we don't want to keep you any longer. So be well, and
okay.
See you next time. And
all right, thanks very much.
Thank you. We will call Robert Navio from the Maine Community College System.
You can pull over.
Good afternoon.
Oh, no. I thought
all set.
you had to stop.
Can you hear me okay, Representative Sylvester?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You're all
Okay.
set to go.
Thank you, Representative and Senator Hickman and members of the committee. Thank you for your patience today. My name is Rob Netto, and I'm the Chief Counsel for Labor and Employment with the Maine Community College System. I'm testifying in opposition to this bill because of several concerns that we have. First, we understand that the bill is well intended, but the text of the bill is unclear and appears to present a situation for the community college system that would be unworkable. While the bill states that employees, quote, must receive step increases, end quote, it is not clear to me what the amount of that step increase would be. In our system, in our community college contracts, for example, a step increase may differ from year to year or across bargaining units. An increase in year one of a contract may be different from the increase in year two. Given that the amount of a step under our contracts is not predetermined, but is rather achieved through negotiation, it is not clear what the amount of any required step increase would be under this legislation. Second, the bill states that the step increase must be paid during the interim after expiration of the contract, quote, in accordance with the terms and conditions set forth in the expired collective bargaining agreement, end quote. It is unclear to me if this means that the parties have the discretion to negotiate to provide for no step increase once the contract has expired, or if the interim step increase must be paid notwithstanding express language in the contract to the contrary. In other words, it is not clear whether under this legislation, the parties may negotiate over the payment of the interim step or not. Third, the bill provides pay increases only for some classes of employees at the community college system. This is potentially unfair and therefore difficult to administer. Fourth, assuming our read of the bill is correct, the community college system simply cannot afford this bill without significant additional funding. If this LD were to pass, the system will be obligated to provide a pay increase regardless of whether state appropriations included an operational increase adequate to fund the step. The cost of this bill to MCCS is reasonably estimated to be about $2 million per year, so we will be required to add that fiscal note. If that funding is not provided, MCCS would be required to find that amount in other areas such as reductions in force. If MCCS were required to go that route, that could result in over 20 reductions in force, which would be very serious, not only for the services that the system provides, but also to the families impacted by those reductions. Finally, thank you, Representative. Finally, we believe that this bill, while well-intended, is not consistent with the purposes and goals of collective bargaining. By mandating a step increase, regardless of the progress of negotiations towards a new contract, the bill removes incentives the parties may have to negotiate together in good faith. We are concerned the bill will drive the parties from the table, discouraging the parties from negotiating and trying to work their differences out. For the foregoing reasons, we respectfully request the committee report LDA 24 ought not to pass. Thank you for the courtesy of your consideration today.
Thank you, Mr. Nato. Are there any questions for Mr. Nato? Seeing none, I have a quick one. I'm not an attorney, but I am, I'm just a simple guy who negotiated union contracts for 20 years. It would seem to me that it is a simple interpretation that whatever was negotiated in the next contract would be the step that would be put in place, whether that was no step, which would mean that no step was put in place, or the steps that were agreed upon negotiation. Does that not make sense to you? Do you believe there's additional language? And if there was additional language to make it clear in the interpretation I just gave, would you then support the bill?
Well, I believe that's one of the concerns that we have, Representative. For example, our contracts are typically for 2 years. It is possible that we could have one step increase in the first year and a second step increase in the second year, and that those amounts would be different. So what increase would be relied upon in the interim? It's not absolutely clear.
So the intent is obviously the next step available to the employee. So we'll work to tighten that up. And my other question for you was, if you negotiated a contract and then the state lowered or stayed static or increased your allocations, you would still need to come up with that money one way or the other if you had agreed on such a contract. So if you agreed on 5% and we only gave you money for 1%, you'd need to find that 4% somewhere anyway, wouldn't you? That's just the way that whole game works.
Well, except that our contracts are tied to the biennial budget. So we know what the appropriation is before we finalize the contract. And thereby we're able to avoid that type of I would, near catastrophic, what could be a near catastrophic possibility.
Well, that's a relief, and I appreciate that. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Appreciate your testimony, Mr. Nato.
Thank you.
Melissa, that looks like everybody. Am I correct in that?
That's our last opponent, but we have one neither for nor against.
Oh, okay.
Julia Finn, she's already in.
Oh, Julia Finn, I'm sorry, I didn't see her there on the list. Welcome, Ms. Finn.
Hi, thank you very much. And I applaud you folks for being the hardest working legislative committee on after 4 on a Friday afternoon. And I'm the only thing between you and the weekend. So
we have a whole other bill.
Yeah. That's right. Okay. Well, right. I will make this snappy. I have very brief testimony today. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Julie Finn, and I represent the judicial branch. And we are testifying neither for nor against this bill. As others have said, this bill would require that merit increases or step increases continue after the expiration of a collective bargaining agreement. Although we have found that the expiration of a contract, together with its attendant ramifications, often provides incentives for finalizing a new contract, we are not objecting to the substance of LD 824. We would, however, like to take this opportunity to provide members of the committee with copies of Title 26, Section 1294, which is part of the Judicial Employees Labor Relations Act. And I think it's a bit unusual. And it's attached to my testimony if you'd like to take a look. Section 1294, which was enacted way back in 1983, states that this act shall not be amended without first consulting the Supreme Judicial Court. There are at least 4 bills pending in this committee that would amend the Judicial Employees Labor Relations Act. And we would just like to respectfully remind you folks that consultation is necessary. The extent of that consultation may vary depending on the content of the legislation at issue. So with that, I will conclude. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Fan. Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make this quick. You stated there's 4 bills that we're currently looking at that need to be reviewed by the court. If you don't know what they are, we'd certainly like that information for the workshop, and I'd also like to invite you to attend the workshop.
Oh, most certainly. Thank you very much. 4 bills, and not all bills have been printed yet, so there could be more, 4 that I know of.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Finn? So I'll just have a quick one. So for example, just to be illustrative, LD 775, which was LD 1559 last year, that you and I and analysts had consulted on the language that was in that bill, that would be an example of the kind of consultation that you're looking for to make sure that you're able to review language and have input on it.
Yes, and I believe last year, or maybe it was the session before, but I believe the committee sent a letter to the Supreme Judicial Court that would probably be in the files on one of those bills. I think that may be how the process started. And there was never, well, you know, everything ended, but there was never an actual consultation that happened. I've been in my job for 7 years. I don't know exactly what this would look like, but there may be bills where more consultation would be requested by the court. And I just wanted to alert you to that.
That's great. Yeah, and on that one, I'll make sure to send you the email chain. It started with a letter from myself. That's correct. So thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Ms. Finn? Seeing none, thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. You too.
And with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on LD 824 and turn the figurative hammer. It's Friday. It's late. Over to my co-chair. There's yours. Perfect. I use the Sea Dogs bat. And I will turn that back over to my Senate co-chair, Senator Hickman. You are muted, sir.
Hi, there we are. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, thank you for taking over for me. I'm back, and we are going to open up the public hearing on LD 838, an act to exempt substitutes, coaches, and temporary employees in the education system from paid sick leave requirements, presented by Representative Jennifer Poirier of Skowhegan. Thank you for hanging in there with us on this long day. We're in the home stretch, and happy to see you.
Thank you very much. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Jennifer Poirier. I represent House District 107, which is comprised of Skowhegan and part of Madison. I'm pleased to be before you today to present LD 838. I'm serving my 11th year on the Board of Directors of MSCD 54. This bill was crafted in collaboration with John Moody, Superintendent of MSCD 54, who will also testify before you today. I believe that the law enacted January 1st of this year, titled An Act Authorizing Earned Employee Leave, was passed with the best intentions. Its priority was to ensure safeguards for all working Mainers. Unfortunately, we're now seeing unintended consequences of the law as it was written. The challenges presented to schools under the current law include the inability to maintain adequate staffing, management of safe environment for students, and a potential fiscal impact on local taxpayers. Most school districts in our state experience great difficulty recruiting substitute, temporary, and coaching staff in normal times. The pandemic has magnified the struggles of staffing. Mandating paid sick leave for a substitute employee puts schools in a predicament of needing additional staff for coverage while they are already unable to fill existing needs. Adequate supervision in the school and in extracurricular activities is necessary. Being understaffed can place our learners in an unsafe environment. Through the pandemic, custodial staff have been asked to monitor classrooms when teaching staff was not available. Custodians took on the task, but had to neglect the duties of their own jobs to do so. This is fine in an emergency, but certainly should not be the norm. Without LD 838, the fiscal impact on schools is unpredictable. An example of the impact is when a teacher requests a day off, a substitute is scheduled. If the substitute requests a paid sick day, these schools must find another substitute to cover the teacher's class. Essentially, taxpayers will pay 3 people to cover class that day. These costs will be reflected in school budgets and will fall upon local taxpayers. Superintendent Moody will be able to expand on the impacts of the current law and why the proposed changes in LD 38 are so important. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have for me.
Thank you, Representative, for presenting the bill. Are there any questions? Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for hanging in there with us, Representative Poirier, and for bringing your bill forward. I guess I just had a question. Well, and I may have a follow-up, but my first question was just if a substitute comes into a school building, as you mentioned, during a pandemic and catches COVID, doesn't it seem fair that they would get a sick day for doing that, particularly if they were a long-term sub, which would have taken years in order to build the time? They wouldn't have even been able to build much time at this point since the law was just enacted. So does that seem fair, I guess, is my question?
Well, actually, when a substitute is hired on, generally they're hired on knowing they don't have benefits. That's generally the way a substitute is hired. They know they're hired without benefits. In the case of COVID that you're talking about, and in the substitute scenario altogether, the way I understand the law as written is you have to be employed for 120 days in order to start accumulating the time for the paid leave, but you don't actually have to work that many days. And then you get a day for every 40 hours you work. But in that time frame with COVID, it is kind of up in the air how much money that would cost a district as well. And like I say, as far as the cost to a district and knowing what you're hired for, I think is more what we're looking at here. It's not a matter of what somebody deserves or is entitled to. It's you know what you're hired for when you take the job as well. With a substitute teaching position, their requirements for showing up to the job, for being there, they get to pick which days, I guess is what I'm trying to say. They don't have to take that particular assignment.
Sure, that's one of the benefits of the job in terms of the flexibility. But in the case of substitutes currently and the law that you're trying to amend, there is in fact one benefit, which is that if they work 120 days and then another 140 days, which in the case of a school year is almost an entire year of work, then they would qualify, for a day of sick leave. So it seems to me that there is, certainly there is, substitute that is on a regular basis. The state has said that this should be provided. So that's one benefit that they would have, although I understand that there wouldn't be others. I see that Representative Rader has a question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
And I am not chairing any longer, I just realized, so I am going to hand it back over to my
Representative Rader, you may proceed.
Long day.
Thank you so much. Chairs, there we go. My question is that if we're going to deny paid sick leave to folks who we are in desperate need of, honestly, we don't have enough temporary employees to come in and help us out at our schools. What protections are in place to keep someone from coming to work sick if they're not able to take that paid leave, that paid day? We know that people who are taking substitute positions are, yes, they're glad of the flexibility, but I know a number of substitute teachers who take that substitute position because they need money. And being denied a paid sick day might be catastrophic in their case. So what protections do we have in place for keeping sick folks from coming into school? Thank you.
I'm going to defer that question to Superintendent Moody because he is the employer in this situation. I think he may be able to answer that better than myself.
That is fair. Are there any other questions for Representative Poirier? Seeing none, thank you for presenting the bill.
Thank you.
So we have two people testifying in favor of the bill, Mr. Jonathan Moody and Stephen Bailey. They are being upgraded to panelists. There you are, Mr. Moody. Welcome. Thank you for hanging out with us all day today.
Hello. If you'll bear with me, when the Zoom shifted on my screen, I lost my testimony, and that would be a challenge.
That happens. We are okay.
Okay. Chairperson Hickman and Sylvester and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing, I'm Jonathan Moody, Superintendent of Schools in MSAD 54, serving the towns of Canaan, Cornville, Mercer, Norridge Walk, Skowhegan, and Smithfield. I'm pleased to submit this testimony in support of LD 838. I believe it takes a step in the right direction for school districts like mine. I believe there's near universal agreement with superintendents in my region and indeed around the state that without this adjustment, districts will see adverse impacts to our students as we work to follow the law as it currently stands. Some significant challenges include the earned paid leave law is incredibly challenging in a school setting, but especially challenging with substitute teachers, coaches, and temporary employees. We have staff in school with kids for 175 days a year, and each of those days is essential. These employees who are either provided a stipend for a season, coaches generally 10 to 12 weeks, or who work on an as-needed irregular basis like substitutes and tutors, are not regular employees in a district. To have these employees take leave when they're being asked to work would very likely result in student needs going unmet. School districts across the state struggle to find substitute teachers and coaches. This isn't a new result of the pandemic, but it's certainly been exacerbated. We similarly have struggled to find coaching positions. With the shortage of part-time staff and the implications of paid leave on this group, it will have negative impacts on our students, and classroom coverage will likely go unmet. That burden often will fall to our teachers and result in lost prep time and impacts to our teaching staff because we have to supervise students. Although school is not considered a seasonal industry, the argument that these employees should be excluded is strengthened when you consider that their cumulative work time is significantly under the 26 weeks described under the seasonal industry exemption. Number 46 of the frequently asked questions on the Department of Labor's website talks about busy seasons or days, and as I've said, our busy season is really 175 days a year with kids. To not have our subs available to our students will have an impact on our ability to staff our schools. Substitute and temporary employees are important employees, but they're employees who cannot be compelled to work. In fact, they work at their own convenience. To both track and execute the earned paid leave time law for these employees would be incredibly challenging and counter to their role in school. Coaches are generally paid a stipend for their work with our kids. We don't dock them if there's an emergency, but to formally provide them leave, earned paid leave, is not necessary nor practical, and again could potentially leave students without coaches as they earn non-emergency earned paid time. Finally, and this applies to nearly all school positions, the earned paid leave law allows staff to take time in 1 hour increments. Our kids are there for the whole day. Finding a substitute position for staff in 1 hour increments is very often not possible. LD 838 will at least mitigate the impact of earned paid leave on schools in what I believe is a reasonable way and a way that's best for kids. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? I just want to say before we ask questions that Mr. Langland did show us in the comments that there are two different laws and they're different from each other, the earned paid leave statute and the sick leave law, just for the record. Representative Geer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Moody. I am trying to make sure I'm understanding things clearly. And so this has to do with the earned paid sick leave bill, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And is my understanding correct that you start accruing that that day of sick leave for every 40 hours you work?
Correct.
And then you can't take it until you've worked 120 days. 100 so is it?
Yeah. And this
So I'm
is
trying.
very new to us because we're just approaching that period, but yes.
Right. So then is that, so 120 days worked or 120 days on the calendar?
I'm uncertain of that.
Yes. I'm not, so the bottom line question that's in my mind is how often does this apply to coaches and subs? Are they working that much so that they are then entitled? So for example, if you had a long-term sub who was, say, filling in for someone who was on maternity leave or something, and they were there for a number of months,
yep,
they would accumulate that. And it would seem like that would be a person, since you're depending on them to be there every day, you would certainly want them to be covered if they were sick, so they could be out of the school that day. So I'm just trying to figure out how often does it happen? How many teachers, how many subs and coaches and things would be affected by this? That would be my question.
I think our concern is that it would be cumulative over time, and therefore would potentially have an impact for people who tend to be subs over time. We generally build in additional pay into our long-term sub rates. So those are generally not professional staff, but they get paid at in our case, the base pay of our teacher salaries. We take the per diem pay of those teachers. And so there's kind of a built-in increase that I would think is factored because of that position. But I don't think I have a good answer to your question. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'm always trying to figure out what problem is the bill trying to solve. Yep. And I don't know, if you've had an experience where you've said, hey, this happened already, and it's causing all these folks to be out when we need them. But I'm trying to envision the scenario where they've accumulated, like if I'm a coach for one season, mm-hmm, it would take, that's a long time to go before you would even be affected by it,
I think 40 hours is very reasonable that they will accumulate that amount of time. And so over time, there could be implications. And the idea of having to give earned paid leave to a sub who may sub for a certain number of days is going to have an impact. You could potentially pay the teacher, pay the sub, and then have to find a sub for the sub who you just called in. And then the mechanism by which you execute that is not clear, and it isn't clear for schools. So how could a sub use their earned paid time? Is it just when they're scheduled to sub? And so that they're going to use it, which is often on a very short notice basis. And so you'll schedule them and then they'll take their leave, or is it going to be scheduled out in advance? And that's not clear from the frequently asked questions that I reviewed on the Department of Labor website. So there's those types of questions are uncertain to us. And then with coaches, the impact certainly is during the coaching season, they really are needed every day. And so to not have a coach during their stipended time, the potential impact in both cases is that you have kids not being served by the adults who need to serve them.
But I guess I would just say, though, in that scenario, you certainly wouldn't want a coach coming in who is sick. So, no. So yeah, I mean, that's okay.
And we would cover that. It just wouldn't, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Finish that.
Yeah, we would cover that in the situation of a coach. And I mentioned that in my testimony, that if there's an emergency or a situation like that, the coach's pay is not docked and we cover their time already.
Thank you.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Moody, for being here. Coaches who are also teachers are already covered under the Paid Leave Act, I presume.
Yes, sir.
And, those who are not, I'm asking because I think I've seen the cases where more and more people are coming from outside the school system to coach, and they may even conceivably have a job somewhere else where they're covered. And I guess, do most coaches expect to be covered under the Paid Leave Act?
I don't know if I can speak to whether they expect to be covered, but I would say most of our coaches do have jobs, either in schools or elsewhere.
Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and trying to help us understand the intent behind this bill, Superintendent Moody. You were just saying that currently, if a coach, I know my kids' coaches have missed days, mm-hmm, and at least in RSU 22, we pay on a stipend basis, which is either paid out twice a year or at the end of the season or something along those lines. And right now they don't deduct from the coach's stipend if they ended up missing a day during the year. So in terms of I'm not, could you explain to me how then paid leave law would affect coaches?
Yeah, we in fact don't deduct from them. So the paid leave law would give them additional time where they could either potentially take time away from their coaching role whenever they chose to, potentially, or it would be an additional pay above and beyond their stipend, even though we have always allowed them that time you described.
Representative Bradstreet, do you have another question?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. So when you're formulating your budget and you have to budget in the paid time off, I presume, but is it difficult to figure in how much you're going to have to pay substitutes under the Paid Leave Act? Is that one of the quandaries that you're facing?
Certainly, I think superintendents around the state do not understand the impact of the law with substitutes. It's a big question mark, and it doesn't make sense to us. And so there is a, we're trying to make a judgment and include that. And it's potential, I think it's potentially mostly just additional substitute costs above and beyond that. And I have two concerns, one of which is we're not able to find substitutes as it stands. The second concern is budget concern.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Moody. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your patience today.
Thank you.
Will you be available for the work session?
Yes, absolutely. And if I could say one thing,
okay.
Two of the teachers you had on earlier, Mr. and Mrs. Taylor, I had them both in school, so they were excellent teachers.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Seeing no more questions for the superintendent, we will now move to testimony in opposition to the bill. We have Nate Williams, followed by testimony neither for nor against the bill from Michael Rowland from Department of Labor. So, Mr. Williams. Oh, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I have one more person testifying in favor of the bill. I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey, you are on. It's late. I can't see my own writing. Mr. Bailey, are you here? Your hand is up and you are on. I didn't mean to skip over you. There you are. You've been waiting patiently as well. My eyes just went too far too fast.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I am Steve Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association. I am testifying today on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association. And yes, we are in support of LD 838. We believe the exemptions proposed in this bill make sense for school districts for many of the reasons that Superintendent Moody and the sponsor of the bill presented. Substitutes are hired on an on-call basis and as an as-needed basis. Their days are worked very often, very intermittently. Tracking that time increases the workload for districts whose business offices, if they have one, have to track intermittent time. Maine is a state made up of many small districts, and many of them don't have official business offices or business managers. This bill increases the workload on many school employees, and depending upon the sophistication of their systems, is and will cost districts additional money. New systems that can accommodate such tracking cost upwards of $40,000 or more. So we also see this as a potential unfunded mandate on schools. Another complicating factor is that most districts pay substitute teachers on a half-day or full-day basis for payroll purposes. The law, as passed, forces districts to calculate and track substitute teacher work in hourly increments. This also affects coaches. Coaches are seasonal. They typically are hired on an annual basis only for the season they coach. The following year, they are rehired by school boards. They are not considered an employee for the full year. This is not an issue for teachers who are also coaches because their time teaching takes precedence. What this bill is asking for is a reasonable accommodation of our circumstances, and we urge your support. Thank you very much, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Sylvester.
Thank you. Mr. Bailey, would most coaches work the 120 days that would qualify them to even begin to log time?
Well,
only happen over
It
years.
It depends on their season. If their season, it's potential, within one season, they might make the 120 days, but the issue is they may coach more than one season. So in those instances, yes, they would go over the 120 days.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Bailey? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Next up is Mr. Nate Williams from the Maine Education Association, testifying in opposition to LD 838. Welcome, Mr. Williams, and thank you for your patience. I see your name.
Yeah, I'm here.
There we are.
Okay. All right, there we go. Video's working. It's my pleasure to be here today. Thank you, everyone. And my respect to the chair, Senator Hickman and Representative Sylvester, and the other honorable members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. I'm Nate Williams, and I'm the Director of Collective Bargaining and Research for the Maine Education Association. I'm here in opposition to LD 838, and I have submitted my written testimony, so I'll just kind of hit the highlights and address some issues that I heard come up earlier. Our primary concern with this bill is that it does not clearly define temporary or substitute employees. Many districts, especially in the pandemic, have hired full-time substitutes or temporary employees who have worked close to the whole school year. While their time in their current position may come to a definite end, they still work the same hours as other employees in the district, and therefore should be entitled to the same protections as other employees doing the same work, but with longer-term commitments from the district. And to address an issue that was raised earlier, that substitutes are hired with the knowledge that they don't have any benefits, those are exactly the type of people that the Earned Paid Leave Act was designed to benefit by providing earned paid leave for them so that they could not come in when they're sick or if they have other obligations that they need to take care of. Long-term substitute teachers have been used quite frequently over the past year, and not just in the pandemic. They fill in for teachers on medical leaves and sabbaticals and other extended leaves. They help maintain the continuity of school operations and our students' education. During this pandemic, long-term substitutes or temporary contract workers, and I've seen some temporary contract workers work up to 2 years, have helped students return to school when permanent employees could not return to the classroom, or they've helped carry the load with online or remote learning. The least the state can do for them is allow them to accrue earned paid leave time like their coworkers who are doing similar work. We acknowledge the administrative challenges of tracking, especially with coaches who work in different districts. And our concern is mostly making a distinction for longer term substitutes and temporary employees and making sure that they are protected. An employee who has worked for several months or the entire year for one district shouldn't be an undue burden on the school district to track the amount of time that they've worked or how much leave time they've accrued. So for these reasons, MEA encourages you to vote ought not to pass on LD 838. And I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Sylvester.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Williams. If a coach coached 3 seasons, would they then be a full-time employee? And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on the COVID subs that have been hired in many districts to serve throughout the year.
I believe it's possible that a coach who coached 3 seasons could be considered a full-time, depending on the amount of hours that they put in. It's definitely possible, and they would certainly qualify under the Earned Paid Leave Act for working 120 days. And it's, this paid leave is not only reserved for full-time employees, part-time employees qualify for it as well. So even if they're not full-time, if they have worked more than 120 days, they should be able to get the leave. They should qualify for it. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
I wondered if you had any thoughts of the long-term COVID subs that have been hired in different districts.
Yeah, absolutely. They've helped maintain continuity in operation and learning for school districts. And they are working right alongside regular full-time permanent employees. They're working same hours and the same length of the school day and the same length of the school year. And we feel that they should be covered by the Earned Paid Leave Act as well.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Williams? Seeing none, thank you for toughing it out with us today. We'll see you at the work session.
All right, my pleasure. Thank you.
Next up, testifying neither for nor against is Michael Rowland from the Department of Labor.
Yes, hello, everybody. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I'm Michael Rowland, the Director of Labor of the Bureau of Labor Standards for the Maine Department of Labor. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the department, neither for nor against LD 838, an act to exempt substitutes, coaches, and temporary employees in the education system from paid sick leave requirements. So the department, I'm going to skip a little ahead on my written testimony, which you have. The department wants to make a couple of first minor points. First, it's been pointed out already, but if the committee chooses to move forward on the bill, it'd probably be worth considering a change of the title so that it's not misleading in any way. And second, as has also been pointed out, we believe that some definitions need to be added, particularly the terms coach and temporary employee should be defined. So more substantively, though, there's concern that the original intention of the statute might be undermined by an onslaught of exemptions, this bill being the first. We recognize, having heard from quite a few during our listening sessions and rulemaking on the statute and in subsequent conversations, that many covered employees have concerns about this law and its applicability. There may be good arguments in favor of exempting some workers in certain occupations. However, with very few and limited exceptions, coverage under this statute is determined by reference to 26 MRS section 1043 within Maine's employment security law. And those exceptions are one, employment in a seasonal industry as defined in section 1251 of that chapter, and also an employee covered by a collective bargaining agreement during the period between January 1st and the expiration of the agreement. Those are the exemptions that exist in the statute. The department is fully able to interpret it and apply the statute as it was originally written. Were there additional exemptions to be considered at this time, so early in the implementation of the statute? We anticipate numerous additional requests for exemptions will soon follow and may become unmanageable. The result may be to create a situation in which the department will find it more difficult to administer the statute fairly and effectively. In time, some such exemptions may prove quite sensible and in line with the intention of the statute, and the department will be better prepared to adapt to those changes. However, we would rather postpone any significant amendments until adequate information can be gathered and more comprehensive assessment can be made. Subsection 12 of the Earned Paid Leave Law requires the department to submit annually, beginning January 1st, 2022, a report to this committee regarding progress made to comply with the new Earned Paid Leave Law. In that first report, in addition to successes—
Mr. Rowland, unfortunately, I forgot to hold up at 30 seconds. I was looking so intently to what you were saying, but if you could summarize your thoughts, and I'm sure we'll have a question.
I have just very minor thoughts to go here. So
very good.
If you indulge, okay. Okay, so in addition to our successes, the department will document any issues and difficulties it encounters in implementing 26 MRS section 637, and in which industries and occupations such problems are prevalent. That might be the time to consider any potential exemptions. Thank you for your time and attention. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland, for sticking in with us today. Are there any questions? Representative Bradstreet.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rowland, for sticking around. I think you commented on something I was going to make a comment on myself, is that oftentimes when we have new laws, there are some unintended consequences that need to be tweaked. And I guess that's what we're looking at. And I think, when we're looking at the original intent of the law, it was to offer paid time off to people who maybe didn't have that time otherwise. But it's maybe a little bit difficult to see how substitutes come into that category. So just a comment, I guess. So anyway, I appreciate what you said. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Rowland? Seeing none.
Everybody's tired. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's sundown, so we can make the Sabbath. We have one more bill. Are there any other questions, any other concerns that we want to see addressed? Questions for the work session from the committee? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on LD 838. And I will, because we're racing the sun, rapidly open the public hearing on LD 839, an act to address unemployment issues facing school employees, presented by the good representative Jan Dodge of Belfast. And welcome, Representative Dodge, and you are a marathon runner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, and thank you to your committee for your work. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I am Representative Jan Dodge of House District 97, which includes Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. I am here to present LD 839, an act to address unemployment issues facing school employees. School bus drivers, food service personnel, educational technicians, and custodians are important segments of our school workforce. Under current law, these school employees are not eligible for unemployment if they have a letter of reasonable assurance from their school administrative unit. A letter of reasonable assurance is simply a communication of intent to rehire. There are usually few employers who will hire a school employee at the end of June, knowing they are available for only 6 or 7 weeks. It is important to note that employees who work under a private contractor, such as school bus drivers who work for SEER or Loose Transportation, are not prohibited from collecting unemployment benefits over the summer months, an inequity legislators have attempted to address for decades to no avail. For a few, statements of reasonable assurance are issued so late in the school year, the timing hinders the recipient from being certain whether they need to seek summer or full-time employment. Some school employees do not file for unemployment and discovered they should have applied, sought work, and filed weekly reports as prescribed in the unemployment insurance process. Rules regarding federal conformity, school units self-insuring for unemployment, and the evolving rules for pandemic relief have all presented challenges. On May 13th, 2019, the Department of Education acknowledged the complicated employment nuances found in the study initiated by LD 1641 in the 129th legislative session, and declared that statute and rule changes should be addressed by the Department of Labor. Impending retirements, recruitment and retention, and summer employment issues were identified. LD 300 required that pay averaging be offered so workers would have some money coming in during their 6-week hiatus. After consultation with the Department of Labor and the Maine Education Association, I believe this bill will not solve or improve the school bus driver workforce shortage or ease the plight of non-salaried school employees who earn low wages and have difficulty finding supplemental employment in the summer. We have learned from the Department of Labor that there was a mistake made during last summer's federal pandemic unemployment assistance program. Last summer, school employees had their deferred compensation deducted in any and all benefits that could have been earned under the UI-PUA program. Sadly, this appears to now be an oversight, and the Department of Labor has told us they will try to work to rectify this issue for those impacted last summer and to make sure we are prepared for any benefits for those in the coming summer, especially now that the PUA program has been extended into September of this year. I look forward to working with committee members during the work session to find solutions for this segment of our workforce. I am open to suggestions and amendments that will improve the problems that continue to be identified yet not addressed for a large segment of our school workforce. Thank you. I will try to answer your questions, but I would ask that you make legal and technical inquiries of those with more expertise than I. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dodge, for your testimony, for presenting this bill. Are there any questions from the committee? Good representative. Seeing none, thank you again for your patience today. It's great to see you.
Thank you for your work. Thank you.
And with that, we will take testimony in favor of this bill from Mr. John Kaczynski from the Maine Education Association.
Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and other esteemed members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is John Kaczynski. Good evening to you. I have submitted written testimony. I'm just going to hit a few points. We are here in support of LD 839. We represent hourly employees in nearly every public school in the state. As Representative Dodge has already stated, the design of this bill in its current form is not necessary. It has come to our attention the Department of Labor had an oversight during last summer, and potentially, school employees may have not qualified for unemployment, although they should have, or they may not have received the benefits that they were entitled to. So I believe the Department of Labor is here to speak to that question today. And hopefully there's a resolution going forward to prevent this from happening. As Representative Dodge said, deferred compensation was counted against those school employees for PUA benefits. And we now understand that should not have been the case, whether it was through pay averaging or salaries that were extended throughout the entire year instead of just the school year. However, as Representative Dodge said, we can't let this moment go, even at 5:05 on a Friday, without again raising the inequity around school employees and the unemployment insurance system. This system completely disadvantages school employees the way it is currently constructed. As Representative Dodge said, at the end of the school year, hourly employees get a reasonable assurance letter, and that prohibits them from collecting any type of unemployment benefits over the summer. And that, as you've heard, as you may know, the wages for hourly employees are often very low, and it's very tough for many hourly employees to make it through the summer if they're not finding work. And it's very challenging to find work at the end of June when school is out, and then be back ready to go early August. And so many people are going weeks without pay, looking for jobs and competing with others for service sector jobs or other jobs that they can try to get during the summer to make ends meet. This doesn't apply to private contractors. So as Representative Dodge said, if you're a school bus driver for a private contractor, you can qualify for unemployment. It's just bus drivers and other hourly employees who are actually employed by the school. A solution has eluded us for decades on this question. I don't have a solution for you all today. I think the solution is to allow school employees, hourly employees, to collect unemployment benefits. I realize that'll have a significant fiscal note, but it's about equity for school employees, while we also work to continue to try to lift up wages and benefits. So this is a job that people have that can pay the bills and make ends meet. I know it's late. Thank you for your time, and I'll do my best to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Kaczynski. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will move to Laura Boyette from the Department of Labor to testify neither for nor against this bill, provide us with information, and maybe offer some suggestions about how to improve the lives of hourly school employees.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Laura Boyette, and I'm the Director of the Bureau of Unemployment Compensation at the Maine Department of Labor. As mentioned, I'm here to speak on behalf of the department as neither for nor against LD 839. From talking with the sponsor of LD 839, Representative Dodge and John Kaczynski of the Maine Education Association, it became very clear that the intent of the bill is to prevent school employees who qualify for the temporary federal pandemic unemployment assistance program during the break between terms from having their benefits reduced by school wages earned during the school term, but not paid until that summer break. I researched this with the U.S. Department of Labor and learned that the wages that were earned during the school term and not work performed during the school break were not reportable for income for unemployment benefits under PUA if they were received during the break. So essentially, those wages are reported when earned and not when paid. This occurred during the confusion of the pandemic, and particularly in dealing with this new federal program that was designed to cover individuals in circumstances that are not normally permissible under the regular state unemployment insurance programs. So we did have individuals that either had their benefits reduced further than they needed to be because of having these wages counted against them. And in some cases, they may have missed one or more weeks as excess earnings if their earnings actually exceeded what their weekly benefit amount would have been. I'm kind of paraphrasing to move quickly for you. Given the federal clarification that we received, we're researching all of those school claims that were paid during the 2020 summer break to identify claimants where school wages should not have impacted their benefits. We'll be making supplemental payments to those who had their benefits reduced improperly, and redetermining those where it might have caused them to be ineligible for benefits during one or more weeks. This will not be an issue going forward now that we have this clarifying information on this program. And I testified as neither for nor against, because it should be noted that while we understand the intent of the bill and we're in agreement, I think we're all in agreement that it needs to be corrected. If this bill goes forward as currently written, there is a serious federal conformity issue with the current language of the bill, but it's my understanding and talking with Representative Dodge, we're looking to maybe amend this bill to read, in a different way for a different purpose. So, that won't be an issue if that occurs. But if it were to go forward with the current language, there would be a serious federal problem on that. So thank you for your time and attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have now or at a future work session.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, it would seem to me that between now and the work session, we will work, or the bill sponsor can work with the Department of Labor or anyone else to see if there's something we can do here with this vehicle. And I'm assured that because Representative Dodge worked so diligently, we'll come up with something or we won't, but it won't be without an exhaustive amount of work.
Okay.
So with that, if there are no other questions from the committee on this particular bill or questions from the work session, I will close the public hearing on LD 839. On Monday, we have a slate of work sessions, and just to sort of piggyback on the question that Representative Bradstreet asked earlier, we are updating the system of work sessions, and so that everyone who's an interested party will receive an invitation to the work session, and if they reply to that notice, then they will get the link for the work session. Everyone will sit in the room as an attendee along with all of us. Their mics cannot be turned on unless we ask them to be turned on. If we need someone who has been requested by a committee member with the discretion of the chairs who would like to present some clarifying information, they will already be in the room, and we will go from there. If that doesn't work, this will allow us to keep our breakout rooms, which I've heard so many of you like, for caucuses. If that doesn't work, we will move to a different format at some point in the future, but we'll try out this bridge transition to make sure that we don't have to bother our committee clerk with who's being invited, who's not being invited. It will be open to all. And if everyone complies with, keeping their video off and keeping their mic off and not interjecting when not asked, then we'll keep going with this format just to make sure that everyone feels welcome. It's a committee. I'm in the tourism industry. I'm all about hospitality. So I don't want anybody to feel like we don't want them here. We simply want them to comply. And in that way, we don't have to bother our committee clerk with who's invited and the chairs for every meeting with who didn't get the invite, because things do slip through the cracks. We don't always read our email 25 times a day. And so, you know, we can eliminate confusion if we just send out the work session invite to our party list. Representative Sylvester, sorry, I'm going to go to the clerk. She has her hand up first.
I just wanted to say that I had to set it up so that you guys will have to register. So it'll only take a couple minutes, but I just wanted to give you a heads up in case you wanted to do it before we get started on Monday.
Great, thank you for that clarity. Does everybody understand what she means? You know, you send the invite, you have to register, put your name in, and then you get the link. So everybody, am I correct, Ms. Thompson, in saying that once they get the invite, they still have to do something in order to get the link?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Senator Mirmont. I see your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been doing that, and I don't know if you already have it, but the host ability keeps the other folks silent if they don't do it themselves. You can mute anyone, you can shut off their camera and not bother the clerk. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. So they have to ask for the invite then.
Well, they're going to get the announcement of the work session, like they
right, and they register then.
They don't want if they don't want to attend, then they don't have to reply, and they won't get the invite to register.
Okay, they'll have to keep their eyes open then. Thank you.
Yes, but you don't have to worry about inviting anybody and making sure we know who you've invited, because everyone has the invite, the same.
The onus is on them. Thank you.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to make sure that, remind everybody that the first and the preferred avenue of seeking information for the work session is our fantastic analyst, Steve Langland. And so if you have questions that you want to have answered for the work session, rather than depending on folks who might be there in the gallery, if you give those questions to Mr. Langland beforehand, and whom you might want to seek this information out from, he will have that information in his analysis, and you will receive that information. And so that is the first and preferred. And as Chair Hickman said earlier, if there was a case where we desperately needed a piece of information in order to fully consider a law, then that we might not have foreseen before that, then we would turn to the gallery. So I just wanted to make sure that people remember that that's the preferred way, is to go through the analysts so that we can make sure that the information is vetted. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a great point. And again, our analysts do excellent work shepherding all sorts of tasks to make sure that we're passing laws that pass muster. And Mr. Langland, did you have anything to say? I saw you nodding in agreement with everything. All right. Well, seeing that no one else has anything to say, like I said, I'm going to say happy Passover, happy Good Friday, happy Easter, happy spring. Go out and plant some food. And we will see you on Monday. The Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing stands adjourned.
Happy Easter.
Hey, have a great weekend.